retain more of the smoke into the coffee beans, and it's going to have more.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Irene, being the very first person in Uganda, earlier on when we were talking to you, you became the first employee of Diwala in Uganda. I mean, what does that make you feel like being the first leader of a new innovation happening in Uganda? What experience has it given you so far?
It's a very humbling experience. And I always thank the team at Diwala for giving me the opportunity, because I can tell you when they met me, it was about 3 years ago, but you know, just chatting about, you know, what technology is in Uganda, how it can be applied to the education sector. It wasn't really, I could say, an interview. It was more me trying to give people some data and some information. And my CEO tells me that from that point, she felt like, you know, I could be part of that team. And I can tell you, I had zero knowledge about what blockchain technology is.
And yet here you are now talking
zero technology. And you know, now getting into Diwala and understanding what they do and understanding why they do it, which is very important. You know, it is important to know the reason behind your why. Like, why are you doing something? And you know, understanding it and understanding its impact and understanding what blockchain technology can do, how it can improve our lives. It's really been a great journey learning from them. It's first of all a humbling experience that I'm part of the team. It's a humbling experience that I'm given the opportunity to learn. Very rarely do people take a chance on you. And yes, I have skills, but I believe I'm continuously growing. I am still being beaten here and there. And it's humbling, and I'm excited to be part of that team. I'm excited to introduce the technology to all the people I know, my networks. And all I can say is that a lot is coming.
It is a CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okila on this particular day of the week or the month or the year, depending on which part of the world you're actually watching this program from. My guest this morning on the CEO bench needs no introduction. It is said that if a person needs a long introduction, they don't deserve one. And if they deserve one, they don't need one. Ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, on the CEO bench today, we bring you the story of a young lady springing out of Uganda from the central region of Buganda. The name means something else, and both of our names are quite very, significant when you think about the words and the meaning behind the words. What the English people say is the etymology of the letter, or the words, or the origin of the words. Welcome to the CEO bench. And of course, as my name is Eddie Okila, live on House of Talent Television is Divine Nabawesi, who is the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo, or Bamboo Divine. That's how now people call her. Divine, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Eddie.
First of all, how are you and how have you been?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much for having me here.
You are welcome. And the CEO bench often look at people like you who are doing something significant in our society, or people who are doing something for others, or people who look beyond self. But first, we want to know from you, who is Divine in a nutshell?
Who is Divine?
Yes.
First of all, I'm very honored to be here. I know that you've had some very great speakers before me, so I'm very honored for the invitation. And as you mentioned, my name is Divine Nabawesi. I'm Ugandan, born and raised. I grew up in Entebbe, and I later moved to Kampala, where I attended secondary school. I went to Uganda Matters, Namugongo. And then for my A-levels, I went to King's College, Budo, and then I pursued a Bachelor's of Social Work at Makerere University.
Okay. Yes. And when you say you grew up from Entebbe, does that mean that's where your ancestry starts from, your home, everything? For a person who's watching you from, New York, or from London, or from, Finland, and they want to know more about you, they don't know these things. In Africa, we have the origin of where we come from. Is that where your parents spring out from?
Okay. So the origin story is will sound a bit funny, because my village is actually Nigeria, which used to be a village, but now is not a village. So
yes.
Yeah, that's where my mother is from, and my father is from Masaka.
Okay.
Yes.
So authentically, you're a Muganda from Buganda.
Yes, I am.
All right. And then so they always ask, Wedirachi, what is your tribe? Does that mean in Buganda?
Yeah.
So let's tell us more about the culture of Buganda and where you come from, how you guys do things, the history of your name, behind what does Nabawesi mean for somebody who is watching the program from any part of the world and would like to know you. Particularly me, personally, I'm interested in knowing.
Well, okay, that is a tough question. that is a very tough question. But my clan is the Cow clan.
Okay.
So my name, Nabawesi, comes from Omuwesi, who used to be an iron worker.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Why did your parents give you the Omuwesi name that was a iron worker? And yet you were in wood and bamboo.
True.
Yes.
Maybe they knew I was going to be a creative.
Okay.
Maybe, I suspect.
And talking about creativity, all through growing up, what has been your creative thinking process like as a person?
I think that I draw a lot of inspiration from reading. I started to read at a very young age. I'm always reading. And when you read, you're drawn into this world of different characters from different centuries, and I think that opens up your mind.
Yeah.
And because you're able to dream and to know that there's a different world out there, and that anything is possible, really. So I think for me that's been very important.
All right. Talking about that, your parents, your father and your mother, and your history from Nigeria, which is just a suburb of Kampala. For those of you guys who are watching the show from all across the world, Nigeria is just it's what we call a satellite city away from the city of Kampala. you know, a couple of kilometers away from the main city is where she comes from. So technically, Divine was born or comes from the city center. That's the village. And Masaka is what, about 100 kilometers away, or 122? Is it 200 kilometers?
About.
From Kampala,
yes.
Yes. About 120 kilometers away from Kampala. Yeah. So she's a girl around about the city and the town. All right? And talking of that, when we want to look a little bit deeper on the background of Divine from the family point of view, growing up as a child, what was it like with your parents?
I think I had a normal childhood. It was happy, but I think mostly ordinary. I was able to explore and play as a child, so I think, yeah, it was a good childhood.
Okay, and what was your character like when growing up as a child, that when you look back at this point where you are right now, you can say, yeah, I was always leaning towards this? Were you beaten like a typical, you know, African child who is always given a few slaps here and there for being stubborn? At some point, we would just see parents give you a look, and you'll know what the look means and what it does. Not very many people know this. How was yours like in your family? Are you the only child? Are you know, how many are you?
Okay, so I have 3 siblings, but I think that growing up, I was a good student, what some call teacher's pet. So I was very good. I did my homework on time. I was excelling. So I think I always survived the caning because of that. I was a good student. I also loved nature. I joined the Girl Guides, and because we were in Entebbe, we would go camping in the botanical gardens. So I always loved nature from a young age. I was planting flowers and trees already at a young age. So I was drawn to nature very early on.
Wow. Yeah. Which basically brings us to this interview that we're having today. So Divine, let's talk about you and the leadership. The program you're on today is about leadership. Change management, leadership, change management, and transformation is what the CEO Bench is about. We bring people who are, you know, moving forward or climbing the ladder to the top of leadership, or coming down from the top as leaders, you know, retiring, or people who are on the way, the verge of going. And right now, you are a lady on the rise. And the nomination that brought you to the CEO Bench suggests that. We want to just know from you that your self-leadership, what is your understanding of leadership first of all, and what is leadership to you?
My understanding of leadership would be someone who is able to inspire others. So a leader should be somebody that other people look up to for guidance on, it could be a specific discipline, maybe a sport or entrepreneurship. But a leader needs to be able to inspire others to be better and to achieve a certain goal, I guess.
Okay. And what is self-leadership to you? What would you define as a self-leadership from a Divine point of view?
Self-leadership, I think reminds me of something that Jim Rohn once said, that you have to motivate yourself always. If you wait for other people to motivate you, it's like waiting at a train station where no trains come, so you'll be waiting forever. So you basically have to motivate yourself. That's the only way to be a leader, I think. Okay.
There are 5 different types of leadership, Divine, that exist. There's what we call a transformative leader or transformative leadership approach. There's what we call a laissez-faire leadership approach and style. And there's what we call a democratic leadership style or approach. And there's what we call transactional leadership approach to things. And then the 5th one is what we call charismatic. Which of these do you practice and why?
Interesting, because I feel like there's maybe one missing.
Yes.
And I would call it collaborative leadership.
Yeah.
Yes, because I don't think that in any organization or country or any setting that just one person has all the answers.
Yeah.
So I believe that it's always a team effort, whether it's a family or in a company. Yeah. So I think my style of leadership is collaborative.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And that said, Divine, just as we take a break from this, we want to take a break, but when we come back, we want to focus a little bit more about knowing you and and you know, why you do what you do, and of course to tell us a little bit more about bamboo. You have been headlining all across Uganda, and you know, even across border, about bamboo planting. And we all grew up knowing that bamboo was a tree you can find at home. We played under, we picked the leaves. It was used for buildings, it was used for building shades, houses in Africa. And at some point it died. It started dying away. It wasn't now the main thing like eucalyptus used to be, the bamboo used to be. But you are in this space back. Why bamboo, by the way?
Why bamboo?
Yes.
Why not bamboo? Should I answer now or after the break?
Yeah, sure. No, answer that one.
Why bamboo? Bamboo is a miracle plant. It's a magical plant. I first fell in love with bamboo, first of all, because it's a beautiful plant. Yeah. Have you been in a bamboo forest?
Yes.
Where?
Not really a forest per se. I would call it a bamboo plant.
Yeah.
Yes, just a smaller place which is not really a forest. What we'll say 1 acre is not a forest, 2 acres, 3 acres is not a forest.
Okay.
Yes, I went to one which used to supply the buildings, the places that build places for recreation in Kampala, yes. Okay. So they're the biggest, largest place for production of bamboo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was my first introduction to bamboo. That is just a beautiful, magical plant. When you're in the bamboo forest, the way it looks, the way the wind blows through the leaves, it's just magical.
Okay.
So that was my first introduction. I fell in love with how it looks. And then as I got to study it more, I found out it's even more miraculous, because from just this one plant, you have over 1,600 uses. So it's a plant that the Chinese have a poem which talks about bamboo, that you can wake up, a man wakes up in a bamboo house, because bamboo is used for construction. You can sleep in bamboo bed sheets, in a bamboo bed. You can eat bamboo. You can use it for paper. You can use it for so many things. So it's a really magical plant in terms of development. And so for a country like Uganda, we can really benefit from bamboo. Wow. Yeah.
Divine, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will be focusing more on your work at Divine Bamboo, and you know what you're doing right now, why you're doing what you're doing, and the leadership in that space, the change and management of change in that space, as well as the transformation. This is the CeoBench. We'll be right back after the break. By the way, when you won in Tanzania, you know, that was your biggest cup, Sekafa. What was the party like? Did your chairman walk on his head? What was going on?
The chairman was very excited. I had not heard.
What happened in the board? We want to know.
First of all, some of the board members flew in to watch the game.
Okay.
The chairman could not fly in because of the schedule, but I was on call from the semi-final stage. He would call me all the time. Do you need anything? We're happy. He was very excited. I had never had a chairman CEO conversation this long with him. It was the first time.
Yes.
And everybody that is connected to Express was really, really happy. I mean, we beat Yanga in the semi-final. Then we beat Nyasa Bullets from Malawi, the champions of Malawi. And everybody was really, really excited. My family was very excited. My family is always complaining that I don't talk about them. My family was very happy. They were excited. I'm sure most of them are watching this show right now. The families of my staff, this for me is very exciting. The families of my staff are always following Express because their children are working for Express.
Wow.
And many other people. It was winning the Sekafa.
Yes.
Kind of cemented the kind of transformation Express has had in the recent times. And we have a Sekafa. Every time I look at that trophy, I keep telling my people, well done.
Yes.
And I'm sure the chairman, wherever he is, I'm sure he's busy, but he will watch this show. I'm sure he's happy that we have the Sakafa in our bag. We have the Premier League in our bag. Yeah. In his third year, by the way. This is his last year, but I know he's around, but he had a plan from 2018 to 2021, and 2021 he has won all this. I'm sure he's very happy. For the first time, and we believe it's not the last time. Okay. Yeah.
Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila, live on House of Talent. And of course, my guest this day or this morning, this evening, this night, depending on which part of the world you're watching the program from, is a lady who is deeply rooted into planting bamboo for a cause. Divine Nabawesi is the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo, a limited company, but for a cause. If I get it right. Divine, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
Divine, we're talking about bamboo and your life at bamboo and the things and why bamboo and why you picked bamboo. I want to take you straight to this question that I usually ask. In today's rapidly changing world, learning to design our organization to read the turbulences that are brought about by the advent of COVID-19, for example, creatively is quite critical to our existence going forward. And leadership plays at the core of this every time we think about it. You are thinking creatively in the space of I need to plant bamboo. We're talking about climate change at the moment, and it's a turbulence that is coming with it, forcing us to do many things that are not right. I want to take you back to that point. Why did you pick yourself and gave yourself the meaning and appointed yourself to start doing bamboo of all the things that you've talked about? Why?
Why? That's a very interesting question, Eddie, but I actually think it's the other way around. Yes. I don't think I chose bamboo. I think bamboo chose me. I think bamboo chose me because I really feel like it's my life's calling, my life's work to do this. Yeah. And so it was a natural progression because I already love nature, I love trees, and the more I started to learn about bamboo, I saw how much potential it has, not only for climate change, but like for rural development, for youth empowerment, for women economic empowerment. So there's so much potential there. I had no choice but to start engaging with the bamboo industry.
Okay. And initially you were in the construction business before, if we follow you well. And why the switch?
Why the switch? I think...
What sparked the switch?
I think it's related to something we were talking about in the break. Yeah. That a lot of times we do work that we don't have passion for. And so I felt like that wasn't my calling. I wasn't really happy doing that, being in the real estate sector. So I wanted to do something that that would make my heart happy, while at the same time contributing to social and environmental good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so let's talk about the Divine Bamboo. When you started the organization, you said you felt like it was a calling for you to go into it. But what is really the real story behind the call, and what is Divine Bamboo in a nutshell?
Okay. So Divine Bamboo is an innovative forestry and energy company. It's a Ugandan company. And our mission is to stop deforestation in Uganda. We do that through the promotion of bamboo as a sustainable alternative to cutting down traditional hardwoods. So that was my motivation really, because Uganda is losing so much tree cover, we are losing so much forest because mainly of the need to cook. So because of fuel wood in the form of charcoal and firewood, a lot of people don't have a choice but to go to the forest and cut down trees. Yeah. And so we wanted to provide an alternative to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when you started to provide an alternative to this, how has this been received by the people that you're talking to?
So of course, with any new innovation, it's not straightforward. Yeah. You don't get the idea today and then the idea is mature. Yeah. First of all, the idea, the business model takes time to develop. Yeah. And in the same way, the audience, the customers also need time to adapt to the new products and like the new plant in this case. So it's a gradual process, but I would say that we are seeing very positive change.
Okay. Uganda is predominantly a country that uses, or Africa for that matter, a continent that predominantly uses wood as a cooking fuel. For many, livelihood depends on it, and therefore we are cutting trees because of this. Has been a long journey of us using charcoal for eternity. I mean, at home you're using charcoal. Now we've seen the new gas fuel coming in for cooking, but not everyone can afford. And the mindset behind cutting the trees and the economy around it is also heavy. There's a lot of money into the charcoal business, which is cutting down the trees, burning the charcoal and selling it. And a lot of the stories we've seen how trees in Uganda are disappearing because Kenya is demanding a lot of charcoal coming from Uganda and our neighbors, and so is Rwanda. How are you dealing with this challenge of people still believing that this is where our economic livelihood spring out from, and yet you're telling us not to cut the trees? I mean, since you started this campaign and this organization to sort of like educate us and change our perspective and take us back to the dangers that faces us from a climate change perspective, how's the journey been like, and how are you dealing with the perception and the mindset of these people?
So I would say it's interesting because we no longer have to do a lot of the talking. Yeah. And unfortunately, because of changing circumstances, it's now self-evident. For example, when we started Divine Bamboo 5 years ago, a sack of charcoal in Kampala was like 50,000. Right now it's like 100,000. And that shows you the scarcity. So charcoal used to come like from Luero. Now people are going as far as Arua and Moyo to cut down trees. Yeah. So sadly, eventually there will be no more trees to cut. So even at 200,000, the charcoal just won't be there anymore. So that's self-evident, everybody can see that. And so the solution is now more obvious. The other evident thing is climate change. 10 years ago, if you went to the village and told people about climate change, they would not understand. Yeah. But now, you don't have to be in COP in Glasgow to understand climate change. Even farmers in the village can know that the rain is taking longer, the sun is hotter, the harvests are changing. So because of the way the world is moving, the problem we are solving is now very obvious. And I think that's why finally at COP we were able to see a focus on nature solutions, because we have to use nature to fight it. It's not the only solution, but I think it's a big part of the solution.
Okay. Yeah. Divine, let's talk more about the people that you're working with and, at Divine Bamboo. How do you get people motivated to join your dream and your vision and your mission? If you would start from your mission and how you recruited people to it.
So again, we try not to recruit people and then motivate them. Yeah. We try to recruit motivated people. Okay. Yeah, because we would like to have a team which is already motivated in solving the problems of climate change, of deforestation, of youth empowerment. So once somebody already has that as a foundation, it's then easy to bring them onto the team and to inculcate in them what our values and mission are.
Okay. Yes. I'm talking of the youth empowerment just before we take another break, if you'll break that more. Everybody is talking about youth employment, youth empowerment, youth employment, but we don't tend to get the substance coming out of it or the impact of it coming out. And we watched yesterday or the other day during the COP, 26 in Glasgow, when everyone was talking about the impact, the social impact, the youth, the entrepreneurship it needs to do, and everyone was talking about impact. But yet, when you look at the impact on the ground with the people that we're talking about, it doesn't seem to be quite immense. What are you doing as Divine Bamboo to bring this out? And what is youth livelihood and entrepreneurship from your perspective as Divine Bamboo?
So again, I would preface that by saying that the work we don't do by ourselves. We have a good team in-house, obviously, but we also have a network of partners. So for example, we are working with UNDP on a youth empowerment project, and some of our activities included training youth in Kamwocha. So we had a training about a month ago where we trained over 200 youth in Kamwocha, and we want to see how we can bring them on board in the value chain of clean energy. And so our ethos is to meet them where they are. So it's not about preaching, you need to use clean energy, you need to not cut trees, but you need to give them alternatives, and then you also need to show them how that works within their current situation. So for example, if we go to somebody making Rolex or making barbecue, we can show them how if they use our bamboo briquettes, they're cleaner, so there's less smoke and soot, so means better health for them, but also they cook longer, so in the end they're able to have a saving. So it has to be practical for your audience and for the customer.
Okay. Divine, talking about that, obviously Africa struggles quite a bit, and Uganda is no different from leadership. Mentorship, management, and leadership is not quite easy, and the young people of today are not finding it easier compared to the baby boomers, and then the what I would say, our fathers. They had a certain level of mentorship. The ones that came after that stopped the process. The ones that are supposed to be mentoring, those we're calling millennial today, or Gen Z, are not even trying it. What are you doing with Divine Bamboo from the leadership perspective to get this youth that you're training in any of these areas to actually know that leadership is a very key component of them, succeeding in life?
I actually have a different take on that.
Yeah.
I feel that today, more than any other time in human history, there are more opportunities than have ever been there. Yeah. There's so much information in books, on the internet, and so I actually feel that young people today have more resources than ever before. You can go on Twitter and learn from the best minds possible without paying anything, both globally and even locally here. Like for example, what Robert Kabushenga is doing with his 360 mentor. He's having incredible people there. You can access it for free. So I think that the opportunities today are greater than ever. But yeah, so what we are doing is we have internship programs. So we have internship programs where we bring on the youth and we teach them how we are working and how they can maybe be a part of the organization.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you talk about this, Divine, it's a good point, and I would like to agree with you. But I want to just take you a little bit back to, one thing is telling them this is what you need to do, or this is how we need to go. The other thing is holding their hand to go with them to reach there. How are we doing this at Divine Bamboo? Because you fairly deal with a young generation motivated by your work, they're training the younger people. What is their response toward your call, and how are you dealing with it, holding the hand to move them forward?
The response is very good. We have a lot of engagement on our social media channels, but I think the biggest one, like I mentioned, is the internship program, where they actually come and join the company, and for a few months, maybe 3 or 4 months, they get to work with us. And through that program, we've actually got, I think right now, like 4 current employees who came through that program. So I think that would be our biggest engagement, on top of the outreach that we do, like in Kamwocha, where we had the training to show them how to use briquettes in their existing businesses.
Wow. We're talking to Divine Nabawesi, who is the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo, an organization that has focused itself in planting bamboo and making sure that we actually have clean energy coming up from that space. If you have a question, we would like you to post it out there and Divine will be able to answer it. Kisses and disses are welcome. We don't take things personal. Divine is here to, answer your question. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, the CEO bench will continue on change management and how bamboo is causing transformation in our society. What is leadership to you, JP?
So for me, the leadership, I would say there are different components, but the most important is the art of knowing people.
Yeah.
How you know your clients, how you know your associates, your colleagues, and all the different stakeholders that are part of the business. How you know your bosses, your investors, how you know the key people that bring you business, the key relationship you must have in a market in order to make sure that thing goes smooth.
Yeah.
So I think this requires an openness of mindset.
Yes.
And I would say that for me, the fact again that I have two cultures, I live in different places, it helps a lot.
Okay.
You find similarities, of course. If I see how Ugandans are and how Brazilians are, they are not totally alike, but there are a lot of similarities.
Yes.
If I see how a French person is, or a German, or an American, they are very different.
Yes.
And difficult people. I know by the French side because I have my French family. I worked in France. I worked with French companies.
Yes.
So I learned how to deal
with
this.
Yes.
And so it's and now especially this past years working for Sheraton Group, it's more like Anglo-Saxon approach of hospitality.
Yes.
So this also, so all these dimensions are very important. So it's knowing people, knowing the culture, the different generations you deal with. It's a very important.
Yeah.
It became more and more because the gap between generations have changed.
Yeah.
I would say, or I mean. People that analyze the market trends, how things go. Before, a generation gap will be 10 years.
Yes.
Now it's shorter.
Yeah. Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okila and this is Creative Industry Talk mixed with the CEO bench, with everything about talking creatively about planting trees, but particularly bamboo. Today we've learned something from Divine, that bamboo is a magical tree, it's a magical plant. We want to dig deep into that. Divine, welcome back to the program. When we went to the break, we were talking about the impact of the project that you do on the young people that you're working with, the mentorship management and the leadership. Let's talk about change management. There are a lot of things that are happening in our society today. And as the founder and CEO of Divine Bamboo, you must be meeting a lot of challenges that requires change and managing change from one place to another. But first, you started by managing change from you, turning around your life from the construction business and the real estate business into bamboo. No one quite understood why you just did a switch. What was the journey like moving from what you once was comfortable with to something that it could have been either failure or success?
So the journey is never smooth. I don't know if you've seen like an infographic that illustrates the journey of success, like what outsiders see is a straight line.
Yes.
But really what's going on is like a lot of craziness.
Yes, yes.
So of course the journey is not smooth, and in the beginning I had no idea at all what I was going to do after I left the real estate industry. And so I actually took some time off and went to travel and just to find out what I want to do. And so I think that looking deep within yourself and being honest with yourself and looking at what you love to do, what your interests are and your passion, it will lead you to your calling.
Okay. Divine, talking about that, what is your greatest challenge that you have ever faced in your life, and how were you able to manage it as the founder and CEO of Divine Bamboo?
I think the biggest challenge is financial, definitely. Because the very definition of a startup is that you're doing something in an innovative way that has not been done before. And unfortunately, that means that sometimes you don't even know how your idea is going to make money. So you know that it's going to save the world and save the forest, but how does it make money? So until you figure that out, there's a gap, so it's really challenging. And even when you figure it out, because it's a new product, you don't get customers just like that. So it's a process. And so it's very challenging because the company is running and you have bills and you have people to pay and you have all these things going on. And so, it's quite challenging to run a company for a number of years while you're loss making. But,
Yes, that's a challenge for everyone. And one of the things I want to, while we're still on change management, you obviously meet young people or people who have been through certain things like you have been through already. What are usually your answers to them? You said the challenge was when you started running the company for some time without financials and, splitting everything. I'm sure you went back to your parents quite too many times to ask for a few shillings here and there to help you, and they kept telling you, but this thing of yours, we're not sure about it. And then they start to measure your degree, which you have gotten, vis-a-vis what you are doing that doesn't sort of like, take you to the corporate world where it's almost assured that you're going to get salary at the end of the month. There are many people like that who are stuck and they're watching you right now. What advice would you give them on how they can manage that change that sometimes can make some people become very comfortable and fearful to move?
So one of the best pieces of advice I've ever had was like, when things are tough, especially in business, instead of giving up, just keep doing what you're doing, and by this time next year, be here doing the same thing. So you need to have a laser sharp focus. You need to tune out all the noise and just keep doing what you're doing, because eventually your work will speak for itself. Eventually your customers will find you, your people will find you. But obviously it's not easy, it's easier said than done. So you need to prepare yourself. It's really, really tough. So your tolerance of pain has to be also quite high. But in the end it works out. So I would say persistence. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's all.
But how do you find persistence, hope, trust and character in the midst challenges of bills coming in, change from where you used to be comfortable with salary and to where you now need to, drink a cup of coffee at Endiro Coffee, like where you used to sit, and the pocket is not coming as clearly as possible. How do you manage that change, which is really very tricky at that point? I know you said it's not easy and said and done, but I want you to just dig a little bit deep on your story of when you didn't have the finances, but you had to start. How were you able to keep going, and how did you eventually hit the finance button?
I mean, I guess that's why people write books, because there is so much to say.
Yes, yes.
But I think the biggest thing is the mind.
Yeah.
Your whole life is basically just in the mind.
Yeah.
So if you decide you're going to do something, no matter what happens, but you know this is what you're meant to do, you'll keep going. Yeah. So the mind is very important, having a positive attitude, being around positive people, reading books of successful people, but also associating with successful entrepreneurs who might also not be very successful, but who are going through the same thing as you. Okay. So for example, someone who has been very helpful to me is called Solomon King. Yeah. He's the founder of Fundi Bots. I don't know if you know him.
Yes, yes.
Yes. So because it's the same journey, nothing you're facing is unique to you. Yeah. You're not the first person to hustle. Yes, yes. You're not the first person to struggle with a business. Yes. So go out and talk to other people who are doing what you're doing. Yeah. Get encouragement, because you need that fuel to keep going. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Divine, talking about that, where do you draw your source of inspiration from while managing this change?
From quite a number of sources. I think nature itself for me is my inspiration. So even if planting trees is my work, to relax, I still go to nature. So I go and visit forests, I go to see the lake. So nature is, I think, my biggest source of filling up my cup. Then friends and family, that's also very important. Okay. Because if you're working, in the beginning it's difficult to make the balance. But as you mature as an entrepreneur, you start to understand that you need to have the balance. You need to create time intentionally to spend with your friends and family. And also reading. I like to read a lot because you learn so much from books.
Okay. Let's talk about, finally, bamboo and Uganda. Uganda has a plan 2024 as our vision. I want you to share the vision of Divine Bamboo, the mission behind it, and how does that fit in the vision of Uganda 2040?
So the beauty about bamboo and Divine Bamboo is that our company ticks about 10 of the SDGs, from good health and well-being to economic development, gender equality, life on land. And so we find that we have a very good fit with the government and government programs. In fact, we were part of the key stakeholders who were able to draft a national bamboo strategy for Uganda. So the government is on board. They are interested in bamboo. They want to promote bamboo. And so we look very much forward to working with like the National Forest Authority, Ministry of Water and Energy, the Ministry for Youth and Gender, because we believe that our programs can really help with rural development. We're increasing farmers' incomes through programs like agroforestry and through programs like Mandela's Energy as well, where we work with the farmers and then the waste can be used to produce energy. So our projects and our company can really help to work alongside existing programs to increase people's incomes, to help to reduce deforestation, and to make sure that we preserve our forests.
Okay, let's talk about the Uganda Vision 2040, and I want us to go a little bit deeper into this. Uganda had a vision of 2040, which you've talked about, but what drive and legacy would you want to be part of this 2040 vision of Uganda from that perspective?
So again, I'll take us back to the last week. The news has been dominated completely by COP26 in Glasgow, and especially nature solutions coming to the forefront. So prior to this, I feel like nature solutions were a bit underfunded and underrepresented, but finally nature got to be center stage, and now everybody is waking up, from government to billionaires like Bezos and the Gates. Everybody is now waking up to the importance of nature. So I feel like we are ready. We've been waiting for a long time. So we are ready to work with all partners to help achieve the targets that the world is setting. How can we reduce global warming. How can we contribute to the decarbonization? And so we are well positioned for that. We are working with farmers because we believe that it's going to take everybody. It's not just one company or one person. We're working with farmers, we are working with producers and businesses and schools. And so we are ready because we work with women, we work with youth, and hopefully we can help to influence the energy, the clean energy industry.
Wow. Divine, from the French angle, a couple of years ago you first appeared in France, the Campus France program that you went for. Let's talk about it. Was that your first time in France, and how did you get there?
Yes, that was my first time in France. So I attended a program at Alliance Française, and I was the best in, I think it was Delft d'Or, which is a level of French, of the French language. So then as a reward, I was given a trip to Paris and the south of France to go and learn more about bamboo actors in France, but also just to experience French culture.
Okay. And while in France for that program, or on that exchange program, what did you learn from there? What were the learnings that when you came back to Uganda, you have been applying, you know, from the art and culture perspective to the environment perspective to the people perspective? What did you learn from there that you're implementing here that you can talk about now?
I think probably one of the biggest learnings was the fact that great things take time. So obviously things like the Louvre or the Eiffel Tower and all those amazing gardens that are created there, they don't happen overnight. So you need to dedicate the time and the resources to know that it's going to take a long time if you want to make something that will last forever. And also quality, like you have to really be consistent on quality.
Yeah. And on that note, as we go towards the end of our interview today, I want to take you, recently you appeared in France for the New Africa France Summit 2021. And in Montefiore, as we call it, or Montefiore, I mean, the people who came back from France were trying to pronounce this is Montfilia, Montefiore, Montpellier, Montpellier. So all of this is, but you were there. What was the learning that you picked from there? What is your understanding of the New Africa-France relationship?
Okay. So first of all, it was a great honor to be among the few Ugandans chosen to go and represent Africa in Paris and Montpellier. So for that, I'd like to thank the French Embassy and Ambassador Jules, and of course President Macron. So it was a very exciting time to be there, because I think that the world is shifting and things are changing. And so it's very progressive of President Macron to have this summit where in his speech he said all the presidents were calling him, like, why didn't he invite them? And he said he didn't want to talk to presidents this time. He wanted to listen to young people, the people of Africa. And he had some very tough conversations actually with some youth from Africa. So I feel like it was a chance to be open, a chance to have a new relationship, and to forget, can I say, old mistakes and old wounds, but move forward together. So it was really exciting to be there.
Okay. And Divine, from a Divine Bamboo perspective, what did you learn from there? What kind of collaboration did you pick from there? What sense did you pick from there that you think that you are using right now or you will be using going forward?
So the sense I picked from there was the energy of young Africans, Africans from Kenya, from Chad, from Burundi, from really all over Africa. There's a lot of energy, a lot of good things happening in all industries, from renewable energy to beauty and mobility. There's a lot of intelligence. So Africa as a continent has a lot of potential, and so that was really invigorating. But also within the Ugandan delegation that went there, we were able to really network within the delegation and to form some very good synergies, and I'm happy that some of those are already moving forward.
Okay, and let's talk about the transformation of your business from that perspective. When we were into following what was happening in France, we would see a lot of France talking about, we need to transform Africa, we need to work with Africa, transform Africa, we want to focus on the collaboration. Collaborations means equality, it means fairness, it means forward thinking, it means many things from their perspective. And you guys were in the audience. What transformational approach or information did you pick from there that you are going to apply back home here from your perspective as Divine Nabawesi, as the founder and the CEO of Divine Bamboo?
One of the biggest things that I picked was a willingness to collaborate on both sides.
Yes.
The French companies, the French government is ready to collaborate. The Africans are ready, they have great solutions, they're very intelligent and energetic. So I think now is the perfect time for synergies. And so you could be a local company in Uganda, but with all the technology and opportunities, there is so much potential for collaboration. So you could be a local company, but with global clientele. And so that should be our mindset, that just because you're in Kampala doesn't mean you can't have clients in Paris or London or whatever.
Okay. Yeah. That said, by the way, Divine, our biggest problem has always been one language. We speak one language. And so we can't do business with people who live in Mali because they are francophone, based countries, and we're anglophone this side. So we've not been able to do business together because we're sort of like a language barrier in between us. Don't you think that poses a big challenge into this transformation that we're talking about? What's your thoughts?
Maybe, but with every challenge, there's always an opportunity and a solution. So, as you know, there's opportunities here in Uganda to learn French. You could go to Alliance Française, they have evening classes, so you could slowly start to teach yourself. There are apps that you can use like Duolingo, but you could also maybe have a translator or work through a website that manages the interaction between Anglophones and Francophones. I think there's always a way if where there's a will.
Okay. So would you advise now the East African nations who are mostly Anglophone countries to go and learn French in order for them to interact with some of these opportunities you're saying? Because if you're going to interact with a company that is based in France and is going to provide solutions, you want to have a global clientele, it requires that you know how to communicate to them. Business is about relationships and communication. I communicate to you in a language manner in which we all can build a synergy, and we can collaborate our ideas and be able to move things from point A to point B. But where I find it, I can't communicate with Divine. Even though I know what to say, I might struggle to say it or struggle to express my emotions to Divine. It's different when somebody's translating it. We saw it on the stage that most Ugandans who went and most Africans that went there and couldn't speak French struggled to understand because the translator was giving the translation, but things were being lost in translation, and some people may not have gotten it very well. Luckily for us, Uganda, we had one Peter Nyiko who was there to, in the evening, sit down with the 20 people, whoever was available, to sort of like break things down because he studied in France, he's done all these things. But the point I'm trying to make here, Divine, is very simple. 5 languages in Africa. Shouldn't you start doing this at Divine Nabawesi by sponsoring some of these children that you're doing to learn, so that the villages where you're planting the trees, there's a language that can begin to come out from there? Because should your customers come from France and say, we want to buy bamboo from the northern part of Uganda in Noya, for example, where you've just planted, I'm told, 7,500 trees or thereabout, how will they communicate? Will you use a translator or will you work with them? Are you having any program, in other words, in line of transformation to take the language learning and the cross-cultural learning for peace building and for agricultural, economic benefits that I can talk to you, you can talk to me, we can transact business based on that, that we understand the language. Are you doing that, or you have any plan in that line of transformation?
It's interesting because the conversation today is always about young people and youth,
yes,
and how the future belongs to them.
Yes.
So, but therein is also an opportunity, because when you're young, you have a lot of time, you still have time,
Yeah.
and your brain is still very fresh.
Yes, yes.
So then I would encourage them,
Yeah.
the young people, to start learning different languages,
Yeah.
and also parents, I guess.
Yeah.
Because at that age, children can be encouraged to learn different languages, because that will open multiple opportunities for them. Unfortunately, we're not able to be sponsors right now, but they could talk to the French embassy, or maybe the Ministry of Education, and I'm sure there are programs out there that can support them to become bilingual or trilingual or even more.
Okay, on that note, how many languages do you speak, by the way?
I speak 3 languages.
3 languages?
Yes.
Which one?
Luganda, English, and French.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Well, I guess you're already in the process of making more money ahead of some of us who speak only 1 language or 2 languages and not very good.
And I'm learning German.
Wow. Divine, we've come to the end of the show. We want to just close up this program, the CEO Bench, today by just telling us a little bit more about how do you measure impact of the work that you've been doing. In the last 5 years you've been working. How are you able to measure the impact, and what legacy would you want to leave behind? The day you said, I'm done, what would be the legacy of Divine Nabawisi?
Okay. So, I mean, you do your best. You do your best and hope that you're going to have impact in your work. So our impact is measured in avoided deforestation, meaning that for every one seedling we plant, we are saving, for example, an acre of bamboo could potentially save 2 acres of hardwood trees every year. Then a ton of briquettes of bamboo is potentially saving X number of charcoal from being produced. So in terms of avoided deforestation, in terms of avoided emissions, but also in terms of opportunities that we give to women, we hope that our impact will be that women have more time for productive work instead of having to walk kilometers to collect firewood, for example, or the dangers they face while they're going to collect firewood. We hope that that would be the impact. Improved health, instead of cooking from the 3-stone fire that traditionally we in Africa are used to cooking on, that now they can have improved means of cooking. That would be an impact. The youth we are training, the opportunities, the income generation opportunities that we are creating, and also inspiring other young people and other women that you can come up with an idea that you believe in, and if you give it your all and give it time, eventually you will make a difference.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Divine, for coming to the program today. We want to say thank you for accepting our invitation to come and sharing with the ideas. We're definitely going to bring you back to the program, and looking forward to seeing the impact of bamboo in our society in the next couple of years to come. And what would be your one last parting shot to that one human being anywhere in the world, stuck in their job, don't know how to move from one point to the next, and want to move? And what would be that one word you want to leave them with, or 3 things that you want to leave them with, that when they do, they will begin to see different things or experience a different lifestyle going forward in their life? If you look into this camera.
Okay, I think 2 things. One is it gets better. It always gets better, so never give up. Like Winston Churchill said, never, 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 ever give up. And then the second one, which really helps a lot, which really helps me a lot, is remembering that there's enough for us all. So when other people succeed, be happy for them. And so don't fight for resources, don't be greedy, because in the end, there's enough for us all.
Wow. Thank you very much, Divine, and thank you very much, everybody, for coming to the program today. We're gonna, sort of like spread love like we always do. We're taught by Pastor Joshua Martin Mugabe Watoto says, whenever you do this, you have to spread love. No, you have to spread love. Yes, you have to spread love to everyone that is going. But thank you very much for coming, Divine. We've come to the end of the CEO bench today. We want to say thank you very much, everybody. Divine will be coming back on the show on the Creative Industry Talk to talk about the creativity of how they're using bamboo to create more jobs and how that is being used in creating furniture, building houses, using it. She talked about that can be used for bed sheets and beds and stuff like that. We want to know how that process works. She talks about it being used in the value chain of, you grow bamboo, you use it for cooking, you use it for building the house, you use it for putting the shades, but then also you use it for cooking. How is that bamboo being turned around to briquette and to clean fuel to cook food? We want to understand that on the Creative Industry Talk. Until then, we say thank you very much for being part of the show. Eddie Okila, Divine Nabawesi, signing out.
Learned a lot from the YouTube on how to make cakes. I don't need to come to an expensive school in Kampala. You can use it technology for it. Just get people exposed towards something and they see the good thing about it and they take off. So we can see that with technology, with ICT, women can transform their lives right from the home. You walk to an ICT center that is near you. Yeah. Students, even at home, can walk to the center. If you have a wireless system, hotspots available, like in the market in Gulu, we established the hotspots, and the women during the COVID, you can use it to sell, find market prices. Farmers are using it to find prices of, of their products. Network, the possibilities. You open people to the world and take them away from their small world. Yeah. Open them up. People are doing businesses, electronically.
Wow.
So that's the beauty of Bosco Uganda. I see so much that can be done. I can
see what you're talking about. I can see through it. And I want you to share your questions if you are for Jennifer. But Jennifer, our time.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
I'm a believer of functionality over form.
Oh, yes.
What will make you function as opposed to what form must you possess? Like you've done all the theories, you've done all these, but I'm a believer of functionality. Yeah. Now, people will tell you, for academics is not about only just functionality. Yeah. So we must give you basis, approach, all the things that you need to know. Yeah. Granted, but still take 4 years.
Certainly not.
Thank you. So how do we, because you see, time is no longer luxury.
Yeah. And COVID has showed us that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we need to really search deeply and ask ourselves, what do we want?
What do we want to achieve with this?
And then how do we run the transformation? How do we change? And how do we manage change? I think for me, like I said, until it is painful, you can't.
I think the challenge with some of the art forms they're quite expensive and exhausting. When you talk about like video mapping, I mean, if you're a video mapping artist in Uganda, where would you get a job? Who's gonna give you a gig? You know, so you are in it for a big.
That's why I was saying the new Africa France is open.
So
for this
I think,
year.
and also if you're a video artist here, you really. I mean, it will be really hard for you to get a gig in France or Europe because they are at a whole different level when it comes to mind, when it comes to skills, when it comes to software, because all these things work with software. Every time there's a new software, there's a new, it's like being on these apps that people use all the time. Everything, all the time there's something new. And how do you keep up with that? So some art forms would be really difficult for some of the Ugandan artists. And it doesn't mean that it's easy for the European or the Americans. It's also difficult for them, but what happens with them is that first of all, they have the knowledge, they have schools where they go to learn this, and it's recognized. It means that when they come out of those schools, they are respected because they learn that form of art. And then when they go out in the market and they don't have gigs, there is a system that helps them to survive. They are given some, capital or money to survive on, even if they don't have a gig. When they get a gig, they can declare that they got a gig, and then they don't have to claim money from the state. So
gig being business in
So if there is that, if there was a system like that, and imagine Eddie or young people who are, and every year there's also these opportunities, like every year there's a lights festival, there is a video mapping festival, there's a, all these street theater festivals. So it means that someone is working, even though they know they are not going to get paid all the time, but they know at the end of the year there is something they look up to. And that gives them the motivation to create that kind of content. But if there is no opportunity, there is no platform for them to show their work, then it becomes difficult for them to be motivated.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, finding the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
To talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? Change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at CEEL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.ceeluganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jean-Paul Olowo, on Instagram, Jean-Paul Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila and it's a Friday. Welcome to the CEO Bench. Of course, this week we bring you a very interesting guest, the third female on the show, and we will be talking leadership, change management and transformation. And of course, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to of course lead and design our organization to read the turbulence of time that comes with leadership challenges and change management is key in us making proper decisions that will take our organization forward, but also to allow us, manage impact of what we're trying to do. So today on the show, this program brings you Francis Birungi Odong, who is an executive director of Ukobak. I'm yet to understand how to pronounce the entire word from her, but Francis, welcome to the show.
Thank you, thank you.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine, I'm very well, thank you.
And welcome to the CEO Bench.
Thank you, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. So, in a nutshell, who is Francis?
So, who is Francis? So, Francis is Francis Birungi Odong, as you said. I am, what should I say? I work in Ukobak, like you said. Ukobak in full, it's a mouthful indeed. It's Uganda Community-Based Association for Women and Children's Welfare. I am married to one man. We have 4 children. I was born in Kenya, but I'm Ugandan. My parents were exiled in Kenya for a period of time. So we are a family of 7. And 6 of us were born in Kenya, and then we moved back to Uganda. So I have been partly raised in Kenya and partly raised in Uganda. So basically, that's who I am. I don't know if that's sufficient.
Yes. It's always difficult for people to say who they are and what they stand for.
Yes.
So Francis, welcome to the CEO Bench. We want to know more about you as an individual. How did you end up where you are in what you're doing today? Since you said you were born in Kenya because your parents were exiled in Kenya, why did you choose not to stay in Kenya than to return to Uganda and to end up to what you're doing today?
Yeah. Really, that was not my choice. That was my parents' choice. I'm sure them living in Kenya was not by choice. It was because of the circumstances at that time. And so when everything settled down, they chose to return to Uganda, and we were taken to schools in Uganda. Unfortunately, when I came into Uganda, when we came back as a family, I only spoke Swahili. I couldn't speak anything else. So getting into school, it was very difficult because, of course, in Uganda, we don't speak Swahili. It was very difficult to speak, to speak English, to speak the local languages in Uganda. So I had to go backwards. So many times in the classes, as I was progressing, I was usually the older one in the class because I had to go back, yes, a number of steps. But it was okay. Somehow I was fitting in. Did my primary school here in a school called Nsube. Then from there, I went to Tororo Girls School for secondary. Finished my secondary, went to Green Hill, did my HSC, then went to university, where I did a first degree. And while doing actually when I was in my senior 6 vacation, I asked my mom that I wanted to do some voluntary work. I wanted to, to do something other than sitting at home. So she was, at that time, she was working with a non-government organization as well called Forward. And I was taken in as an intern. So I worked there. It really kind of gave me the first experience of working in a civil society organization. They were focusing on work, supporting women to participate in leadership positions and so forth. So it was very intriguing at that age, but it was not yet my time to really, work. I wasn't very sure, but I was trying to figure out what it is that I wanted to do. And for me, it was very empowering seeing what was happening in this organization. And when I went to university, I did social sciences, majoring in sociology. So I think my choice for the university for the course that I took was because of what I saw that was happening in this organization. So I did my sociology course, finished 3 years, and after school I told, again, I had a conversation with my parents and told them, you know what, I feel like I want to do the work that I did when I was doing my voluntary work. So do you think you can help to talk to your peers, because they were doing that? My father was in politics, but my mother was doing civil society work. And at that point, I was taken in Yukobak. Yes. As an intern. Yes, so it was immediately after university that I joined Yukobak as an intern. And I started, doing simple work. I was really doing support work in the organization. But I was very eager to learn about what they were doing. It was very interesting, but also the kind of work that they were doing, working with women and children. I thought that was something that was very powerful. I moved to the field with the staff that were in Yukobak at that time, and did, I would do the support work of giving out paper or serving tea or serving, anything that I could be, asked to do. But in the process, I always sat in the classes for the women and the children, and I would look at how the staff were impacting on these lives. It was very interesting to see how people's lives were transforming, from nothing to something. So really, it built, it built my interest. But also I felt that I wanted to know more about how I can contribute in a more meaningful way in this sector. Wow. Yes, so I worked there as an intern for some time, and I didn't feel like I wanted to do anything else. To me, because I had arrived, if I should say.
So basically your mind was corrupted, and this is where I'm going to be.
Yes, I had arrived at that point, because really for me what was very important to me was transformation, was seeing lives of people changing from nothing to something. And the fact that in this environment was showing me that it is possible to contribute in one way or another to change an individual's life. So it exposed me. I came from a background, my parents, I wouldn't say it was a very poor family, so I had not got that exposure. So working in this environment really showed me the reality of the world. I came to see that actually majority of Ugandans were living in poverty. were vulnerable and needed support. So for me, it was fulfilling to work in this organization, and that is how I started my career in Yukovac.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, if you're joining the CEO bench, that right there is getting you into what we call knowing somebody personally, and of course getting into their life. That is Frances is the executive director of Yukovac, and she's on the CEO bench. If you're joining us from anywhere in the world, we're live on Twitter, we're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, and houseoftalent/Facebook. Please tell your neighbor and tap your cousins, and this story is going to be a very interesting one. As well as on Twitter, wherever you are, tweet, show, share, retweet, and make sure everybody gets to know what is happening. Frances, I want to just take you straight to this. And in today's changing world, it's rapidly changing world, learning to lead and design our organization to read the turbulence of time creatively is critical to our ability to make positive impact. And this television program is about those that are at the top of doing that, or those that are rising up to the top of doing that, and the focus is on transformational change and the implications for the individuals who are in that space as leaders, or in their organizations, or in the culture of the organization, or in our society, depending on what structure that we're in. Your story that you have given in the intro of this interview is very important, but we want to know something more specifically lining to your organization, which is civil society today. Give us a sneak peek of the life of a woman in that space.
Oh, that's a very good question. The life of a woman in this space is just the same as the life of a woman in any other space. It's not an easy space, especially when it comes to leadership, and when it comes to influencing decisions and also influencing processes in any other institution. So it is not an easy space for a woman. It is a space where a woman has to do something extra or do something more to be able to prove that they are able to do what they should be doing. So I would say that it's the same. It's very competitive. Many times we see that in many civil society organizations, still we find them to be male-headed, and we're having many women, many girls taking up leadership roles in civil society organizations, but it's not an easy task. It's where we have to really prove ourselves that we can lead these organizations to greater heights. And there's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done, and many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights. And women, there will be a problem. They will have to go to maternity leave. They have issues. They are too emotional. They have not done the courses that are good enough for leaders. They don't have time to to go for extra learning, or to go for work outside Kampala because they have to tend to their children. So there is too much that society has tied around a woman. And it's true, we have these traditional roles that we have to do, but does not in any way mean that women cannot lead in these spaces. So it is really changing with time. As more women get into leadership positions, it's changing, and there is more appreciation that is coming towards women, because women have demonstrated, many women leaders in civil society organizations, like in any other institutions, have demonstrated that they are able to excel, to move these organizations to greater heights. So I think it's changing with time, but it's still very difficult for women to take on leadership positions.
Wow.
Yeah.
Francis, I like the journey, and I would want to ask you one more question just before we go into a break.
Yeah.
The leadership journey and the little information about the organization you currently lead. You said you ended up there.
Yes.
Starting into the process of
internship,
and then luckily your mother ended up taking you there, and now you are in that space.
Yeah.
We want to know more about this organization. What are the issues that you are working on as you go back at the moment, having started there as a child?
Okay.
I will call you as a child because
yes,
you are young.
I was a child. I was a child. At that time, I was probably barely 20, maybe 19.
Yes.
A grown-up child, I should say. So the reason why I say my mother took me there, my mother was one of the founder members of this organization.
Yeah.
And she had been in politics before, and then later changed course and decided that she wanted to do something for women and children because that's her passion. So she started this organization. And I admired her for a long time. When I was little, when I was young, my mother used to do a lot of work around mobilizing women to participate in governance processes. And we tagged along as children at home when she went for trainings in communities. And I admired the way she spoke to people, the way she impacted lives. So when she started this civil society organization, this NGO, I asked her, can I come and work with you? Can I support you in this process? And she took me in, but didn't take me in. She was very strict because she gave me a lecture at the beginning and said, okay, I'm taking you in, but you're not any special. You're going to come in as an intern. You're going to make tea for the staff. You're going to to type. In those days, they would type. They would handwrite, and then they give you to type so that you can learn. And you're going to it will depend on you on whether you will get a job or not, because I don't hire. I have a board that hires and fires. Yeah. So I said, okay, I'll take it on. And many times people think that because this was an organization that was started by mother, that it was easy for me. Yeah. It was actually more difficult for me because I had to prove myself beyond. I had to prove to her. I also had to prove to the board that I can be, I can work here. I am not taking advantage of this. I can do my best. I can contribute to this process. So so I got into this organization, and one thing that I did is that I worked hard. I worked hard at that time with the roles that I was given. I did them to the best that I could do. If it was typing something or going to support staff in the field, I did my best. I did not at any one time feel like, oh, I am someone's daughter, I am special. My mother is she's the founder member here. Yes. No, I did not have that at all. I worked hard, I proved myself. And when there was an opening for program officer, I put in my application. And I competed with many other people, and I was taken on as a program officer in the organization. And still as a program officer, I worked hard. I delivered. Excellence is always something that I strive for. Yeah. So I worked hard, I delivered, I proved myself. I moved the organization to the level where I felt it should be at that level as a program officer. Yeah. And I have moved in this organization from one level to another. I started off as an intern. I became a project officer. I became a program officer, and now I am the CEO. So it has been growth within the organization that has not been handed to me, but I have worked hard for it. Yeah. I have had to prove myself, and and I think really what I can say around that is that many times when girls or people are given opportunities in the organization, we take things for granted. and don't put in a lot of effort to make sure that we prove ourselves and grow our careers within that organization, or you know, move the organization from one level to another. And for me, that's what I did differently, and that is how I've been able to reach where I am.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was not like come here, hand it over a silver plate, and receive it, go with it.
No, it's been really hard work. Yokoback is actually governed by a board. So even if we had we had other CEOs, they saw the work that I was doing in this organization. I was a young girl, but I was working hard. I was striving to learn, went back to school, did my master's degree. I got a master's degree in human rights, came back and tried as much as possible to apply what I had learned. And I think that demonstration of hard work and dedication has really been something that has moved me from one level to another, to a level where I am now a leader in this organization, where I started as an intern.
Wow.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, Francis, why did you choose your mother's path, not your father's path, of being a politician? Why?
Well,
why not the politician in your father?
Yes, I know. I've had that question a number of times, and actually some people have always thought that probably I should have taken the political side. But for me, the passion that I have to, like I said in the beginning, the passion that I have to serve communities, underprivileged communities, marginalized sections of the community, for me that is closer to my heart. And I think politics is not a bad thing to do. My father did it well. Many politicians are doing it well, but it's not yet my time. Probably, I should say that. But what I'm doing right now is very satisfying. I am supporting women and girls because, as you know, our society looks down upon women and girls because it's a patriarchal society. So for me, I use my experience to inspire girls, to inspire women to be better, to improve in their homes, to improve in their places of work, and to contribute meaningfully to the development of our country. And I feel for me that is also politics in itself. If we can support women to be able to participate in leadership positions in politics, that is politics itself.
Wow, you've heard it from Francis right there. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, the CEO bench will continue the discussion with Francis, and of course we'll be asking Francis more on the leadership, change management and transformation, which is what this show really stands for. Stay right there. We'll be right back after the break.
For me, leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny. And for me, it would be towards God's agenda. That's the best, moving people to God's agenda. God has an agenda for everybody. And I know some people will say, oh, it's too much of God. But God has a plan for this world. And so whether you're in business, you're a medical personnel, if somebody came to you, a good medical leader says, I want you not only to be healed, but to be healthy. That's the kind of mindset that I see. And it's about self. So if you ask me, am I a leader? By the grace of God, I am a leader, and I am growing as a leader. And I thank God for that privilege of being a leader. And who is a leader to me? It's very simple. Someone that has a vision, but it is also someone that is there serving people. For me, that's a leader. Vision is where you want to take things. Serving is the recognition that if the things do not matter to people, drop them.
Wow.
Drop them. Because at the end of the day, whatever we do must make a difference in people's lives. Anybody who has had huge impact in history, in leadership, the impact is not measured by just the things they did, but what those things did for people's lives. did they make a difference? So it's useless for you to make so much money and the money does not add value to people's lives.
Wow.
So for me, yes, you have to have a vision, and at the end of the day, you are serving people. Again, it doesn't change. Leadership is leadership, whether it is at what we would call a lower level or a top level. Leadership is leadership. It's about influence. It's that influence that comes from you have a vision and you are serving people. So what changes is the level of responsibility, but the other one that people don't like is the level of accountability. You see, Jesus said, to whom much is given, much will be required. So the only differences there is the level of responsibility. When you're at the national level, you are now responsible for an entire nation. When you are a CEO, now you're no longer just looking at the department, you are looking at the entire entity. The responsibility has changed, the accountability even goes higher. Hi, this is Julius Watlonyo, pastor at Watero Church. Thank you so much for tuning into House of Talent Television. It's a great, innovative way of doing TV, and particularly for being a part of the CEO bench, talking about leadership. You know what, friends? Leadership can be tough. Leadership can be lonely, and the dynamics of leadership keep changing. I want to encourage you, watch the CEO bench so that you can get to hear real practical tips on leadership from people who are actually practicing leadership. Once again, thank you for being a part of the CEO bench right here on House of Talent Television.
Back from that break. My name is Eddie Okila, and of course this is the CEO bench. Francis Birungi Odong is the executive director of Ukubak. I will not attempt to pronounce it or to mention it fully before I get completely lost and then I get sued for messing up with the name. But Francis, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
And to all of you out there, please share this far and wide. Make sure that this story coming from a woman, if you're a woman, share it. We got the third female on the show this week, and she's giving us the story of how she's made it to the top of being the executive director of Ukubak. Francis, we went to a break when you were telling us the leadership development. Let me start by asking you a question on this second one of the show. What is your understanding of leadership?
Okay, my understanding of leadership is really a gift from God to guide others and to support others to be able to do what they do even better. For me, that is leadership for me. To use a gift that you have to be able to support others, to guide others, and to direct others in a way that can make them perform better or even contribute better. Yeah, for me, that's leadership for me.
Okay, so what is self-leadership to you?
Self-leadership is, to me, leadership where myself, as a leader, for example, I am able to guide myself, I could use the same words, to guide myself, to direct myself in a way that I can be exemplary to the others. In a way that I can be an example for others, or in a way that I can develop as a person in a way that others can be able to benefit from my growth. So that is self-leadership for me, having that focus on yourself to grow yourself into someone that can be an example to others, someone that can direct others, someone that can, you know, support others, or someone that can be able to guide, you know, others to a particular direction, you know, in order to achieve something that is for a common good.
Okay.
So for me, that is self-leadership.
Wow. That said, Francis, about 30 years ago, Hukubak was started.
13
years?
30.
30 years.
Yes, yes.
I have been reading about Hukubak, and about 30 years ago, it is said that Hukubak started.
Yeah.
But, of course, we would argue that this could be the oldest NGO or organization in the country,
yes,
in that regard, in
yes,
its category.
Yes.
And we want to know, fairly a young person leading it now called Francis Birungi Odong as an executive director. How does it feel steering this kind of an organization with that kind of weight?
Yes, it actually feels great. It feels great, and also it's a challenge at the same time, because I feel that as a leader of an organization that is one of the oldest organizations in the country, I have a burden on me to ensure that this organization does not collapse in my hands, because that will be bad for our generation as leaders.
Yes.
So I feel that it is something that is very exciting. It is empowering. It is something that is really empowering for me, especially as a woman, to be in the steering wheel for this organization. But at the same time, I feel that I have something to prove. I have something to prove in the way that I have to show that this young generation can lead. It can lead differently, and it can, you know, move this organization to greater heights. Okay. So that is how it feels for me being in this position. Yeah. But I know for sure that as a young leader of this organization, I am supposed to look at the good things that have happened by the older generation, that have been able to move this organization to where it is.
And build on it.
And build on that. Yeah. Yes, because if I don't look at the history of the organization and how the founder members and the other leaders that have been in the organization have been able to bring it to this level for 30 years. You know, Eddie, that civil society organizations are very fluid. Many times they fail to go beyond even 5 years. Yeah. So there is something about them that they had that I feel I need to tap into, so as to be able to move this organization forward, so that I can also hand it over to the younger people to move it over. Okay. So I feel that I need to do more. I need to do my research to find out what it is that they have done, but also what can I do with the environment that I'm in now, in my time. What is it that I can do for this organization to make sure that it is stronger than it was before, but it is also a healthy organization to be handed over to the next generation. Wow. Yes.
So feeling, Francis, is a thought. Feeling is something that goes in the brain of a human being that is processed. But there's what we call responding to a specific stimuli, which is action, signal sent. Yeah. Do you think you are doing it right now?
Yeah, good question. I think I am doing that. I am doing that because I've got a good note from the, you know, the founders of the organization, but also people that have been leading before. And I feel that I'm doing well in terms of action, in the sense that Hukubak has really grown from who it was to who it is now. Just to take you back, as an organization, we started with one program area, which was basically working with orphans and vulnerable children and supporting them in different ways. But from, you know, probably 1 or 2 years back, the organization has taken on other program areas. We're now operating with 4 program areas: in sexual and reproductive health and gender-based violence, issues to do with climate change, and women's land and property rights. So for me, the fact that we are able to do more than what the organization, you know, originally thought it could do is amazing.
but also it shows that we are able to respond to the needs of the time. And I feel that a leader, a good leader, is one that is able to transform the organization to be responsive to the needs of the current times. And that is what I and my team are doing to ensure that we are responding, we are relevant to the current situation. By that time, by the time UCOBAC was formed, it was orphans and vulnerable children. Today it is beyond that. It's climate change issues, it's women's land rights issues, it's issues to do with sexual and reproductive health issues, gender-based violence. So how do you make sure that the organization is able to be responsive to the current needs, but also to be relevant in the current times? And I think a leader, if I was a leader that came in at this time and I still had one program area of orphans and vulnerable children, that's where everyone would have question marks and say, okay, something is not right. So I think that is action in itself, that the organization is having more action areas. I am able to create this change in the organization without really disrupting the mandate of the organization, but also supporting my team to be able to, to appreciate that this is the direction that we need to move into right now, and also for them to be able to contribute, to support them, my team, to be able to contribute in these different areas by building their capacity, by giving them spaces to be able to learn and grow, so that they can then be able to contribute in these different areas. So for me, I think action is there.
All right. So if you are a viewer out there and of course looking into the CEO bench, when I say looking into, it means you are hearing what Francis is saying and what Eddie is saying and thinking. That's what we call looking into it. But watching on television is what you are doing right now. So we want you to watch and also think. And Francis, this program combines intellectual rigor with personal challenge, collaborations with creative expression. Right now, we want to know from you. UCOBAC recently changed its leadership from the board level.
Yes.
And also, just like any other organization or any other sector, human resource turnaround or turnover in NGO world is a common currency, as my friend Yuanto Chom keeps saying. And how are you managing the change in this organization? We're now on the change management process of the CEO bench.
Okay. So change is good. I should start from that point. Change is good, but at the same time, change is very hard. And many times we find that there's a lot of resistance to change. But I think the best way to manage change is to accept that it's a good thing. It is hard, it is difficult, it is challenging, but it is a good thing. And as a leader, once you have that change in mindset, that change is good and you're open to change, then it helps. So as an organization and as a leader in this organization, I try to make sure that I am open to change. And this is change in different ways. Change in leadership, change in staffing, change in processes, because change is good, but also change is an indication of growth for the organization. So how we manage change is that first and foremost, we try as much as possible to prepare the organization for change. So you have mentioned that we have had a new board that has come in. This is not something that happened out of the blue. There has been preparation for this change. The board members themselves have been prepared. We're prepared that this is going to happen, and they were supported to understand why it is important for this to happen. And these are board members that had been board members for 10 years. And of course, the way they do things is very different from the way things are being done today. And of course, there was some kind of resistance, some kind of not understanding
because
really
in
why
Uganda, change in Africa, change is a problem. Change is not good for us. We don't know how to embrace it yet.
It is, but we appreciate that it's very difficult to accept change, but it is a good thing. And the board members, the older board members, were supported to understand why it is important to have this change. And they have handed over very happily to a new board. And the new board also has come in, but we have prepared them through the orientation process to be open to change, because as an organization we keep on changing.
So you're preparing them before their time?
Before their time. They are now
so this is now the new generation kind of thinking that You step in there with a plan,
yes,
knowing that tomorrow you will be asked to
exactly, exactly. So we do
yes,
prepare
yeah,
our leaders, our
yeah,
governance for change, and not only in terms of the leaders themselves changing, but also the the systems, the programs that we are doing, the staffing. There is a lot of change that happens because of the changes that are happening in our environment. It's not a static environment. So that is how change is happening. The organization is open to change. As a leader, I am open to change. A number of times I get staff that have to move on. And for me, I come from a background where I appreciate the fact that that is good change. For me, it shows me if one of my staff comes to me and says, I am moving on to another organization, it's a better opportunity. For me, I celebrate that because I feel like I have contributed something to the growth of this staff, and this staff is building a career, is moving on, and is creating space for newer generation or younger people to come in. So I usually celebrate that. I support them to transit and then bring in new people to the organization, support them to to be able to also make their own contribution in that space. So there's change that happens in the organization in terms of staff, in terms of programs, but as a leader, we try as much as possible to be open to it, to be able to support the systems, but also the personnel to be open to it, but also to appreciate it, despite the fact that it is hard. So that is our approach that we take.
Okay. And to our viewers, this is change management process in the CEO bench. And of course, when we say the CEO bench has that, we put leaders, CEOs on the CEO bench to task to explain some of the things. And the CEO bench brings out people who are in position of leadership and are actually practicing leadership by doing what they are supposed to do. And today on the show we have Francis or Frances, depending on where you come from. Of course, the executive director of Houseoftalenttvuganda, who is telling us more about how she's actually managing change. Now, viewers engage with integrative mind maps of organizational and leadership development on this program. And that is the focus for us here, as well as instantly applicable practices for becoming more effective as a leader, but as well as becoming dynamic as an individual, as well as collective. Francis, on that note, the NGO sector in Uganda is well known for many things, good and bad. In some circles, we believe that they do good things, but quite a number of times we try to measure the impact of what they are doing and we don't see. How is it that, or rather, how are you doing it at Houseoftalenttvuganda? 30 years down the road, can you measure your impact? Can we see it? And we're looking at measuring impact by measurable metrics. We're talking about, looking at the quantifiable, justifiable, measurable metrics of an organization. And so we want to put you on task as a CEO who has come in, or as an executive director who is there. How are you managing this? Can we see, can you take us through some of this that we can see today? Of course, reading from out there, I see that Houseoftalenttvuganda is known. You can't even mention the full names and it's known by that full name. It's known by the short name of it. So how are you doing it?
Okay, thank you. That's a very good question. And I think monitoring change and impact is very critical for any organization, because many times we do a lot as civil society organizations, but if we don't track what we are doing, we end up doing nothing. And that's why you say that sometimes organizations are either doing something good or sometimes doing something bad. In many cases, they are doing good, but are not able to demonstrate, or they're not able to track that, they are doing good in these areas. And I think that's a gap that many civil society organizations have. I think the issue of monitoring impact and being able to demonstrate impact really comes from the organization being very clear from the onset on what its objectives are. that is the starting point. You need to be clear about what it is that you want to see as change. And what is change to you as an organization? What is it that you would celebrate as change, for example? So I think once you're very clear on that, you have a very clear vision, you have a very clear mission, very clear and smart objectives for the organization, it becomes easier for you to be able to monitor change. And that is one thing that I don't know if many organizations are doing, but the ones that I've interacted with are investing a lot to making sure that they have smart objectives. Beyond smart objectives, an organization... Yes, I know. Yes. Beyond that, I think as an organization, we need to have systems.
Yeah.
Systems are very important. If you don't have systems and you're doing everything the way you want, then you will not be able to know if you're making a contribution or not in society. So systems are very important in the organization, but one of the major systems in terms of measuring impact is this, the issue of monitoring and evaluation systems. So there has to be a policy for the organization that responds or that shows that this organization is able to meet its objectives, but is also able to meet the objectives of the country and the world at large. So you have to see that, that link, because we don't work in isolation as civil society organization. We complement efforts of government. So we have to make sure that our objectives that we do are in line or contribute or complement on what the national development plans are, for example. But also we need to look at the sustainable development goals. What are the goals that we would look at to say that there is development in the world, So it's very clear to have a policy in place, a monitoring and evaluation policy that will show you that your interventions or your programs are first and foremost responding to your organizational objectives, but are also responding to the national priorities and are also contributing to the sustainable development goals. So a policy is very clear. It will show you what systems, what you need to have in place. For example, you need to have monitoring tools for each program. You need to have personnel in the monitoring and evaluation to be able to collect data that you can then analyze and see whether you're contributing to this. You have to have a framework that really shows the different programs that you're doing, the interventions that are under each program area, and how you're going to collect data that will inform you that you're making change or not. So that is a very valid question, very good, and I think as leaders, it is something that we need to really focus on, so that then we don't waste resources. The resources are directed towards our goals and vision.
Francis, what are your take on these issues, and how are you as an ED basically dealing with some of these issues in your organization? The issues that I'm talking about are issues of transformation and change, learning the organization and how they do things, and of course the level of leadership development in that organization. I know you've mentioned some of them. We're talking about the practical practices for transformational leadership change. You've talked about many changes. You've mentioned the issue of accountability. We have seen leaders being arrested in some of these organizations because they're not doing it well. We've followed your story very well, and on the CEO bench, somebody has to nominate you, and we often have to have 3 nominations for you to come on the bench. You surpassed the 3 nominations, and you are on the bench today. What is that one thing that when you look back you think was worth somebody nominating you to come here?
Okay, I think
given the levels I'm talking about, transformational, transformation and change, leadership and organization, levels of leadership development, practices for transformational leadership.
I would say that my nomination to be here could be mainly because of my style of leadership. And I think my style of leadership is unique in the sense that I don't believe that leadership means being feared or being I know all, I do all, but it is empowering others to be able to walk a journey with you. And that is how I lead. My team, I currently have a team of over 35 staff in the organization. And I try as much as possible to make them comfortable in this organization. You know, the fact is that many of the people that we work with spend most of the time of their day in these organizations doing the best that they can do. So we need to show them as leaders that we value the time, we value their contribution, and therefore support them to grow in this process. So what I think is very unique in my style of leadership is that I try as much as possible to make it a family kind of organization where I am not, as leaders, as a team of leaders, we are not mechanic, but we are human beings. We try to listen to what our members are going through, support them through their journeys, but also I have this feeling that everyone can contribute something. So I am a kind of leader who actually does not believe in interviews. Unfortunately, I don't believe in interviews. I have this feeling that everyone is able to do something if they are supported, and if they are given a platform to grow, and if they are given the resources, the ability, if they are treated in the right way, they are able to contribute something, So I try as much as possible. Many times in our organization, we bring young girls straight from university who have not even had any, training before. We don't normally do interviews. Those are really rare cases. So we bring these volunteers in, and we support them to grow into the organization. We tap into their abilities, but also build, support them through trainings, through exposing and providing platforms for them to go and make presentations, for them to go to and interact, so that they can then be able to grow and make their contribution the best way that they can. So I feel that transformation comes like that, by providing space for growth, not only for you as a leader, but also for the people that are in your team. Because if Francis as a leader, I am doing everything. I am the one writing proposals, I'm the one meeting donors, I am the one coming to speak to Eddie, I will break down. But I need to build a team that is able to do that, so that when I'm doing something else, there is someone else that is doing something else, and they are growing in the process, and therefore I am able to also take care of myself as a leader. So if I don't do that, then I get overwhelmed with a lot of work, with a lot of stress and so forth. So for me, I think that is a very powerful way of leading, but also a powerful way of transforming the organization by creating new ideas, creating new blood into space for new blood to come in, and supporting them to grow in different ways. Like myself, I started as an intern, I told you. I have grown to be a CEO. When I see these young girls come into the organization, I tell them my story. And I tell them, you're now an intern, you're doing the typing, you're running around providing paper and pen to the participants, but if you work hard, you will be in my place. And I see them really working hard, putting the best that they can be, consulting, seeking knowledge. I always encourage them to go back to school, provide the opportunity for them to do that. And in such a way, I see growth, and I celebrate this growth in the organization with the people that come in. Of course, when they come, they go, and then the new ones come. And I allow that to happen, because for me, that is growth for the organization.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Francis, if I walk right now to the community, I will be able to find and feel the impact of your work. That's what you're saying?
Yes, most definitely.
So the CEO bench is going to take a break, and when we come back, we will put Francis onto the last part of the show to task to explain how transformation is happening in society, where Ukobak is actually doing some work as a CEO. For her, it's very special because she's an executive director on the CEO bench, mainly to talk about herself as a person, but also what the organization is doing and the change that we are having coming through to the society as a result of some of the programs that she's talking about. Stay right there. The CEO bench is going for a break. Make yourself a cup of coffee while we also take a coffee break. But most importantly, share this interview far and wide. You never know who you're actually going to be changing their lives.
private sector is not yet fully utilized, because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
very interesting,
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011, and before then I was
for so much. CEO of whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okello. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually streaming from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeitodeke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares. It's the CEO bench on a Friday morning or Friday afternoon right here in Kampala. Straight from Kampala to the rest of the world is when we bring you the CEOs on the CEO bench. Today, we have an executive director of a women and children organization in Uganda, 30 years in operation and still counting. Frances Birungi Odong. We are yet to know who is Odong, who is Birungi in that mix, where does she come from? And we're going to welcome back to the show, first of all. A toast to the coffee break, and we have to toast to the CEO bench right there. And Frances, before we went for break, we're having a very interesting conversation. You've talked about many things, and I want to bring some people on the show. If you're following online, we would like to say thank you very much for being a part of the CEO bench. And I have a couple of questions for you. And so please share your kisses and disses here. If we're doing well, give us the kiss. If we're doing bad, diss us, we're okay. We like to receive feedback. And now is the time for you to send as many questions as possible to Frances to be able to answer them. And I want to start with somebody here called Queenie Jill. Said, go auntie, super proud and inspired. So this must be one of your people. Yes, and then of course I have Kutui Stella Rose saying that the organization's ability to sustain itself beyond the donor funding is also okay. Wow, and key. Yeah. And she goes on to say also the ability of a leader to mentor and continually build the capacity of itself, of its staff, to be an all-round person capable of responding to emerging new trends at work, but also outside work is key. So basically these are some of the comments coming for you, Frances. And I have another one here coming from Frank Zaga, is saying, I am proud of you, my ED. I think these are your staff. Actually, when I joined Okobak in 2018, I was not interviewed by a panel, rather I was given support, and now I'm a good mediator in land matters. Okay, so we can test some of your leadership abilities and the transformation. All right, Akutuya said, great work, Frances Birungi. And Diva Mukasa says, thank you very much. And if you have another question, I want to see some questions. These are kisses. Are there some questions? Do you have some questions for her and you want her to answer? We're going to go into it right away. Frances, welcome back to the show. We want to go straight to this part of the show, which is transformation. And I can see that some people are giving you props already on that. Frances, this program is relevant for people already working. People in existing organizations, establishing their own organization or preparing to enter the workplace. It's not always easy for many people, and that's why we bring some of you already in that space, doing it by action, not just by talking, and then to share. And then having an organization, of course, an organizational context like you've talked about, to be able to offer, great learning or space or services to people is a good experience for us to have. And we will want to know from you. There is a very strong shrinking space. Shrinking, going down, civil society organization is going down. The space in Uganda remains very small. And the biggest threat to the NGO especially, those in sensitive sector of human rights, as well as governance and land issues, seems to be quite a very difficult space. We've seen many of them arrested, and the land cases remain to be some of the very key areas. Your organization is focusing in many of these areas, and I've heard you talk about the key program areas that you're working on. We want to know from you. In some cases, the police has, besieged some of these office and organizations of NGOs such as yours, arrested some of them. What are your advice to fellow leaders in civil society organizations, particularly those who find themselves in a space with police or in a running battle with police or with authority? In your submission earlier on, you said that one of the things you do, you must work in line with the national plan. What would be your advice to some of these people who find themselves in this space? And by the way, does it mean that they fall out of line with government, or they are still in line with government? What happened?
Okay, I think for me, I do not believe that these civil society organizations that are you know, have fallen victim, that they are working outside the line of government. You know, as civil society organization, our mandate is actually beyond just the national priorities. It also goes to the global priorities. We contribute to something larger. And really most of us as civil society organization, our business is human rights. It is ensuring that human beings are able to fully exercise their human rights and fundamental freedoms. And in doing that work, together with governance work, of course you will step on many toes, because some things may not sound or, you know, be good enough for government to take in. But does that mean that we should stop doing what we're doing? I don't think we should stop doing what we're doing. I think it's very important for us to remain focused on what our mandates are. And our mandates are really to promote human rights of all individuals, irrespective of their, you know, differences. So I think many organizations are you know, victims because they have been bold enough to, you know, promote these rights. And many times, of course, when you're doing that, there are times when you know, the government will not be comfortable with what you're doing, but does not mean that we should stop what we are doing. So it is important to be in line with the priorities of government, but it is also not, we should not feel that we should only do the softer, easier things to do. It's important for us to also contribute on the harder things, because that's where it's pinching most for the biggest, for the largest part of the society. And I think the most important thing for civil society organizations to do is, first and foremost, because, you know, many of us are donor dependent. And I think one of the comments that came in was the issue of sustainability. Many of us are donor dependent, and when this happens, we can't operate because the space is closed, you can't get funding, you can't, you know, you can't meet, you can't engage. So I think we need, as civil society organization, to think about how we can be able to sustain our processes, irrespective of whether we are getting donor funding, either from government or from donor organizations. How can we, as civil society organizations, be able to raise our own resources? There's a lot of resources within the country that we can leverage on. So we need to be very innovative as civil society organization to raise resources that can sustain our processes, even when such circumstances come in. But also very important is for civil society organizations to have security plans. It's very important for because the environment that we are working in is very sensitive. And today I'm safe, tomorrow I am not. I do not know whether what I'm doing tomorrow is going to step on Eddie in government's toes. So I think it's very important to have security plans, to be prepared that in the eventuality that this happens, how do I make sure that this organization does not stop to operate? And I think security plans are very important, especially around the issue of information and data. We have a lot of data, we have a lot of information, so we need to know, how do we back up? How do we keep our information in a way that it is safe for us to be able to operate even after this? Because governments come and go, and when they go, these organizations will continue doing their work. So I think that is very critical. And finally, I think as civil society organizations, we also need to do, and it's within, of course, with the security plan, to do something around defending human rights providers. So human rights defenders need to be supported. For us that are working on issues, for example, that are very sensitive, like land, people that are working on governance issues, I think such persons need to be protected, need to be supported, so that then they can be able to continue doing their work. So defending human rights, providing them with information, providing them with skills and ways in which they can keep safe. What time do you move? Whom do you interact with? What do you say where? Is very important, so that then we can be able to sustain our work irrespective of all these difficulties that we work around.
Wow. Well, you are on the CEO bench, Eddie Okela, Francis Berungi. We are talking about leadership, change management, and transformation. Francis, one of the biggest criticism of the NGO sector is the donor dependency, which you have mentioned. A lot of us argue that most foreign organization or money that comes through into this organization come with strings attached. And most times there is no room for us to build capacity locally here as an organization to go forward, because the funding given to you, 90% of it often go back to where it's supposed to come from. And NGOs have suffered. How has WUCOBAC managed to stand 30 years of doing what it does, or what it has been doing all these years? What are the strategies that you can recommend to somebody, or to some organization there, or to some CEO out there who is struggling, and to some young people who are rising into position of leadership to be able to sustain if they find themselves in an organization such as yours?
Yeah, it's true. I think donor dependency is something that we really suffer as civil society organizations. And as I mentioned earlier, we need to think innovatively as civil society organizations on how we can sustain our processes, irrespective, of whether there is funding from outside or not. It's difficult, but it can happen. There are other interventions, other activities that can actually generate income for the organization, like membership fees, like doing income generating services and activities that can really sustain the organization. That is very critical. So organizations need to think out of the box to find ways in which they can sustain their processes. As WUCOBAC, I think our main, what has really added value, or what has really helped the organization to stay for this long, is the fact that when we decide to do something, we do it to our best. And that is something that I tell my team, that it does not matter how much money we get, even $1,000. We should do the best that we can do with that resource that we have. So you asked a question before we went to the break, that if we went to the community, would you see impact? And I would tell you that if you go to the communities where we work, we are operating in 10 districts, you will see real impact. We try as much as possible to make sure that we have systems in place, structures in place that ensure that the resources that we mobilize as an organization are properly utilized for the use that is, it's intended for. So you see impact, you see people really transforming. The transformation at community level is amazing. We work with the poorest of the poor, we work with the most vulnerable. I sometimes don't like to use the word vulnerable because it also stigmatizes many. But we work with that, you understand the category of people that we work with. And it's amazing to see that when you inject information, finances, trainings to these communities, to these families, it's amazing to see how they transform from A to B. And I think for us as WUCOBAC, that has helped our organization to stay, because people have seen that the work that we do is real. People's lives are actually transforming in the different sectors that we work in, but also the issue of accountability and transparency. That is something that is priority to me as a leader, to make sure that resources that we have, either financial or material, but even the human resources, there is accountability and transparency in the way we do our things. There is nothing that I know that my staff don't know. I try as much as possible to create space for people to know what is happening in the different spaces, but also to make sure that for those that choose to work with us, we account to them. We show them that, look here, this is what we have been able to do. We have systems that are able to show that evidence that this is happening. And so the trust is built. Many of our donors have been with us for even over 15 years. For example, and it's very rare to see that in civil society organizations. But we have our funding partners that have really walked the journey with us, because they see that we have systems in place, we have processes in place that ensure that there is transparency, there is accountability, but there's also value for money, there's impact, there's real transformation. And our objectives are clear, and we try as much as possible not to go outside what we stand for. There is a question where you ask that, sometimes people come with money, and as an organization you want to move. And
their salaries usually higher than the local salary, and they go back with this money.
And then they influence, No, for us as WUCOBAC, we have our objectives, we know what our mandate is, we stick to our mandate. So irrespective of how much money you bring, if it's outside our mandate, we will not take it. By the time we choose to do these 4 program areas, we know that these are the areas that will transform a life. So if you bring your money and you say, we know you're doing these 4 things, but we have money, can you do 5, 6, and 7? That is not in our mandate. We will not take it. We may show you who can take it, or we can tell you, try elsewhere. And I think that has also helped Ecobank to stay for long, because we choose what to do, we stick to what we do, and we work as a team. Teamwork has been very powerful for us in the organization. We make sure that we all know what we are supposed to do, and we do what we are supposed to do.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, you are on the CEO bench, and you're hearing that coming from the executive director of Ecobank on the CEO bench, talking leadership, change management, and transformation. Do you have a question for Francis Birungi Odong? And we are listening to our evening of the show, and great discussions with you, Francis. Creating proper work-life balance is one of the biggest issues with CEOs.
Yes.
And in Uganda, we have such a big one. Whenever ladies, for example, rise to the position of leadership, powerful places of leadership, the men begin to say, now my wife has left. She's there, but I don't think she's with us anymore. The children begin to cry, and of course, sometimes also men who rise into a higher position of leadership have the same problem. Now, we want to know from you, how have you managed to balance your work life as an executive director of Ecobank, and as a mother?
And a wife.
And a wife.
I think we need to start off from understanding where this comes from. This comes from the fact that that is who our society is. It's a patriarchal society, so there's a lot of male dominance. So there's a lot of discomfort and fear that comes from a woman taking a space that is traditionally meant for men. So of course it is expected. So I think once we understand where that comes from, then we are able to deal or to find solutions to work around it. And what I mean is that we need to support the system. We need to transform the system, but not disintegrate it. We need to realign it, to understand that the world has changed. Things cannot be the same. And for me, as you said, I am a mother of 4. I am a leader of a civil society organization. I am a wife. There's a lot of responsibility that comes with all that. But being a mother and wife has not stopped me from being a leader as well. And I think this comes from, first and foremost, understanding the environment in which I'm working. So I am able to speak with Mr. Odong to support him, because I understand that Mr. Odong has grown up in a society that I've also grown up in, and he may get a shock with what is happening. So creating that environment where he's able to understand why it is important for me to participate in this space as well. How it supports him as a man, how it helps our family, how it helps society. Once he appreciates that, then he creates the space that will enable me to do all that. The challenge we have is that many women like me, when we get empowered, we become fighters. We go in our home, we want to fight, we want to show, we want to show that I've arrived, I know, human rights, I'm a woman, empowerment. And that is a wrong approach, because we must understand where does this come from. Don't blame the human being, but blame the system, and find ways in which you can support this person to interrogate the system, but also navigate for the benefit of himself, yourself, the children, the family, and the organization and the country at large. So I think it's very wrong for many women, and we do this even in the communities when we talk to women and empower them, tell them, don't go home and start telling the man, so message, I now know, I have been told. Help them to understand why this is important, because you're going to contribute something. You want the children to go to international schools, you're admiring everyone to go to international schools, but you're saying your wife should not go to work. You're going to break down as Eddie. You're going to get stressed, you will die, you will leave me in stress, the children are not. So if you appreciate and you understand all that, then you will create the space. So I think for me as an individual, that has worked very well for me. I have created a space where me and my husband have been able to appreciate the good that comes from empowering a woman. We have one daughter. We create a lot of space for her as well to be empowered, because we have demonstrated it, that when I do well, you do well as my husband, the family does well, the children are in better schools, they are fed well, they're getting good health. So so for me, I really think it's a process. Okay. It's not something that changes in an instant, but we have to create a space that allows people to interrogate some of those difficulties around our system, and how we can be able to reshape and you know, change the order of the day. And that can only happen if the other gender appreciates
what is going on.
What comes with a woman being in this space and participating in this process. And I think that has worked very well in my experience.
Wow. Well, the CEO bench is coming to the end, and of course, Francis is spitting fire to some women. I hope she doesn't get her leg broken along the way while leaving the CEO bench on this day. Francis, how are you able to keep healthy and you know, and fit? And what are some of the tips that you would share with us on the CEO bench to be able to strike a proper balance? I'm a health and fitness coach.
Okay.
And I have a very strong background in human kinetics.
Yeah.
And you know, specialize in what they call muscle hypertrophy. So 90% of my time I spend with CEOs and MDs, people who are in higher position than I am. They are mostly attracted to me because they have a deficit of health and fitness. And so they're usually superhuman in offices, but super broken humans in health and fitness. How have you been able to balance this life of health and fitness, you know, to some leaders who might be disfigured right now, for lack of a better word, that they have been able to disfigured because of stress comes in, and they have lost shape. You are in pretty good shape. How are you able to do it? We know who to credit also, but yes.
Yeah, thank you, Eddie. That's a very good question. And I think self-care is priority for all leaders, but also for everyone. Self-care is very important. And for me as a leader, I know that if I am sick, if I am unhealthy, I will have an unhealthy organization, a sick team, and everything will disintegrate. So I try as much as possible to be healthy in mentally, but also physically. And what I do as a person is that I take time to go to the gym after work. It doesn't have to be a whole hour. Even if it's 30 minutes, I can, you know, work out and try to re-energize for the next day. And usually I have found that when I do that, the next day I'm alert, I am able to think, to strategize, and you know, and everyone can tell that things are moving well. So physical fitness is very critical, but also taking off time, me time, you know, to just take care of myself, be happy. So I can go out with my siblings, I go out with my friends, my husband, you know, take off time out of the city, go somewhere, relax, read a novel, no books, no laptop, no nothing. You know, a day or two, it makes a very big difference. You know, it just brings sanity back, and you're able to transfer this sanity to the people that you lead. And I also encourage my team. Every time I talk to them, I encourage them, you know, take some time off, go, you know, relax, go out, do some exercises. And some people say, we don't have time to go to the gyms. You can do it in your bedroom, you can stretch around, you can do yoga, and all these things I do and support my team to also do that. And I think it's very critical for us to take care of ourselves so that then we can be healthy as leaders and also be able to make our organizations healthy, our teams healthy, and the country will be healthy as well.
If you are joining us, the CEO bench has come to an end. Of course, Francis right there, or Frances, as some of you would like to call it, or call her. And of course, she is the CEO of, or the ED of Okobak. On the CEO bench, I have a very interesting comment here coming in from Maureen Achand Aimbizibwe. She's saying that, proud of you, Mrs. Odong, you are doing a good job.
Thank you.
And I've got the last one here coming from Akutui Stella Rose. How have you managed to thrive in the midst of the shrinking civil society space? What strategies are you putting in place for safety? I think she's referring to that. Maybe that will be our last question as we wind up, of course, from that point of comment coming from other people. Would you like to respond to her? She's saying that, what are you doing? What are the strategies for your safety?
Yeah, we have a security plan as an organization. And this security plan goes as far as looking at safety of the offices within which we operate. So making sure that the place is secure, we have security people in place, you know, we have the physical security systems, but also very critically information. We try as much as possible to back up our information on a regular basis and make sure that our data is not disrupted. We can be able to access it and continue to operate from wherever we are. But also trying as much as possible to work in collaboration with the government, with our, you know, government leaders, so that they can understand what we do, appreciate what we do, and see how this contributes or, you know, complements their efforts. Because once they do not understand and appreciate that, then they will always see you as a threat. Civil society organizations have always been labeled as, you know, a threat, an organization that is against government, but not necessarily. So for them to be able to work with you, to be part of the processes, so that they can then see that yes, we are doing governance work, yes, we are doing land work, but this is for the good of, you know, the country. There is a lot that we are contributing, and we can do this together. That has really helped us as an organization to be able to sustain our processes.
Well, we have come towards the end of the show. Our time is fast spent here, Francis, and thank you very much for coming to the show today. The CEO Bench, like I said earlier on, exists to give you a platform to be able to share with us what you're doing, and we bring people who are already doing it, people who are practicing it, people who know where they want to go and can share that plan with us. When was the last time you cooked for Mr. Odong?
I cook for Mr. Dong whenever I can. He cooks for me as well, and that is what I was talking about, that there needs to be a shift in terms of who does what. So it's not necessarily me who should cook for him.
Because EDs always leave these questions. The food is always prepared by the maid, so that's why we want to know whether Mr. Dong actually has food cooked by his ED wife.
Okay, when there is time, when time allows, I create time for that. But I emphasize that he does that for me as well, because we need to support each other. We are all contributing equally to the growth of our family. So it is important that when we have time, we do such nice things for each other.
Is Mr. Dong, by the way, out of curiosity, in the civil society organization?
No, he actually works for the government of Uganda. He's a civil servant. So yes, so I'm doing civil society work. I'm complementing the work that he's doing in government.
So, and out of just fun questions, so if there was a fight between the civil society organization and the government, and it comes to your house because you are in the civil society organization and he's in a civil society, he's a civil servant. What happened when you have a fight in the home? When government accuses you and this is happening, do you guys have a fight at home?
We talk. No, we don't fight. Fight is something that he knows I am against gender-based violence, and he supports the work that I do. So we talk, and he will tell me the government position. I will bring in the civil society position, and then we see, you know, sometimes we agree, sometimes we agree to disagree, but we move forward. Yes. All
right. And who owns the land title, by the way? Now that you masters in the land rights, you probably might be owning all the land titles.
No. We own our property together. We co-own as husband and wife, and that is what we try to teach our communities for co-ownership. But also, I own some land individually, and I don't do it in hiding. He knows that when we have that discussion, and I can own land individually as a woman because we have the right to do so. And he owns some properties individually, but we also have a lot of property where we have both contributed, and we also own that together. And if all families could do that, I think we'd have peace. I have been married to Mr. Dong for over, we are coming to 18 years, and I think this is something that facilitators are just being able to discuss these issues, being able to discuss some of the difficulties in the system, and seeing the benefits that come from changing or transforming some of these issues has helped us, and I hope that it can help many families if they adapt to it.
Well, we've come to the end of this show, and Francis, your parting shot here, we're looking at organizational culture, tools of collaborations and levels of organization development, creating an agile organization and practices from the future. What are your summary of these things as a CEO? who is on the move, who is training and mentoring people to hand over this organization?
Okay.
Thinking from the future. And
yes.
And your last word to your people. Yes.
So as a leader, a CEO of this organization, my really parting comment is really to the younger generation that it is our time to take on leadership, and we need to be ready for it. So there's a lot of things that we can do to be ready for it. We can learn from the older leaders, learn the good parts, good things that they have done, and be able to understand the realities that are existing right now in our environment, the changes, the opportunities, the challenges, and take advantage, seek knowledge as much as possible, go back to school, have studies, go to spaces where there are interactions and conversations, so that we can be better leaders and show that we are able to lead and transform our communities and our organizations, so that by the time we hand over to the coming generation, I hope that our generation will not be one that sticks to power, but we can be able to pass on this mantle to the new generation, a healthy community, a healthy organization, healthy country, and to healthy people that have learned from us. So those are my parting words, and I wish all leaders, young leaders like myself, all the best in their leadership journey.
Well, thank you very much for coming to the CEO Bench today. It's time for us to toss to the CEO Bench, and until next week, the CEO Bench has come to an end. We've hosted and we've been talking to Francis Birungi Odong, the CEO of Ukubak. And if you have liked the interview, share it far and wide. Please make sure you don't be selfish. CEOs are not selfish. And of course, we want to encourage all of you to send us a nomination of who you would want to see as the next CEO on the CEO Bench. Until next time, stay blessed. The CEO Bench signing out. Edio Killer, Francis Birungi signing out.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at theceobench on number 0772443085, or check our website www.theceobench.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
over the moon and over the sky. Gospel music to the world. Kids can feel like take it out. Combination. Yeah.
Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my pride. It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. I wanna see your fire fall.
Look me for the young grip on the stress, what that one. Bigger the camp on the place for box warp on. Yes, operation on the tip on them and look me, yeah, they want to take it for fun. Upper stress them love for your place. Them can't find no race results for your compass. Yes, yes. Tell us that Jesus make them come off and they watch and the fire be fall.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. I wanna see your fire fall.
Fire fall, attack me hard. Now make the devil come on, no set me joy. Me call your mighty hand, we bless me soul. Bless me, I will keep Jesus, you're the one. Me not gonna live like a sufferer, eat like a sufferer, move like a sufferer. Jesus are the emperor. Jesus, theceobench kama tendo kimbakuwa. Ulisa makuwa gangi na veyo chenaga.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. I wanna see your fire fall. Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my cry.
So tell me brother, my sister, and the vagabond, not from the child of a man. You love and bless me, you did restore me.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see your fire fall. 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 I wanna see your fire fall.
Gospel music to the world. Games can feel her. Take it out. For Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, man. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano.
Likapunja ku nyanja ameisaga nguka gakwata n'umutima bango kabutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe aboki ijamutwale ongwangiwe aboki ijamutwale nabara
Sangi
mu bantu omikuha basiba babimba bana kansoya kibeire kiroto I love you, love you, love you. Aboki ijamtwale owangiwe aboki ijamtwale nabaraga imetibetana aboki ijamtwale owangiwe aboki ijamtwale nabaraga imetibetana likapunja kumunyanja ameisaga kagakwata n'omutima gwangu kabutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe aboki ijamtwale aboki ijamtwale nabaraga imetibetana aboki ijamtwale ungimuliza aboki ijamtwale nyenda kumurira kalyawe aboki ijamtwale bisa bitugu kitwisi kyange aboki ijamtwale nabaraga imetibetana aboki ijamtwale owangiwe aboki ijamtwale nabaraga imetibetana
Hello and welcome to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. Wherever you're watching from around the world, it could be morning, afternoon, it could be evening, whatever time it is. I know the saying always goes like it's always tea time, but here at House of Talent, on this day we say anytime is coffee time. My name is Emmanuel, like I said, and the Coffee Messiah is not here with us today. He had to go, I think, to convert some people and maybe bring them into the studio next time we're here. But nonetheless, in the studio today, we have someone who is very experienced when it comes to the business of coffee, when it comes to everything that entails coffee. Mr. Abdul, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
It's a privilege for us to have you here. I know that you bring a lot of experience when it comes to the coffee industry and the coffee business. And just to start off, we want to say thank you for coming to House of Talent. It's a privilege for us to have you here, and we just want to get straight into your journey as a person. You know, before you got into the whole coffee business, I know that, you know, none of us grows up thinking, okay, you know, I want to enter coffee one day. Yeah, so just take us through your life. You know, where did you study, where did you grow up, what kind of influences did you have in your life, and what led you to this place here today?
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so thankful. Like you've introduced me, my name is Yusuf Abdul. Actually, my way back, I was born in Entebbe. Yeah. That's my place of birth. And actually, it's not where I enjoyed my youthful age. I grew up in Kabale district. And I salute everyone in Kabale. I know they're also watching right now. Oh. And I studied in Entebbe. That is from my primary, my secondary level, and then I had to go to Kabale. Yeah. That's where I had to complete my my studying institution. However, to do with the coffee business, it's actually so, I would say, amazing to me, because I had no idea, because where I grew up there was nothing like coffee, and actually I was being inspired by, actually he's a white guy, actually. I will tell you that. He was by names of Mr. John Quinton. He's a British citizen, and I came to meet him in Kampala sometimes back in 2000, it was 2005. Yeah, so we chatted, and I think as I would say grown-ups or people who have kind of moved places, he picked interest in me. So in Kabale, he so moved there, and he had a charity organization that he was running. It was actually called Africa Equipment for Schools. So actually I have a long story, but I think we can catch up with it. So it was called Africa Equipment for Schools, and he took me on as I was a project assistant manager. Like it was, they were building schools and also looking at ensuring kids could stay at school as a mission, and kind of looking forward in why there is a kind of big dropout rate at schools. So we were kind of looking at that point to ensure that we can have kids at school. That's by that time. But with him, he came in, and I did not know that he also had a background, which was coffee. So one day he called me. No, we were driving actually. We were driving from Kampala to Kabale, and then we were jazzing about, and he's like, you know, do you know that in, no, he asked me, what are you going to do to be rich? He asked me that. What would you do to be rich? I know he was expecting me to tell him that I would work for you and become rich. So, yeah, actually I did not say that. So I said, yeah, I have to be patient. That's what I told him. I have to be patient. I know there's some big catch ahead of me. He said, no. You know what? Uganda, you have got coffee. And coffee is very close to oil in terms of commodity. He said, oil sells more, yeah? But coffee is next. Uganda, you have the best coffee. One of the best coffee all over the world. This is someone from Europe. He's been here for some time, and they do research. By the time he mentioned that, he had already made his research on the Ugandan coffee. So here he carried on. He told me, we need to find coffee somewhere. I need to get sample of coffee somewhere. If possible, I can try it out. And I asked him why, how, sorry. He said, I will show you. So we reached Kabale. Like over the weekend, he called me to the office, because he was my superior, he was my boss. He gave me a task. He told me, you know what? You're going to visit these places, and I would want you to get these informations from the places you're heading, and make sure you come back with the samples of coffee.
So he made you kind of like a research assistant in
and I had no any idea, but I was good in, you know, I was traveling to Kigali.
Yeah.
And actually, I didn't know how to speak that language. I couldn't speak the
Kinyarwanda.
Those brothers of our language. But I had good Swahili, and in those offices, they had French, Swahili, and
bit of English.
They
Kinyarwanda.
Yeah. More, I mean, frequently spoken.
Yeah.
Are those three. So, yeah, I went in those offices. I went to the Rwanda Coffee Authority. I moved on to all those places in Rwanda, because I even didn't know the places, but I had directions on how to reach there, and I could easily use motorbikes, and they could hear the Swahili. I was like, no, I'm going to do it. So I continued. Yeah, I came with a lot of samples and dropped to him. I had specifications, but I did not know how to differentiate or to kind of explain what exactly I came with. But according to what I requested from them, they gave me some samples. So I came back. Oh, he was so thankful, and yeah, we spent the whole time there talking about other things. But I'm sure for him, he knew that the goal is hitting the target. So the next day, I had to travel to Chisoro. The next day. So I left alone what I was supposed to do, because some people, we were many, not alone like me alone, but I think he wanted to fulfill the story that we had when we were driving.
About being rich.
That's it. That's what I said. So I went to Chisoro, also the same thing, moved to several places, and from there I could inquire also for some other places, because I did not know the whole places, but I would inquire, where else can I find something as good as you having here, or anything close, so they could refer you. Yeah, so there I went. I also came back. Actually, from Kisoro, I got a lot of coffee. I don't know, maybe they give coffee for free. Yeah, so I came with almost 20 kgs from there. I didn't pay for it, because they were like, no, you take it. Because I explained to them where I'm coming from, and I'm looking forward to try their coffee and see if the consistency is right. Maybe we would be communicating to them on the way forward. They were so kind of humbled, and since I came maybe to the factory where they do the processing, they had to give me enough. So there I left, and then I also brought that. So the other week I had to go and do my task as usual. Then I came back on Monday, so he told me to stay over. He had roasted, I didn't know, in his suitcase as he was coming to Uganda. That is some years, like 5 years ago, he came with a sample roaster in his bag. So there he had roasted some coffee. He told me that 5 years ago, I came with mine. Imagine, you know, this advanced world, people tend to prepare themselves for the next in advance. Yeah. So, yeah, he had roasted coffee during the weekend. So when I came over, I said, "Whoa, stay over." He prepared the coffee and try it. How is it? Yeah. He was my boss. I had to say it's good. So, I had to say the coffee tastes good, but you know what? I wasn't used. I was like, yeah, that's good. That's good. He had some biscuits there, and yeah. So it became a kind of a norm, because we had 20 kgs from some kgs I got from Rwanda. Now he's roasting and drink his coffee over there. Now and then. So we're working, but now he's drawing more of the plans. There he started. It's like, you know what? We need to look for a place and have a coffee shop around. Very fast.
Yeah.
How is it going to work? I have an idea. That's how he was like. So he would be the main man, and I'm always following. So, yeah, there we go. So I started looking for places around the town, and yeah, I got some expensive places and all that. So he ordered for it was an espresso machine. He ordered for one espresso machine. Yeah, it was old actually. I wouldn't say that it wasn't that beautiful machine. It was old. Yeah, well, maybe he wanted some kind of vintage stuff. You know, sometimes they want to have that crafty things. Yeah,
Yeah.
It looks old, but it's doing perfect stuff. You know, because it was linked to having a grinder on the side. It could, you know, self-made, something like that. So, yeah, it took us about 2 months moving up and down.
Yeah.
Then we got a space at Cash and Carry supermarket. Those who are in Cavalli, I'm sure they would be remembering some
There was
a
a Cash and
little
Carry.
bit of a coffee shop and a Cash and Carry supermarket there.
Yeah.
And yeah, we did some arrangement, we arranged the place, and then we got girls in to do some training as we are organizing the place, you know, do the roofings, doing all the furnitures, purchasing things from Kampala. So they were also doing training using that machine over. And yeah, I would also be part of that.
Yeah, so it's interesting that
So
you know
interesting.
you went up to that.
Yeah.
We're going to take a short break.
Yes.
This is a very interesting story, and
Yes.
after the break we'll get back right into it. This is the coffee break on House of Talent. My name is Emmanuel. Today we are hosting Abdul Yusuf, who's giving us, you know, a hint on how he ended up in the coffee business, telling us that his first experience actually with coffee wasn't that good. And we'll be talking about this and more as we get back into it. Let's take a break, go grab a cup of coffee, and we'll be right back. This is House of Talent Television.
People at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call I never call it Facebook, it's book face. Why are you on book face? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Yeah, remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. This is the show where we get to talk about everything that is involved in coffee. We get to talk about brewing. We get to talk about issues like from tree to cup. For those of you who understand that, and for those of you who don't understand, well, this is the right show for you. Before we went for a break, we're talking to Mr. Abdul about his story, about where he started from and where he ended up in the coffee business, and he gave us his experience and said that his first experience with coffee actually wasn't good. He took it and said it was good so that he could impress his boss. But I think it's something that really, it's a road that led him to this place, and I don't think it's something that you regret. It's something that has really built you into the man that you are in the coffee business. And wherever your boss is, we want to say thank you to him because he has given the country a very good resource. Talking about your story, I realized that you got into roasting before you actually became a barista that you are now. So we just want to dive into the coffee roasting process because that is our main topic for today. We'll start off with what is coffee roasting. For those who are watching, they might not even know that coffee is roasted in the first place. Okay, so what is coffee roasting?
Yeah, actually, thank you so much. If I can talk about coffee roasting, this is a process whereby your green coffee beans, are being technically using fire. I would say are being technically by use of fire, being put into, I would say, a way that you want it. You're turning it from the green, and you're getting it to the level you're looking at. Let me say you're doing, let me say medium roast,
like to the level we have on the screen there.
All right,
we
that
can
looks
see
great on the screen. So that is almost medium to dark roast. So that one, it's actually a reaction that took place to enable that coffee beans turn to that color by use of fire and the chemical reaction that took place during the fire and the coffee beans. So the coffee turned into that color and it's softened so it can be easily grinded and you can brew your coffee after that coffee is being roasted.
That's interesting. So where does it start? Because I know that the coffee process itself actually starts from when you put a seed into the ground, like for those who grow coffee. Okay, then it comes into the hands of whoever is going to do the roasting. So where do we start the process from and where does it end up into a cup?
Actually with coffee processing, ideally I prefer to give a kind of a very clear understanding that people should mind that before you start roasting your coffee, you should understand the type of coffee you need to roast. That's the first thing. If you're looking at the type of coffee, then there follows the quality of the coffee. Some people would just roast it. I don't know how they do it, but the right way or the right procedure could be, you should first make analysis of your coffee. That's to do with the defects that the coffee should be having. Right from the garden, the coffee would be processed, as it's processed, that is removing the outermost skins when it's already dry, actually. Removing the outermost skin, the parchment and now the coffee is the green coffee we are having now. So by the time you're having your green coffee, you need also to take a very clear note that if you're having it in quantity, it's not mixed up and you're having some defects into the coffee.
Yeah.
So in that way, you should take note. You either have your moisture right for the coffee, that it is dried. The coffee is free from defects, you know, and the coffee, maybe even the smelling could smell nice, then the physical appearance, the coffee looks more greener. Because if it gives you a pale kind of looking, then there is something wrong with the coffee. Maybe it had a poor storage. Then the result in your cup will be disappointing.
Will be different, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so from what you're saying is that I need to first see what kind of coffee I have. I believe that in different parts of the world, there are different types of coffee, and there are different effects that come onto this coffee. For example, the place where you grew it from, the kind of soil you used, you know, and by the time it comes to the cup, I think it still contains some of those elements. Okay, so we have collected the coffee from, let's say, the farmers. We have sorted the debris from it, and now we have it in our hands. Okay, what type of equipment do we need to use to roast this coffee? I believe that there are commercial equipments, then there are some that we can actually use locally at home. I believe before all these equipments came, I remember we were talking before the show, there was this kawa coffee we had back in the day. I believe that some of those equipments were used locally. So what are some of these local equipments that we can use at home, and also those that are used maybe in bigger companies?
Yeah, actually, if we are looking at coffee as a commodity, or for value addition, you need to follow certain standard, which is required for you to ensure that you reach into the market and your coffee is matching with the standard, which is, you know, moving in the market.
Yeah.
So if you're kind of hitting back, let me say, those people in the village, they feel like they want to roast their coffee and they want to enjoy it.
Yeah.
This is different from the commercial, you know, it's a bit of it because you want to add value to it. So that means you need to take your research on what is required and you do them, you know, on the market, such that you maintain the quality. The coffee should be having flavors, and at the end of the day, you're amazing people with what you've been cooking the other side.
Yeah.
So, yeah, people use frying pans, you know. They use frying pans, but to be honest, I don't feel like advising because you know the problem you're going to have when you're doing that, the coffee is going to retain more of the smoke into the coffee beans, and it's going to have more of uneven roast. Other coffee are going to be ready, and the other coffees will also be different, you know. So it's not advisable to do it that way, because the only way we have to do it is doing it the right way. Yeah, you can grab your coffee when it's roasted according to your, you know, preference. If you want a medium, you want it, you grab a pack, and there's no substitution. You can do it only to buy a small sample roasters. There, because you can kind of regulate the temperatures on how you are roasting it. Actually, that can also work for like a home-based stuff, to make sure that you have your cup at the end of the day. They are there, I'm sure, in supermarkets. You can get it in Jumia, I don't know, but you can have that. You put in some little bit, something like 200 or 150 grams of coffee. Yeah, you fire it up. You know, you can plug it on, and then
it does the roasting.
It does the roasting. So you can enjoy your coffee that way. You have your small grinder also, because it's important. You cannot drink your coffee without grinding. Yeah, the process ends up with grinding, and then you're having your
cup of coffee.
Your cup of coffee brewed.
Okay, so that's on the home side.
Yes.
I believe that you work for a company that does this on a commercial scale. How different are those the ones that they use commercially from the local ones? And are there any particular types that if I wanted to start a coffee roasting company that I should look out for?
Yeah, actually, with coffee, when you're talking about roasters and how they are best in terms of their functions, we have a hot air roaster, which is more of a convection, you know, and then we have the other one which has a direct heat, you know. I can just be so direct. So if you're having a direct heat roaster, so that means this is the effect that people don't know. If you're roasting coffee using one which is having a direct heat, so the impact to the coffee beans is direct, because the drum keeps on turning. You're having your coffee inside the drum and it's heated under, which is more direct to the drum. So the drum is turning and the heat impacts direct to the coffee beans. So at the end of the day, you find like still the flavors, you will have some variations in terms of flavors. You might not develop as a whole than the other convection roaster. You know, and another effect when you're doing that, you can hardly make a high roast. You know, you can hardly make a high roast to the level that you're looking for. You know, you can do all that, but your determination of the cup will vary. You might not get it perfect. That is if you're doing a direct heat. So if you're doing a convection roaster, convection roaster is more kind of interesting because it does a soft roasting whereby you're having a chamber which is having a cyclone on the other side, so it transfers the heat to the drum inside, and the paddles inside carries on dropping the coffee, and the coffee is just dancing into the hot air, you know, something like that. And the only thing you have to do is to regulate your burner ratio to ensure that the coffee is developing according to your expectations. So at the end of the day, the bean would be more even, it would be soft roasted, there's no hard roasting. I think you get what I'm trying to mean, the difference between the two. So it's not hard roasted, you know, so by the time your coffee is out, it's more even. Immediately you get the aroma out and you feel like, wow, you know. That's the difference with having different
direct and hot
air, you know. Yeah,
I like the way you say that, you know, the coffee dances.
It does.
It gives it a very good perspective. We're going to get more about into the flavors that I believe that, because when you roast, you have a light roast, you have a medium, then you have the dark roast, and these basically give you very different flavors. Okay, but we're first going to go into a break, then we'll come back and talk about these flavors, because I know the people out there actually want to know what kind of flavors do I get when I roast the coffee. We'll be back. We'll be right back after this break, but we'll not only be talking about the flavors, but we're also going to do something special. We're going to brew some coffee like it's the tradition here, and always I can't really wait to test the different kind of coffee that the different baristas make here. This is House of Talent Television. The show is The Coffee Break. Stay right there. We will be right back after this.
people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They have moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Welcome back to the coffee break on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel, and remember, you can always catch us on our social media handles at House of Talent Television Uganda. That's on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Twitter. And you can also catch us on House of Talent Television UG.com, and that is our website. You can catch not only this show but also other shows that will be happening. Before we went into a break, we're talking about coffee roasting with Abdul, and we're getting into basically talking about the different kinds of flavors that we get after roasting coffee. But as we do that, like I told you, we're going to have something special. As we talk about the different flavors that we have, we're going to be brewing a cup of coffee. So Abdul, what are we going to be brewing today? I see all these,
Yeah, actually we've got our Hario V60.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure you're going to enjoy it. So we would make we would brew our coffee. It would be about 4 cups of coffee.
Yeah.
So I think we have 4, yeah. So okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
where do we start? For those of you who are following at home, just get your stuff ready and let's get into brewing this beautiful cup of coffee.
All right.
Abdul?
So actually this device okay, just make it rest here.
Yeah.
So with this device, this is a Hario V60, you always get this, yeah?
Okay.
And you can improvise to get a jar for yourself.
Mm.
So it's actually pretty so easy to have this equipment used. It's very easy. So actually the mechanism, I think what's most important is for you to master how much something like what quantity do you need to brew for like each cup of coffee.
Yeah.
I think that is so important because someone out there might want to brew his one and only cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And since we about, want to share, we need to do more than
Yeah, more
one.
than
So with this standard measurement you require to use for a V60, you need to use about a ratio of about 1 to 15. So we're talking about 1 gram of coffee could be equivalent to like 1 gram of coffee is equivalent to 1 ml of water.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you say 1 to 15, we are talking about 15 grams of coffee into 1 cup. So here we're going to have about 4 cups of coffee. So
Okay.
we're talking about having 60 grams of coffee, which is enough for us. So we will do about 200 and this is about 250 mils of water. So it would be very easy for us to have our yield out, if we make 4 cups at a go.
Yeah.
Okay. So here you go. let me start by putting it here. So I don't have my weighing scale, but we can.
We can always measure just.
I have it
it's okay. We can always go with this.
Yeah, the right measurements are that you can have your 15 grams of coffee.
Yeah.
In your cup, and then here you go. So very simple. You have your coffee.
Because I think we need to mention that you need to have a filter.
Yeah, you need to. Yes, you're right.
You might have someone, just pour it. And
you're right, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always better to have a filter because it helps you to kind of infuse the coffee so the granules get stuck on top. Then you're having your brewed coffee down.
There,
so you just, very simple. This is our hot water. It's being brewed. It's been
boiled.
So you need it about at a boiling point, but you give it some minutes to rest a bit because you can't drink it when it's too hot. Yeah. So here you have to pour it over. You can either use that kettle to pour over, or you use a pour over kettle.
This looks like the ones that we used to use back in the day.
Yeah, but I think I can use that.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. So gently, just do it gently. Look at the coffee, so fresh. Yeah.
I think this is one of the things, first things that they teach at a coffee school, that when you're pouring the water, it has to be in a circular motion.
Yes,
you just don't pour, as you please. It has to be in a circular kind of motion.
Yeah, such that you can have an even flow,
Yeah, for those watching at home, I hope you can see how beautiful this looks on your screens there. We're brewing a beautiful cup of coffee, and
as it goes up, you can give it some seconds to make sure that it
all goes
down. Yeah. Wow, look at that, so interesting.
Yeah, so as we brew this, we're talking about the different kind of flavors that we can get from a roast. What kind of flavors basically do we get, and is there a particular recipe that each person has to get a different flavor, or it's kind of like a general type of flavor that we can all get?
Yeah, actually, if I can take you back just briefly during the roasting process. So as you're roasting, the roaster itself, in most cases, we give it time before you start roasting your coffee. So you give it some, you heat it up. We call it heating up. So you heat it up to a temperature of about 230 to 235 degrees above. So to ensure that the coffee you're going to drop in, remember the coffee you're dropping in is green. And the coffee is exposed to the atmospheric temperature. It's exposed to the atmospheric temperature. So when you drop the coffee in, it's going to drop the temperature that you had maintained before. Okay? So that one is technically done. As a roaster, I have to be there standing and monitoring my temperature. So I drop in my coffee in, and then I have to maintain my burner ratio. So I fire it up to ensure that we are maintaining the temperature in the drum and not leaving it relaxed. So we have 3 stages of roasting. We are looking at the drying stage, whereby the heat inside the roaster is nailing down the moisture which is present in a coffee bean before it's being roasted. Then at that stage we go into a developing stage. So the coffee starts developing. This is where you talk about the flavors, So this stage where the caramelization takes place, which is from about, if you drop in at around 260 degrees, 235 degrees, it drops down, the roaster drops down its temperature to about 70 degrees. That is way down,
I think that's where it becomes exothermic.
Yes, depending on how much quantity of coffee you are dropping in. It might not drop in if you're putting in little, depending. It depends, but I would say at a capacity of a roaster, if you put the right amount, it will drop down. So when it drops down, literally the temperature will move for about 4 minutes. yeah, to about 160 degrees, then we reach to a stage of developing. So, developing stage, coffee start changing colors, yeah, caramelization takes place, and then sugars are present into the coffee. So it starts developing flavors, you know, complexity, and then you're looking at monitoring your type of roast you're looking at. So if you were looking at doing a medium roast, then if you're doing a temperature, you would look at around 210 to about 200 and not more than 220, depending on how you want a medium roast done. It can be a high, medium, something like that, slightly. And then if you are developing it further, you are roasting, you know, the last stage, which is the roasting stage. So the coffee starts changing colors. So now it does a medium dark roast, then you're doing a dark roast. So you're looking at more temperatures like 232, you're doing a medium to dark roast, and then we're talking about Celsius, you know. You go to 200 and about 240, doing a real dark roast with more oily on the body, and so interesting, you know. So now, as we are brewing, I think our coffee is ready.
Yeah, coffee is ready.
So as we do our brewing, you can have that on top here, if you don't mind. And we can have a cup of coffee.
Yeah, we can just move this here.
Served.
This is the part we always actually wait for.
Really?
To test the different kinds of coffee.
Very simple, you know, and anyone can do that at home, and you enjoy your coffee as you're doing some stuff.
Actually, it looks so simple.
Yeah.
If I can take you, you said you have a coffee school.
Yes.
And I think it's very important for us in Uganda to actually come up with these schools, you know, given the times that we're actually in, you know, with the whole lockdown and COVID. And, you know, some students are really not in school right now. There's a lot of other things that we can learn outside of school, for example, you know, involving ourselves in the coffee business. So just run us through your school, okay, what kind of activities you guys do, what kind of courses that you offer, and how can someone, you know, approach you and you get into your school.
Yeah, actually, thank you so much for that opportunity. I'm looking forward to kind of support our entire country amidst this very difficult times that we are going through. So our school, the school is called Gulf and Blends. Actually, we got the concept to kind of, you know, people like blended coffee, baristas talk about blendings, you know, so we came with that idea to say that's Gulf and Blends, and there is a history actually behind that. So our location, we are located at Rubaga. As you reach Salt FM or Salt Media, from there it's just like 5 minutes. You're reaching at Gulf and Blends Coffee. So from there we train baristas. We train baristas, and if you're a barista out there, you feel like you want to kind of handle these skills, and then you need to build something for your, you know, for your career, which is more tangible. You can come and have this skill at Gulf and Blends. You can train as a barista, we can train you. So we train them for a period of 1 month. We train them a period of 1 month. You can come and do an advanced skills for your training course. So advanced skill is when you train commercial basis, which is the espresso coffee machine, where you're going to do all the coffees, you know, from cappuccino, latte, macchiato, mochas. You do all that kind of coffee using that machine and mastering them, because in most cases we've got standard way of serving and standard way of preparing these coffees. So as you're training, you will learn that. apart from learning that, if you're doing advanced, you're going to also learn the specialty coffee brewing.
Yeah.
So specialty coffee starts with the green coffee, because specialty, this is like the standard way of preparation. It can either be the green beans, it's being carefully, you know, taken care of to meeting certain standard.
Yeah.
So now we're going to also have a specialty preparation of coffee. I'm talking about brewing in the other hand, where we would be having different tools that we are using there, and they are actually traditionally known for their different tastes and different grinds of coffee required for you to brew them.
Yeah.
The other one is commercial, because you only use one grind of coffee, which is espresso grind, to kind of make all these other coffees.
Yeah.
Now you will need to adjust your grinder, have it more coarser, to kind of do a French press, do a V60, do a Chemex, you know, and all those other coffees, even a drip coffee which you're having at home. You need a specific grind to make sure that you're not overflowing the coffee or messing up all over the table. Yes, so that is for the advanced. So if you're doing a basics training, you will only learn the commercial. You know, some people want that because they have been running over and they've been like
involved in the coffee business.
They were already waiters or waitresses. Now they just want to catch up. So that way also you just come and do basics because you have some idea.
Okay.
So we move together to ensure that we have our goals met.
Okay.
In our career.
So is there a way that these different people can contact you? Are you on social media? You already told us you're located in Rubaga, next to Salt Media. So are you on social media, and what are the handles that people can find you?
Yeah, actually you can reach us. You can reach us on our handles. Like I can give you my contacts. We are on WhatsApp. We're on Facebook. You can reach us on Facebook. It's Gulf and Blends. You just go Gulf and Blends. You find us on Facebook, and our contacts. If you can reach us direct as well, we can be so helpful to you and welcome you at Gulf and Blends. And literally, we call ourselves the coffee culture. Yes, so I can give you the number 0701 104027.
Okay.
I can repeat the number. It's 0701 104027.
And that's a WhatsApp and a calling number?
Yeah, that's a calling number and it's the WhatsApp number. You can reach us, and you can also hit on the Facebook, and then you find us. You comment or you tell us whatever you feel like discussing with Gulf and Blends.
Okay. Talking about that, as we actually have our cup of coffee before it gets so cold. We're talking before the show began, and you had something interesting that you wanted to tell people out there. Whoever wants to, start this barista journey of theirs. So I just want you to look into that camera and just tell that person, I know there is someone.
All right. Yeah, like he said, I know there is someone. I want to thank the team of
House of Talent.
House of Talent for hosting me, and I'm sure he's hosted the whole academy in here, though others are invisible, but I'm sure all of you are in here. So we are giving out an opportunity for those who are interested. They're feeling so much enthusiasm into coffee and they want to train as baristas. We are giving a chance for 5 people out there. If you want to train as a barista, we are giving a chance of a 50% discount, such that you can come and train with us. This is an opportunity. It's your opportunity. So you will have to call House of Talent, give them a call. The first 5 people, I'm sure you will be the lucky ones, and they will contact us for the lucky ones, and we will welcome you for the training. Yes, please.
Yeah, just to reiterate what he said, we're giving you an opportunity. I know that there are those of you who watch this show and keep on wondering, how can I become a barista? How can I get involved in the coffee process? And Gulf and Blends is here to give you that opportunity. So for the first 5 people to contact House of Talent, you can DM us on our social media handles. For the first 5 people, you're going to get a 50% discount from Gulf and Blends so that you can start your barista journey. We have told you, don't be like in Kampala where we say we didn't know, but we've let you guys know. So get involved in the coffee business. I believe that it's something that is going to be, you know, very good for not only your future, but, you know, for the future of those around you. And it will give you basically skills, added on skills. They call it add-on skills, you know, in other areas. As we draw close to the end of the show, I just want to thank you, Abdul, for, you know, coming here and, you know, just giving us your experience traveling around East Africa, being in Kisoro, your first experience with coffee, and you know, telling us about the roasting process, all the equipment and all the flavors that are involved. I believe that I personally have learned a lot from this time, and I believe that everyone out there has also learned a lot. But like I said, we are drawing close to the end. But before we leave, I want you to look into that camera. I know that there's someone watching. I just want you to encourage them, you know, those people with questions of, should I really get into this? Should I do this? Just encourage them and let them know why they should get into the coffee business.
All right. Thank you for that concern. Now, what I would want to encourage, like my fellow Ugandans, Uganda is a very rich country. In terms of coffee, even during this season, that the hardest season we are going through, we as Uganda has been exporting coffee. It has been a commodity that has never stopped, even amidst this period. So we are looking at a business, I would say at large, which is more encouraging, more interesting, and it can be your next future, you know.
Kind of like an investment.
It can be your next future tomorrow. You become a barista, you come and train. Look at yourself as someone who's behind the counter, serving coffee, trying to craft it very nicely, and you have this kind of knowledge into your head. Someone has hired you, and you can simply do it the way you are being required to do it. So I feel so happy when someone has trained and I would give you out of experience. I've got some students, they train and they kind of get to travel. They go abroad, and by the time he sends back maybe a photo, you just say someone is, you know, doing well. You know, we have a tendency of other fellow Ugandans, you know, going abroad, and they come back when they start hiding themselves. You know why? It's because someone has gone out and did not go with a skill. So it's so important for us now to kind of involve ourselves in skills. It will dwell us from whatever situation that we have been kind of longing for, and we become better persons for our future.
Well, Abdul, thank you very much for those words, and I believe that whoever is out there has really been encouraged to get into, you know, the coffee business. And there's a saying that start now. You know, you shouldn't wait to put things into motion before you start, you know. Just start now. Like Abdul gave you his contacts. You have our contacts at House of Talent on our social media handles. Contact us. We can always let you know how you can get involved in the coffee business. And if you have someone out there who you believe that you want to see on this show, you can also nominate them. We'll have them here. But our time is fast spent. Abdul, thank you again very much.
Maybe just a second. I would like to send my regards to...
please.
I do want to send my regards to a few people. First of all, I'm sending my regards to Mr. Bonnie. He's one of my partners at Gulf and Blends. I know he's watching. One Love Archive. Lake Bunyonyi, I know everyone down there is watching. I told you guys to watch our coffee break today in the morning at the House of Talent. And yeah, Rachel, saluting you. I know you're part of the team. Yeah, I think I'm so humbled for having me here. And hopefully next time you will also host us.
There will be a next time, because I believe that we still had a lot of stuff to exhaust. Yeah, but till next time, thank you for watching the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. My name is Ateng Emmanuel. I was hosting Yusuf Abdul from Gulf and Blends are giving us his story and his experience in the coffee business. Remember, you can always get us on houseoftalenttelevisionnewg.com. That's our website, or you can get on our social media handles at House of Talent Television. That's on Facebook and on Twitter. Let us know what you think about the show. If you have any questions, you can always ask us and we'll be at your disposal to get back to you. Thank you for watching. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. Have a blessed day.
You want inside me like an amplifier. It a ban, 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 every fresh desire. Like the Holy Spirit with the holy fire. From glory to glory, He might take me higher. And serving you is my hearty desire. And then the righteousness be my long attire. Jesus blood and that me a bleed. Holy genika bigabi we a coming star.
Uri mu mutima wanjye sinza kwitesha agakiza wamaye kandutira byose ubuzima bwanjye bufite intego ni wowe nkesha kubaho kwanjye ni wowe byiringiro bizima Yesu.
Give me the blessing so that me can prosper. Me only daddy and me papa and me doctor. Water me get every time when me thirsty. Oh yes, you love me, love me, love me, love me. Daily yes, you dey put food for me on the platter. And then your eyes watch over me. And then the heart full of praise and thanks that me offer. Ain't your light inside. I feel alive, alive inside. I cannot deny.
Uri mu mutima wanjye sinza kwitesha agakiza wamaye kandutira byose ubuzima bwanjye bufite intego ni wowe nkesha iyo wowe Yesu utaza gucungura nta nzira nabonaga imbere yanjye, nta cyizere cy'ejo nari mfite, hari umwijima w'icuraburindi imbere yanjye. Ariko Yesu waraje uramurikira, uri mu mutima wanjye sinza kwitesha, agakiza wamaye kandutira byose, ubuzima bwanjye bufite intego ni wowe mesha, kubaho kwanjye ni wowe byiringiro bizima. Yesu
serving you is my hearty desire, and then the righteousness be my long attire. Jesus blood and daughter me a plead, holy gabi we are coming style.
It was like the Psalms. When you look at David, he's passing through hard things, but then he's willing to talk about them. So music allowed me to be real, authentic. To God, he uses song to minister to me. So it was more, it's personal, I can relate to it, and he's helping me overcome through that, to be able to be used as that vessel that delivers this message, which I know that I've just borrowed from heaven. My music statement is to write music that will be able to speak to the heart, soul, and spirit, restoring the goodness. You know, when in the Bible it says, and he looked at it and it was good. The message that I have, there are 10 songs. They will be specifically invoking that God has already said, that we have to embrace as his image, to restore goodness in this world. Music is not what defines you. For me, that was a great revelation, that my identity is more in God, in who God calls me. If I can inspire you also to use your gifts and talents to make a difference, I would have played my part in this world.
I will rise and rise. Now is the time. Rise and praise you, Lord.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
One face, four perspective, finding the beauty and the talent of the people of Uganda. This is XXL Season 4. On the Glasshouse this week, I happen to have the one and only Mr. Uganda, Richard Kawesa, on the show. Richard, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Eddie.
And of course, Engineer Pete Nyeko. Pete, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Are you Ugandan, Pete?
I couldn't be more Ugandan.
What makes you Ugandan?
I am part of the beauty, the awesomeness, the fantasticness that is Uganda. Every part of me is Uganda.
Okay. And Richard, are you Ugandan?
Yes, I am.
So what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
For me, is every time I think as a Ugandan, I think in terms of being just, of being productive and orderly in what I think, say, and do.
The topic of the discussion is a Ugandan on a global stage for economic relevance. And Richard, you have been writing a lot of stories about Uganda, and so is Pete. Are we fit to be on the global stage as a country, as a people?
I am certain that we are very positioned to be relevant. There was a global entrepreneurship institute in Europe that did a study to understand what the most enterprising nation in the whole world. Okay. And Uganda came out to be the most enterprising. I liked the definition of their definition of an entrepreneur, so that they can then qualify their study. And they defined one as a person who who takes a financial risk in hope for a financial return on their investment. And they looked at people who have earned out of that risk at least in 3 months and not more than 2 years. So that was their parameter of defining an entrepreneur.
Wow.
So they go out to the whole world to look for who qualifies there. And it turns out that 26, I think, point something, is what we achieved, meaning out of 100 people, 26 of them in Uganda, they fit perfectly. Now, it's not only the person who has invested and actually works there, but they also earn from the investment. Yes. And you know the next country that came number 2? I think Indonesia or Malaysia.
Yes.
And they were at 16 point something. That's almost
huge difference.
It's a huge gap.
50%.
So then,
Rather 100%.
then do you know the first world country to appear on that list, what number they took and what country it was?
No.
It was Australia. The first world country. First world.
Which was a former prison. They used to send people there. The world it was a prison. Literally.
So that country there, that country, Australia, came at number 26 on the list. Now, when you put that study, it's independent, but there's a relationship with another study. We're talking about our relevance on the global stage of economics. If you put another study that was done by Harvard Business School for 10 years, they also carried out a study. Now the question is, you wonder why Harvard Business School would do an anthropological study. What's the relationship between culture and business is what you should be asking.
Ultimately, if you think of, so business is a word which you can use to mean many things. But if you mean business as in entrepreneurial or economic endeavors, then obviously the culture of a nation, or of a community pays a lot of importance to that. Take, for example, a country where you've got a culture of people coming together, people communicating and people sharing. That probably has a consequence to how people will do business. A closed-off society will probably have a different one as well. For example, if you compare, let's say, Uganda and let's say, I don't know, Antarctica. You've just got ice, you've got penguins, and you've got, so if you're going to do business in Antarctica, you've got to think, what's the culture there? A few scientists maybe, a few explorers. So it's a different environment. But in a place like Uganda, you've got lots of people, it's a warmer climate, So obviously, culture ends up determining what type of business you would do, how you would do the business, how you'd sell, and how you'd grow, and how you'd make your projections, and so on. Yes.
Okay.
And that's why I wanted to bring that comparison, because that's one study of entrepreneurship, and then this is another study of culture, which means it's one study of business and one study of culture, but done by a business school of Harvard. And who turns out to be the most culturally diverse nation in the world? Uganda. Aha. Now you tell me where or which university or what course or which lecturer or professor is going to create a course that increases your appetite for risk to make you an entrepreneur. They can teach you economics and stuff and how you run a business, business management, they can, but the appetite for risk. Now that tells you that if Uganda has such an advantage by 26% and the last person comes at 26 in the first country, that tells you we should be relevant globally because we have an appetite for risk in any market.
So if we are culturally most diverse country in the world and the most entrepreneurial people in the world, then how come we're still broke? Businesses that are set, that runs for 3 months, dies before they cross to the 4th month. Why?
The reason is simple. There's what we call an enabling environment for any organism
to function.
Yes, a seed is perfect, it's brilliant. It has the raw ingredient to bring you a harvest. But put it in a sandy pit and don't give it water and sunlight and then blame it for being broke, for not producing. Can you? So Uganda having these endowments of risk-taking the idea that someone doesn't have enough money, but they still feel they can go out and serve, because entrepreneurship and business is about serving.
Yes.
Yes, and somebody feels I need to go out and serve.
Yes.
I have something to contribute. That's not brokenness.
Okay.
That is abundancy, that I have something to offer the world. Now, if the world doesn't give me a monetary reward for that input, you can't blame that on me.
So who should take that blame?
I think it's not about blame. It's about understanding and recognizing what is the most conducive environment that we should be able to grow entrepreneurs in, and what systems and financing mechanisms and ideological mechanisms can we put in place to support already a seed that has potential in itself.
Okay.
And that could be by leadership and governance. It could be by the way development partners look at Africa in terms of aid and say, no, not aid, let's do development financing, meaning let's have more people investing more of that money, not through government, but directly by saying, Eddie has something beautiful, XXL. What can we do to create that product and actually share it with the rest of the world?
Yes.
Those are the enabling environments that don't necessarily come from governance, but from the world, the community of business people who are able to see these opportunities and tap into them.
Okay, Pete, you are in agriculture.
Yes.
And adding value to agriculture. What do you have to say about this in relation to what Richard has just said?
I mean, to add on what Richard has just said, ultimately, I guess what we're talking about is the importance of incubation.
Yes.
And acceleration.
Yeah. Yes.
It's important, you know, as with any seed, once you plant it, to water it, make sure you plant it on the right soil. You know, check the soil before you plant it. So you got to figure out, okay, have I chosen the right idea? Is it based on a pressing need? Is it a solution to a need? Is it leading to the better, you know, betterment of the community and every stakeholder? Then you nurture it.
Okay.
You water it, and you look after it. You plan for it and make sure nothing attacks it, and then you grow it, harvest it, post-harvest handling, process it, add value to it, market it, but ideally keep some seeds for the next season. But in all that, you'd have planned ahead. You'd have known what the market needs, and you would have responded. So you would have found a way to make your plans based on what you have and what the world needs, and then come in with innovation, and then nurture and incubate and then accelerate it, expand and replicate and keep it sustainable.
Okay, but is that our case today, given this study?
I think it is our case. I think ultimately, when we look at ourselves, we should think and say, great, I mean, where are we? And how far could we go? At the moment, you know, without any irrigation, 2 seasons a year, anywhere in the country. With irrigation, we could probably do 3 or 4 seasons a year. Without value addition, we're making by. I mean, people are doing okay. With value addition everywhere, think about how much more we would earn with that value addition coming in. With a keener understanding of what the marketplace is like locally, regionally, and globally, and based on the soils we have, the temperatures we have, the weather, and kind of the industriousness of the people, everyone's grandmother has a coffee bush. I mean, think about it. Imagine if, you know, if you had a kilo of coffee, I think it's about $2,000.
Yeah.
1,000 cappuccinos is more than $2,000, but it doesn't take a kilo.
We're going on a break, and when the show comes back, we will be talking about have we created the right environment? Have we gotten it right? Where are we getting it wrong? What should we do? Who does what? The president, many powers. Who can we share the power? What? We'll come back. Welcome back. This is XXL Season 4, and this is the Glass House. Of course, with Richard Kawesa and Engineer Pete Nyeko. We are the most entrepreneurial country in the world.
Yes.
Okay? And the most culturally diverse. Are we taking the advantage of this? Let's stop beating around the bush. Just get to the point. Are we taking the advantage of this in the global stage?
I don't think we are.
Yes.
Because the people probably who sit in positions of leadership do not necessarily appreciate some of these studies, not necessarily even appreciate. Probably some of them don't even know these studies were done. Yeah. And if those who know, I was sharing with the deputy governor, Mwami Kasekende, and I was telling him about these studies. And I said, do you have strategists who interpret these thoughts and know their implication? It's one thing to have information. Yes. It's another thing to know what does it mean and what do we need to do. And then it's a third thing to say, this is then what we've decided to do. So in our new policy now, for example, Uganda should be able to say we have an intellectual property policy in place. Okay. Because then intellectual property will take care of shea butter, because then there's what they call a geographical indication. Yes. Where if something is unique to your terrain, like coffee that comes from the islands in Ethiopia, they're able to get some basic revenue out of intellectual property based on that principle from Starbucks. Yeah. And it's an income. Why? Because you can't call it any other coffee other than Ethiopian. Why? Because the soils that bring out a certain aroma and taste to that coffee are only reserved in Ethiopia. Yes. The same would apply for Mountain Elgon coffee that comes from Rwenzori. The same would go for the shea butter, as you mentioned. Yes. The same would go for the type of music we produce. Yes, in Uganda. It goes for, I don't know whether tilapia is also one of the unique aspects, but as a country we have too many unique things that the world needs out there that are so organic, that are so unique to us, but still we don't understand that that's intellectual property. And therefore, in the absence of that, how then can we grow our intellectual property on a global stage so we can start earning from that?
When I think of Uganda, I think of every Ugandan, not one or two or three. Yes. And I think of every Ugandan who thinks about the issues that are around them, the issues that are closest to them, and looks at these issues not as a problem, but as an opportunity to create a solution that actually makes Uganda and the world a much better place. And if I take an example of what has happened in the US, it's a great country, Silicon Valley. Think of how the private sector has actually led this. It is possible that with private sector intervention, benevolent private sector looking at conscious capitalism, looking at social entrepreneurship, looking at a sustainable future, looking at sustainable development, and giving a helping hand to the public sector and civil society and the community, and actually setting up incubation centers. There are a few already in Uganda. Building up on that and saying, great, what are we good at? What can we be good at? What could we be good at? What does the world need? How can we meet that need? Think of it, one crazy example. I mean, we've got lots of amazing young people with great, bright minds. Could we possibly be, an interesting place where everyone comes to get their algorithms and their mathematical equations solved for the next space launch? Uganda could be, a backup to NASA and ESA. It could be. Why not? Okay. And there's so many things which could have. All it needs is that nurturing and so on. And I honestly believe, as someone in the private sector, that we in the private sector should actually take that baton and run with it.
But there is a political environment that I don't want us to look at very lightly. You could say, yes, the mother should support their child to create a lovely home. But when the father is drunk half of the time and comes back in a certain mood, I don't think it's achievable to say that you would have peace in that home, even in the presence of a mother who cares and the fun-loving kids who are there. And so I still go back to the environment that, yes, the private sector has played its part. We've seen the private sector. We've seen WBS is private sector. They came into a space where no one was. They were bold enough to whatever. But then what happened when they faltered on their what was the caning aspect? And when it was taken, who took it? Was it a Ugandan environment that took it on and said, okay, we understand you had a problem on that, but this investment was so critical for our information dissemination as a nation and for growing our own in the TV, whatever, that we need to actually put more money make it work, then you will recover the taxes and the money you put in. So that mindset that does say, this is my own, that the child who's misbehaved is still my own, and I have to make a commitment to work with them through their gambling. If that happens in the financial sector with banks, if that happens with incubators, and say we're going to create incentives to make sure that those who come in as private sector, we give them an incentive. We missed an opportunity with Kanye West. When he came in, there was an investment moment right there. There was an investment moment with this gentleman Forrest Whitaker, because he got his first global award as a result of a film he played and acted in Uganda. So he feels a sense of relevance, of sacredness that is attached to Uganda. How have we benefited from that by creating, for example, the 27 Guns as a movie? Have we gone to Whitaker and say, sir, if you created this as a platform, could you design it in such a way that it makes us globally relevant? You understand what I'm saying? So the opportunities we keep missing is like rain keeps coming, as you mentioned. All the things you're mentioning are gifted by nature. They're different gifts. But what are we doing about enhancing these gifts? And the political environment, why I say the political environment, because when you read the Constitution, you keep seeing the president has a lot of power of appointment at every level. At every level. He is the authority on everything. There seems to be no one else. It's the authority. So have we harnessed that opportunity that comes with that and be able to say, have we created an environment that allows these private sector players to actually do what you say they should be doing?
We have come to the end of the Glass House with Richard Kawesa and Pete, the engineer himself. Mando ya Musa, twesala bukumba sivya Medusa, Tolina Kalimo follow Liluza, Reconnaissami, Beba producer, got chains on my neck and I'm looking like Kunta, wanna close, boy I'm a shooter, I'm the boss with the dream like Luther, Namwongo boy that's the hood I'm coming from and I thought you knew that, thugs and drug dealers, body mukako, nah.
Why do I rap? I rap because I want to talk about stuff that other people don't talk about. I want to inspire people. I want to be the voice to the voiceless. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, no.
Wafuka so mean. In fact, Osinga I mean. Chirabikoli half man, half machine. Munuzira bakubuli street. Buli chimwe chicho cha gunpoint. My nigga, tell us the point. Power to the people. Tebicha kola kubanga nobulula baniga babubba. Ba good cop baba kuba masasi. Our only hope ne baba kwata. Ba MPs baba kuba kalimo rufu na kalulu nebebaka. Katite muji kwata ko. This is Leo Rich rated fresh on XXL.
Hi, my name is Edward Ochom, and I'm here to tell you 4 things that Uganda should fix. Number 1, time management. I reject this notion of African time. This business of starting meetings 2 hours late should stop. We have many things to do in our life. Number 2, dishonesty. You give a person 100,000 to do a small errand for you. He wants to save 20K out of that. It's just 100K. You can make money elsewhere. Leave my 100K and do what I told you to do. Number 3, greed. You read in the papers every other day, so-and-so has eaten this amount of money, so-and-so has done this, a district plan has stolen this. I mean, you cannot eat everything in this world. And lastly for me, really, is about whining. You know, this advent of social media now, you go on Facebook, everybody has negative energy. Kanye West shouldn't have come, he should have gone to Rwanda, you know, stuff like that. Man, stop whining. Facebook should help you market yourself, make money out of it, instead of quarreling every other day about politicians, about this, about that, about this. Stop it. And my name is Edward Ochom, and I just fixed you.
Coming up on the show this week, I catch up with my long-term friend, Sylvester Kabombo, a man of great value to the hip-hop industry, the man who is turning around lives of young people and young girls and giving them a positive life and a life to live. And this man has been all over the place, trained so many young people, but also he's transformed his life from being a rapper to almost a philanthropist.
Yokolanga biganye lemerako abatagaliza basuse lemerako gumikiriza lemerako tuli balumungo wangudde lemerako yokolanga byesi byenyo lemerako n'abatesi betawula nnyo lemerako
is Sylvester Kabombo?
Sylvester Kabombo is a rapper from the duo commonly known as Sylvester and Abrams. We've been kicking together for a very long time. Arts educator, entrepreneur, and so many other freelance, things that might come in. I am a performing artist, amidst all other stuff I do. I still perform on stage, so wherever there is dime, I try to,
to dip your hand in.
Yeah, because as you know, so you need more avenues of earning.
You have been in the music industry for a while now, and obviously you come out from the crop of artists who are trying to turn things in the industry around to try and give it meaning. What has the journey been like for you so far?
It hasn't been an easy one. Nothing is really easy. Music is like any other business. You have losses, you have gains. You persist. Of course, there are successful stories. You wake up one day and you feel alive. Then the next day you're like, I wish I didn't start this. So, those moments when power goes off on stage when you're performing, you're like, oh my God. Then the next day you get a gig, you paid a lot of money. So there are success stories and non-success.
Basically, there are lows and highs.
Yeah, they are there. It has been a bumpy ride from way back, to now. A lot has changed to support the arts. So many platforms. So many gigs now. So many connections. Then social media. Which took over the sector. So many TV stations, so there's so many of everything now, so many artists. Yeah.
Okay. Which you guys didn't have when you were coming up?
Yeah, I mean I might not even take you way back, just the early 2000s. There were a few stations, a few radio stations. Facebook wasn't there then. MySpace, because I got to know Facebook and MySpace around the mid-2000s. So you can see just close there. If you compare now and just early 2000s, there's a huge difference. Now, so many things are done on phone. Your phone has everything, the email, the what.
Yes. It also has everyone.
Yeah, I rarely visit an internet cafe. So all that has changed. Like, the gadgets they have put, almost everything that, in our hands, At times you used to walk a distance, do something, now you do it, within, your place of comfort. So there is so much that has changed, of course for the good and the bad. So, yeah.
Okay. Music as a business. Can an artist run music as a business?
It is, because I mean there are many who are really getting paid. They have gigs every week, outside Uganda. Concerts sell. What you can say that is not selling right now, or just a few copies, are the physical CDs. Physical CDs, because people know they can get the music for free. Even if you lock it, people who create these websites are the same who create the apps. So CDs, yes, you can sell a few copies. You can make copies. I mean, for record keeping, you cannot keep a flash. So you need something that you can put in a shelf at home that is a CD. So some artists still make them, but there's not so much money you can really get, from physical copies. But downloads now, it's like anything now. Someone can download just one song, two songs, 3 songs. Concerts are still really doing well, even outside Uganda. For someone who buys a physical copy now, in this day and age, just know he really likes to support, and he likes to buy original content from the artist.
I am one of those people who really buy music from the artist.
From the artist. Yes. So anyone who buys a physical copy now in this day and age, just know he loves your music, he loves to support, he likes to buy original stuff.
I come from a background where content is quite key. Do we have content in our music in Uganda?
If you're doing an album, there will be, definitely there will be songs that are life-changing. Apart from just telling people to party, but trying to make inspire them to make the best out of their lives. Yeah, so they are there because sometimes we hit by these situations, the life experiences, as I first said, or people around us, communities. So that music will always be there. There always be music that can make you laugh, can make you party, can make you drink more. Music that can make you spend more.
Yes.
And then that music that will make you spend more, but wisely.
Yes.
You know, put something at home. You know, buy something for your wife. You know, make her look good. You know, you can have fun, but at the same time mindful of, you know, the responsibilities ahead of you. So there will always be everything, but it depends what you dig out. Okay. You as a listener, what do you want to listen to?
Long ago echanda mukaka waliwo landiro digo bayitanga seeka yali mukwata mpola nnyo nga mukubanjeze njuta kukaka. Yes, nali mpankisa uwe waka ng'omwezi gugwako nga tukyaseka eyo ewamuze iseeka nga tewetugambula okuba kubanja nze nemnanca twacacyanca kanyama nga ketulya ku kyenkya lwali lumu omu kubapangisa yasiwuka empisa olw'engeri gye yeeyisa yadduka ne sente z'obupangisa emyezi 2 teyakwatibwa kisasibwa kisa lwe lwasemba landirodi waffe otukwatibwa ekisa wowe.
Sylvester, how did you cross from just being a rapper to becoming a serious, you know, clothing line and you know?
It started in 2012 actually. I didn't know the direction. I was just printing t-shirts to, you know, to push my music further.
Yes.
I had a day job and a few performances as an artist. So I wasn't looking for money, but I was like, you know, instead of complaining about airplay, I mean, I think I can do something. So I was like, okay, let me make a few t-shirts and get, you know, song titles, print on them, post online, and
promote my music.
Just that. Yes. I didn't start with a business idea, and I never knew that it would really get this far. So even the first t-shirts I did were online. You take a picture, you post online, you give it to people. Then some people were like, oh wow, this is nice. How much? You know, some people bought, a few bought, you know. So that really made me reconsider. I was like, okay, maybe if I produce more t-shirts, maybe it can be a business, because already people are interested, and I was just using Facebook, post pictures. So that really, ringed, a bell, In my mind, I was like, I need to sit down and see how far I should take this. So I started getting serious, printed more t-shirts, partnered with the first partnership I did was at Equatorial Mall, because I was moving all the time, doing workshops up country. And some people are like, you need to get a point where anytime, any day, people,
come and find it.
Yeah, find your stuff. Because I was on the road, always on the road. So I partnered with a friend of mine at Equatorial Mall, started putting t-shirts there, started advertising on Facebook, shop, this number, you have to go there. People goes to, they got used to it, started buying items there. Then from there I went to Kamu, then from Kamu Plaza to Mavidi's complex where I am now. Yeah.
Wow, well, thank you so much for being a part of the show. And thank you too for being a part of the show. This is Double XL, of course, with Sylvester Kabombo.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup,
Hello?
Welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope. A tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness." At Mandulus, we really believe.
Hello and welcome to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. Remember, this is the show where we dissect the game of basketball happening in Uganda and internationally. We get to talk about the various things that are happening, the basketball competitions. We get to analyze what goes on in the game of basketball, especially what's happening in the Ugandan League. Remember, you can catch us on our social media handles at House of Talent Uganda, that is on our Facebook, at House of Talent Uganda live stream on YouTube, or at houseoftalentug.com on our website. Make sure to share this show. If you know there's someone who needs to be watching right now, just let them know that the show is on and we're going to be talking about basketball. My counterpart Felix Upal couldn't be here today, but I know that he's somewhere watching and he will be here next time. But nonetheless, I have a man in the studio today who has played the game of basketball for a very long time, and he has got a lot of experience. He has transitioned from just being a player into being a coach, and he is here today to talk about his experience and also the status of university basketball in Uganda. This is none other than Osito Jacob. Jacob, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
It's weird to call you Jacob because on court we just know you as OJ. You know?
Yeah, just like I know you as Eti.
As Eti. Yeah, so for those who are watching us live, on the basketball court, we are not known by our government names. We are known by different nicknames that you can get through, you know, playing the game of basketball, and they're called street names basically. So
like a stage name.
Yes, like a stage name. So if you went and asked for Emmanuel at pool court, they wouldn't know it was me. Yeah, but Oje, you're very welcome to the show.
Thank you very
it's
much.
It's very good to have you.
I'm humbled.
Thank you for honoring our request to be here. And we'll just jump right in. I know that you've been playing basketball for a while now, and
sure.
Your transition into being a coach for the Makerere University Sparks ladies team. Congratulations on that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So we just want to find out. You start, obviously, all of us start our journey, you know, not knowing the game of basketball at all.
True.
Yeah, and I believe that you had a start, and right now I don't want to say you're at an end, but you're in the process of becoming something bigger. You know? So we just wanted to walk us through how you started from being a player and transitioning all the way into a ladies coach. I mean, you could have coached the Makerere guys team or something, but now you're coaching the ladies. So what was that transition like for you? What is that journey that, you know, we can listen to?
Okay, first and foremost, thank you very much for hosting me. I'm really, really humbled, and I'm blessed to be here. Yeah, surely. Talking about basketball, personally, my journey of basketball started from far, very, very far. That was in high school, and in a situation whereby we did not have enough exposure. We didn't have coaches. We didn't have the facilities like we do have them right now. Although I'm saying this like there are so many years ago, there are not so many. That was about, I began knowing basketball in 2007. That was at KPC when I was in P7 vacation. That is end of 2007 actually, that KPC North. That's when I first touched the basketball. Then 2008 when I joined Namilyango in Senior 1. I saw people playing. Actually, the people whom I saw there playing and inspired me were Sally of, he played for Chambogo Warriors. Do you remember him?
The left-handed.
Yes. And Omongin. Omongin, last I saw him playing for City Oil. Those were the guys whom I found in Namilyango. I was in Senior 1. These guys were playing basketball at another level. And we would actually just go there to watch them. You know, for us by that time, they couldn't allow you to step on the basketball court that those guys are on, because they were senior 6s, you are a senior 1. You just, the best you can do is watch. Other than that, you don't step there. But nonetheless, that's where I started. Beautifully, or I would say lucky for me, that when I was playing with those guys, once in a while when they could see me about midday 1, when the sun is very hot, when they are still resting and waiting to come. So when we would go to court and, you know, try a few shots here and there, and then they would come and they meet us, they would see what we are doing, and, you know, they would identify talent. I don't know if I can use that word. So, you know, one or another, they identified my talent. They realized I could at least throw in the ball. At any sport. They would just give it to me. Although I was weak, I didn't know how to bounce. They only told me one thing: throw in the ball. And throwing in the ball gave me an opportunity to play with them. When I was in Senior 1, Senior 2, but still, of course, I still had people who didn't believe in me, and it was challenging. Mostly because Namilyango College is a school that is known for rugby. So everyone who went there, the first thing was rugby. You hear anything out there when the guys are talking about Namilyango College, it's rugby. So when you come in here and it's basketball, you're like, I've not heard about basketball here. This one is not going anywhere. And you know, when you're in high school, it's usually the outings that motivate us a lot. Those who play rugby would go out like every weekend. And you're in Senior 1, you're like, this is what I want. I want to be going out every weekend. That was like the epitome of everything in high school. But when I tried playing rugby, unfortunately, I had a very serious injury. By then, that's what gave me a chance to go and check on basketball. Someone dared me, one of our very good players by the way of rugby. He dared me, and they gave me a ball, and he wanted to tackle me. So I also wanted to prove a point that I can knock him. Unfortunately, I hit him successfully, but he also hit me successfully. So he hit me and I dislocated my finger. That is an injury that he left on me permanently. Each time I look at it like this, I'm like, It was called Donnie in high school, but it's called Donald. He actually finished from Seta High. Each time I look at it, I'm sure he doesn't even remember. Each time I look at it, I'm like, Donnie, you hit me here, but you're the reason I play basketball now. So after that, I went and tried basketball, but it was still hard because, you know, I came from a primary school that did not have any sports background, especially basketball. And that school is in Tinda. I studied from Kalinaviri Primary School. That's where I hail from before I joined Namilyango College. But I went to Namilyango, I didn't know basketball, and there were these other kids who knew the game. So even if I had the height advantage, they still knew the dribble, the rules, and the what. So that's where I got challenged. These guys would put me aside because they're like, he doesn't know anything. So it was very hard for me to break through, but I think I have that nature of being persistent. So I kept on going there each time I had the opportunity because I couldn't go back to rugby. No, I couldn't. After that knock, I was like, no, I'll try another sport. And I loved sports naturally. So I kept on persisting, and then the senior 6s, those of Omongin, realized I could throw in the ball and they could give me a chance. So I went on shooting once in a while until my senior 2 there, that's when I began. Now, by my senior 2, Namilango had constructed another basketball court, but it still had a lot of dust on the floor. Now, that was our court. So that's where for us we would go and play. That's where I got my basketball experience from. Yeah, I began playing, and unfortunately by then, we did not have a basketball coach, like a permanent coach for Namilango College. Since I think the school was more focused into rugby, maybe, I'm not sure why, but I would just assume, because rugby always had about 2-3 coaches, and these were old boys of the school. Basketball, I think we didn't have an old boy by then who was so much interested in teaching the game, because we didn't have any, and yet we needed one. By my senior 2, senior 3, we are now getting a chance of being exposed to playing with, now, you know, when you reach in senior 3 in such a school, you now get a chance to play against the senior 5s. Once in a while, because senior 3, you're now a junior elder, I would say. So you can also command some respect. So you get the chance to play. And for me, I don't know if I should say whether fortunate or unfortunate, that by that time, the senior 5s and 6s, by that time, we didn't have basketballers. So I was one of the senior players now, although I was still a junior elder. So I began commanding some respect there. I got a chance to become a captain for the O level by then. Then when I went to senior 4, we did not have a captain. HSCs were very poor at the game. But this is something that used not to happen. It was actually not allowed. An O level cannot be the captain of the school team. But for me, because I was doing the job very well, and I was in senior 4, and the ones who are in A level knew less than I did. So they were like, let the guy take the job. So that's how I became the captain. And the other thing that made them also accept that is that I used to coach these senior 1s and senior 2s, because I realized that there was a gap in basketball and these kids didn't know, and there were very many. So I would just tell them, come, I teach them what I knew by then. This is how they shoot, this is how they bounce the ball. I used to teach them the basics. And interestingly, even some of those HSCs, I would also teach them. I have some good friends of mine, they look at, even my classmates, they look at me and they're like, yeah, he taught us basketball. I was in HSC and I was teaching, I was in senior 4 and I was teaching my elders how to play the game. And they were respecting me, that's the beauty of it. They could listen to what I would say and they were learning, so they were like, this guy will do the job. So that's how I began my coaching career slowly. In my O level, that was 2011. 2012, 2013, that's when I was in HSC. In HSC, that's when I went so much into coaching. And I told one of my friends that, you know what, if I leave high school, I want to either become a coach or an umpire. By then I wasn't sure which one I can do. In fact, I wasn't even sure which one can pay.
Well, let me cut you off there. It's really exciting to know your high school journey and you know how you're going to transition into the university. We're going to take a break right now. I know there are many people outside there excited to know how you transition from high school into university basketball. You're watching the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel. In the studio with me is Osito Jacob, aka OJ, the head coach for the Makerere University Sparks ladies team. We will take a break right now and we will be right back. This is House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk Show. Welcome back to the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Emmanuel and this is House of Talent Television. Remember, you can catch us on our socials at House of Talent TV, that's on our Facebook, on House of Talent TV Uganda live stream, that's on our YouTube. You can also catch us at HTV Uganda, that's on our Twitter handle, or at houseoftalentug.com, that's on our website. Make sure to share this show as far and wide as you can, because this is the show that we talk about basketball. It's the only basketball show in Uganda. With me in the studio today is OJ. His other name is Osito Jacob, but we only just call him OJ because that is how we know him on the basketball court. And before we went off for a break, you were basically telling us your journey, how you started the game of basketball, how in S3 you started coaching the S1s, And you know, we had almost reached that point where you transition into campus, and you know, you just take us from there. You know, moving from high school, now moving into campus and becoming a coach. Just take us from there.
Yes, from high school, actually my coaching started in high school in my senior 4 around there.
Yeah.
And then when I went to, that was in Olive actually. So when I went to my vacation, that was in end of 2013.
Yeah.
So I was in senior 6 VAC. Actually, not 2014.
Yeah.
I was in senior 6 VAC. I began by coaching. I was volunteering as an assistant coach to Namilyango College.
Oh.
You know, after just finishing, and I was their captain, and I was already coaching those who were there. But because by then my high school coach was Maurice Otedro.
Oh.
He taught me a lot of things. He actually used to tell me what to teach others when he's not around. And he was a very busy man, I remember. So he would tell me, on this day, teach them ABCD. I'll come back at the end of the week. So by the time I finished high school, I knew nearly everything that Maurice would coach us.
Yeah.
So when I was in senior 6 VAC, I was more like his assistant.
Yeah.
Although the school used not to pay me, I was more of a volunteer. So whenever there were games, I would go there and work with him, and I support him, and I learn new things. And I got an opportunity. My first opportunity was out of volunteering to coach Namilyango as an assistant.
Yeah.
Who knew very well, because I had experience. I had done that for about 4 years as his assistant. I got an opportunity to go and coach Hilton High School. They were having a game during qualifiers, Mukono qualifiers. They were having a game, and they were struggling.
Yeah.
So their coach, by then, he was also an OB of the school, and he needed help. So he called me to help in.
Yeah.
So I went to help in, and because of what I had learned, I just adjusted a few things in his game, and it was actually the girls playing, the girls of Hilton. These girls won this game by a big margin, and they were very excited. I was also very happy because it looked like a miracle. So that is where I think my breakthrough started in coaching.
Yeah.
Because actually, as a player, that journey was really, because as I told you, or as we earlier discussed, when I was in high school, I never got a chance to play nationals.
Yeah.
So, and you know, in our setting here, if you don't play nationals at high school, no one gets to know you.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I was the captain of my team, but I never had the chance because my parents wanted me to concentrate on books,
Yeah.
which I did. And they later allowed me to do basketball after I had finished high school, interestingly. Yeah, so after they had won that game, Hilton, the following year, they were like, you know what, why don't you come and help us here? I told them, okay, I can do that. By then, I was the first year. I was just joining campus, first year. So I would move from Makerere, and I go straight to Mukono, Wantoni, that side. And I coach them, and they give me some command. They would fund my transport. I would go actually twice a week. It was Friday. It was either Friday and Saturday, 2 days a week.
Yeah.
And I was very happy because I was a head coach for the first time. You know, I had been under my coach. I was happy being under my coach because I was learning.
Yeah.
But now, you know, the feeling of you're the one in charge.
Yeah.
It was the first time. And I was very excited. Even if I would struggle with jam and run out of class to run to go and coach, I still liked it because it was me now in charge. I was the one to make the decisions. So I coached them for 1 year. The following year, fortunately, Maurice got an opportunity, and he was now living in Namilyango. So Namilyango never had a coach, and they began looking around, and I was right there, very present, very much willing. When they told me about the opportunity, and they were like, you have a contract to sign, I didn't even want to read the contract. All I wanted was to go and coach Namilyango, because Maurice had already put Namilyango at a certain level. Yeah, because everyone now knew that Namilyango plays basketball. And the beauty of it is I had moved with him through that whole journey, right from the time, because he came in when I was in S3, I was already coaching somehow. And actually I remember he came in because he had a young brother there. He actually plays, that young man plays for Riders, Riders, plays for Riders, Acid. He's popularly known as Acid, if you've heard that name also there, So he actually left Namilyango and went to Chibuli because he did so well, and Chibuli took him in his HSC. But that's the reason why Maurice first came to Namilyango. So I learned everything from him. And by the time he was leaving, I could actually run whatever he had done, So I ran Namilyango from about 2016, 17, up to now. I'm still their coach up to now. And the beauty of it is that I was very successful. We always qualified for nationals. until Fresh Diaries in Mbale, which was the last, that was 2019, I think. Yeah, 2019. So by that time, I was a student at Makerere here. And once in a while, I would find the girls training, and I would go and inquire from Coach Albert, can I also come in here and there? I didn't know that one day I would be the coach of Makerere. Yeah, but when I was in high school, I always thought about it because I loved the game so much. And I wasn't playing it because my parents would not allow me to play it the way I wanted it, my guardians. I told one of my friends, it's called Gerard Abidravo, I told him, one day I want to become either a coach or an umpire. And he laughed and was like, yeah, maybe you can make it. So when I became the coach of Namilyango, he was the first man to tell me that, man, congratulations. As you said it, here it comes. And so when I reached Makerere, I didn't think I would be the coach at Makerere University because it was a university and there are so many people with more experience than I do. But because of love of coaching the game, out of the experience I had got, I used to go and sit there, watch, and I'm like, okay, this is that. And remember, I had also coached the girls of Hilton in my first year. So I knew how to handle girls, and I also knew how to handle boys because I had gotten both experiences. Yeah, so after a while, in 2019, Makerere was going for university games in Chisui. And incidentally, Coach Albert was not around. So they needed, so I volunteered. Yeah, I volunteered. They were going with a coach, with you know, Makerere has two coaches, for the boys and for the girls. So I saw that as an opportunity. So I went to the sports union, to the sports department, and I told them I want to volunteer. I just want to go there and volunteer and help where there is need. They gave me the opportunity. They were like, all right, you can do that. Well, the only thing I wanted was where I can sleep and my lunch and supper, which was very much available. So I also went in like any other coach, but it was my first time with all the pressure, and I wanted results. Fortunately, something happened. We played Kumba Marines. Kumba Lady Marines? Yes, we played in Kumba with Ekon. They are a very good player, national team now. And she was part of that team, and we won that game. When we won that game, I think for me, my fate in coaching had been sealed. This guy is going to be a coach. Because after winning that game, I realized that anything is possible. And I'm a man who believes in myself so much. So I saw an opportunity, and I realized it could work out. And I was like, okay, I wanted to coach high school, but even at the university, it's working. Though I didn't have much experience at that level, I realized I could do it because when I went there, and also as a player, I had seen those things happen. And also, I had a very good coach at the university because after my coach in high school, that is Maurice Otedro, I met Coach Baju. That's how we call him, but his name is Ronald Bajunga, yes. Yeah, so I met Coach Baju, that's Ronald Bajunga, and he could advise us here and there, Oje do this, Oje do that, Oje work out. You know, he could talk to us like a father. He was more like a father figure to us. So he really, really mentored me in terms of basketball. Maurice taught me how to play the game. Coach Baju taught me how to understand the game and how to analyze it and how to read it. So he made me understand it more and how to act around people when I'm playing it. He inculcated that discipline into us, that when you're doing this, the crowd is reacting this way, the fans are reacting this way, concentrate on this. So when I got the chance to go and do that in Kasubi, in Chisubi rather, it was very easy for me. And we came out, although we did not win, we didn't take the championship, we actually went to play third place. We played against Uganda Matters, UMU. Yes, we played against UMU for third place, and it was a mess. It was a mess because our hopes had been raised so high, me and my players, but I don't know if my players were on pressure, but I was on pressure because I was like, I have an opportunity to get a medal. I want this medal. But one thing I forgot is, when the girls were playing, I had Coach Baju by my side. Yeah, he was telling me, Oje, now do this, now do that. Now, when we went to play the next game, Coach Baju was not around. So, and I think he was finishing up the boys' game, and they were like, third place, you can play the other side. So that's how we went there, and we missed the medal for that tournament. But from that day, out of that performance, good enough, I was being watched by other Makerere staff who positively recommended me. They said I could do the job. So when I came back, after that, 2019, 2020, I remained there as more of a volunteer to the university. I would come in because Coach Albert was still not around, I remember. So I would help in here and there when the girls are available. I can coach them, I teach them what I know, and I would also consult Coach Baju. And then when Coach Albert left, I then got the chance to now become the head coach of Makerere. So that's how I moved in as a coach. That's how I found myself in this big position. I really felt like that. I felt like I don't have the experience more than compared to the other people who are there. Because if I see the coaches in Makerere, it looks like I could be amongst those with the least experience in the field of coaching. But maybe the other things I did, because I had a lot of zeal, I was so passionate, and I commit myself to something. So I believe probably it's my commitment to being there when I was volunteering that made them give me the chance to be there.
That's an interesting journey. And I've seen the girls play. They really improved, from the last time I saw them. And it's a good job that you're doing. And
thank you.
Commendations to you. And we'll take another break right now. But when we return, we're going to talk about the status of university basketball. Because on the show, I've talked about grassroots basketball. I've talked about the league and the cancellation of the same league, so we really haven't talked much about basketball that is happening on the campus. So when we come back from the break, we'll be talking about university basketball. What is the status? Where is it at right now? Is Uganda ready to take part in the competitions that are coming up on the international level when it comes to university basketball? This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. My name is Emmanuel, and this is House of Talent Television. We will be right back.
Of how long have we been there struggling before, but now we had momentum than them. So the key thing here is corporate companies, please come aboard. The government will do their part. They will also squeeze whatever they can to come through. National councils will also keep on budgeting to see what they can do better on us. And also federations, all of them, basketball, football, whatever they come through. Let us have a fair share to everybody. I know football gets the biggest share in Uganda. I don't know why, but because I know my small analysis is athletics and basketball right now, and netball. Those are the top 3 games in Uganda that have carried athletics, netball, basketball to continental and worldwide. We're doing so much. So we need to also get a fair share to compete with football, which is getting $1 billion shillings plus. We should also be given that opportunity.
Welcome back to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, also known as AT on the basketball court. Remember, this is House of Talent Television. You can catch us on our socials on YouTube, House of Talent TV Uganda, live stream, or you can go to our website at houseoftalentuganda.com. You can go to our Facebook, House of Talent Uganda. Catch the show live. Let us know what is happening. Drop us a message in the comment section. If you love the show, let us know. Share some love with us. If you want us to change something, let us also know about that. But in the studio with me today, I have a man who is called Osito Jacob, but he's known as OJ on the basketball court. That is his street name. He has been a coach for Namilyango. He has coached at Hilton, and right now he's coaching the Makerere University Sparks basketball team, and he's here to talk about his experience and also to talk about the status of sports in university in relation to basketball. Oja, before we went for the break, you were just telling us your journey of how you started off and ended up as a coach for Makerere University Sparks, and I believe you're doing a very good job with the girls. We just want to dive into the main topic right now. Obviously, you've played basketball at the university level.
Yeah, sure.
And from where I'm sitting, I think that basketball in the university has dropped, okay? Not only at Makerere University, but looking at it on a general scale, on a general picture. Because back in the day, we had a lot of university tournaments. You know, you talk about, there was the University League at some point, there was the Floodlights at a certain point, we had games, East African games and all these things. And one could say that because of the lockdown, okay, it slowed down a couple of things. But if memory serves right, the University League, then the floodlights actually stopped way before the lockdown came in. Yes, about 2017. Okay, and I think since then, basketball has really been on a decline. We've been focusing more on basketball in the league. Okay, so according to your perspective, okay, what are some of those points that you can share with us that led to, let's say, I don't want to say the downfall of basketball, but the decline of basketball at the university level?
Well, on that issue, with the current situation, I am not the best person to answer that question because I don't have the detailed information. As I told you, I am a rookie in this field. So surely, but at least because I was playing at the university level, I do have some information, and at least out of observation. But putting the issue of lockdown and corona aside, I think that the reason why basketball is declining generally in universities, I think it's because of the kids who are coming into the universities. I think their kind of basketball is not the same kind of basketball like the one of the kids, of the guys who used to join basketball that time. So the talent that is in right now is, I could say it's raw compared to the talent that used to come in those days. We can't put out the aspect of the people who are joining university by then were mature men who knew what they wanted and what they were doing. They had the self-drive. But right now, the people who are joining university can only train when the coach is there. You can see how that is a big challenge. So for me to make sure that my team is ready, I have to be on the basketball court on the official training days and even other days that I'm not supposed to be there. Because if I don't show up, chances are high that many of them are not going to show up. But if I show up, even if I'm not supposed to be there, but then I just show up, they'll know that, oh, on such and such a day, coach passes by and he says, on our free days we should shoot. So let me go and take a few shots. So that's what drives them. But compared to the days that you and I joined, maybe yours were much better than ours, but even me, the times I joined, when you wanted something, you would go and work for it. And I think that is one of the disciplines that I was taught from, maybe from high school, that when you want something, you go for it, you work for it, you push for it. You don't need someone else to push you to get what you want. And I think that is one of the things that we are lacking right now in and I don't know how that can even be worked upon, because surely if the kids are finishing high school when they are younger, whose fault is that? I don't think that's anyone's fault. But maybe if the coaches in high school could do the job, which is also very hard because high school needs a lot of time and yet they have the least time, by the way, compared to the university. So the aspect of the people who are joining in being younger is what is causing the biggest difference right now in the way basketball seems those days and now. But now when you talk about the aspect of the different leagues, I think I'm not the best person to answer that, because now that includes the issues of money, the sponsors, the institutions. I don't really know how much they operate to know that they want, because I really don't know why the Floodlights was cancelled. I'm one of those who played it. I think I played the last season of Floodlights, because I think that was 2017, I remember, with Makerere University. Yes. When I was there, I remember it was always played at night. That's why I think the name Floodlights was there. I remember we moved to Nkumba. We moved, yes, in Entebbe, we moved to UCU, and it was something very interesting and very motivating. It would give us reason to work out even more. But now, without those games, of which I don't know the reason why they have scrapped them, I really don't know the technical issues, but without those games, you find that most of these students think that they're only working for December. The same mentality that we had in high school, that you only prepare for qualifiers, for nationals. Yes, you only prepare for nationals. And when it's done, second term, no sports, third term, no sports. That's the environment I came from. I don't know if it was different in your years.
It was the same thing.
So now for university sports, we see that nearly it's the same thing. Because right now, right now they're preparing for nationals. the league aside, they're preparing for nationals, and then after that, the following end of the following year, they're preparing for East African Games. Are you seeing that? So there is a lag in between that time. So a student who is not playing on the university team at the club level has nothing pushing them to work at that time, because they feel like they have a whole 9 months to work. And you know, when you have a lot of time in your hands, you might think it's too much until it's actually too late. So that is the other thing that is also making it very hard for the game to develop very fast. The tournaments are very limited. There are very few. I mean, if you have only one tournament in a year, that means you're telling these guys to begin training like 2 months to the tournament. But if they had more than that, I believe the talent would improve faster, because these guys would actually work even more. And you very well know that most of the universities right now, if you are to have players who are to make the university team look good, you will not pick the junior players who are there. You'll want to look for the most experienced, even the alumni if there is need, so that you don't get relegated, because that's also, you know, we also don't want to look bad. Coaches don't want to look bad. So they also want to survive, so they end up looking for those who already know. Because even when they're picking players from high school, they're also picking those who already know. And that's why you see that institutions that have their teams that are doing much better, for them they get players straight from high school and they pick the best in terms of scholarships and sponsorship and all those other things. But which is also there in Makerere, although it's limited, I think, because I don't know much about it. I still don't have that much information about how the scholarship works. But we could also see it even that in high schools, the same issue is happening. The basketball in high school is now being dominated by, those days it was dominated by a few schools, because those few schools had the players and had the heart and they would work out. But right now it's dominated by a few schools, because those are the schools that put in the money, they give in the scholarships. I think the same thing applies to the universities. Those who put in more have better players and players who are more committed to the work. Now those who put in less, generally all universities, those who put in less, you find them struggling, because we are convincing players to come and play, and then they are going to leave, but coach, I'm commuting, I have to go home early. Now they are leaving their classes maybe at 4:30, and then practice starts at 5, and then at 6:30 they have to go. Now they have to compete with a student who has his time there. He knows after my training here, I'm just sleeping next here. I have my supper well prepared, no matter how late I leave. Even tomorrow I can come in the morning and I shoot, because I know I'll go back to where I sleep and I have breakfast. I think that's also another reason why basketball is being dominated by also a few universities. Because in my opinion, our basketball has been dominated by majorly UCU and Ndeje, because Ndeje is doing very well, Then the rest of the universities, especially the traditional universities like Makerere, Chambogo, Mbarara University, we seem to be struggling in those fields. And I would think that maybe it's because the other people are putting a lot of effort in that compared to us. That's my opinion, that's what I think. And it's making the whole thing look like, you know, it's going down. But it's a big challenge, which I don't know how we are going to go about it, because this is something that requires the management of the institutions, surely, Because me as a coach, no matter how much love I have for the game, there is no, I'm going to tell them, you know what, I can make these guys champions, put in the money or do ABCD. They will tell me, but this is how the process works, and I cannot change that. So actually, my option right now as a coach, because I'm in the position, and I'm not going to sit down and I'm like, the system is hard, so let us struggle, because we have been struggling. Me as a coach, what I think my best option is that, which is also a principle, is don't fight the system or don't try to change the system. Just find how it works and see how you can work best with it. That is something I heard from a gentleman called Jim Rohn, if you watch those guys. So I am not going to fight the system, but I am looking for a way that I can use the system the way it is to bring positive results. So I put in extra time, I talk to these people, I give them reports as much as possible, so that they know that something is going on. Because one thing I believe in is that if you're doing something good, you'll be appreciated. And if you want something to be done, show them that you can handle it. let them only come to support you, not them initiating the process.
Yeah.
And that is one of the things that drives me. And people even ask me, but how comes for you? You're always there. Who pays you? Where do you get the money? They even tell you Makere doesn't pay, but that is their opinion. Because when you're given a job somewhere, sure, that means they're supposed to pay you.
Yeah.
But if they say Makere doesn't pay, Makere doesn't give money, maybe that is their experience. I don't know. Maybe if I experience it, I'll come back and tell you. But for now, I can't say that. For now, I believe that the resources might be limited, but the basketball court is there, the basketballs are there, the players are there. I think I also have a big role in motivating my players and talking to them and convincing them. That is what I'm doing right now. And I believe it's going to take me quite some time to produce the team I would want to see.
Yeah.
Because now I am trying to see how I can work within the system the way it is. So it's going to take me time, because now that means I have to nurture junior players who are just coming in, which has not been the case, and it's not the case with other universities.
Yeah.
Other universities get players whom they know are going to actually do the job.
Yeah.
Now for us to get players, we get people who know how to play the game, not players. We get people who know how to play the game, and then we convince them to come and play for the university. Are you seeing how that is different?
Yeah.
Yeah. So by the time you convince someone, then they show up, and then you're telling them that we can't pay you, and the other side they are being paid.
Yeah.
It makes things very hard, because Makere, I'm sure Makere has students who are actually players in other clubs.
Yeah.
Are you seeing that? But even them coming back to play for the university, they'll ask you, what are you offering? Are you giving us transport? Are you giving us this? If it's there, which sometimes it's there, if it's there, they are willing to come. But if it's not there, you are going to, try and convince them. And of which, if you convince them and they said no, surely you wouldn't force them, because they will tell you, but the situation is hard, and you're also seeing it's hard, so you wouldn't push so hard.
Yeah.
But once in a while, we convince them and they come around, and we also want them to inspire the new ones. But the best option for us right now is to build those who are around. So for a university like Makere to reach the level of UCU and DJ, it's going to be a long process, of which some people are not going to be patient enough to see that happen.
Yeah.
Others don't even believe it can happen. I think that. But personally, I think that is what can work for me. I believe that is what can make us look different. And for the other universities, I don't know what their coaches and the administration plans to do and what. But for me on my side, and generally university sports, I think that's what I've given you, what makes us look like we are falling down, but I've also shown you how we plan to move up.
I was actually going to ask you how we can get up. We're going to take another break right now. I like what you're saying about university sports and the perspective of why it's going down and how it can be rebuilt. Well, for our viewers out there, this is House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. Remember, we're on our socials and you can hit us up, drop us a message in our inbox, in our comment section. Let us know what you love about the show. If you have a question for OJ here, let us know, we'll ask him. But we'll take a break right now. We'll be right back. This is the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television.
A lot has been happening in the game of basketball. First of all, as Slam Dunk Basketball would like to first thank the Silverbacks for doing the nation proud and for making it to the first time in the quarterfinals of the Afro Basketball Championship down in Kigali. It was a tough task, and history was made when the Silverbacks, our boys, were able to beat on Nigeria.
Welcome back to Slam Dunk Basketball Talk on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and with me in the studio today is Osiko Jacob, aka OJ, better known as OJ on pool court, actually, you know, where we do pick up sometimes in the evening. And OJ has been taking us through his story, basically where he started from, how he ended up as the coach for the Makerere Sparks, that's the university team at Makerere. And he also told us about the status of sports, especially basketball in the universities, why it seems like it's on the decline, and what are some of the things that can be done to raise it back to the level where it's supposed to be. And having young people like this in those positions of coaching is a very good thing. So if you're out there, you're a young coach, you're a young player, and you want to get involved into the game of basketball and put it back to the level where it's supposed to be and take it higher, this is your opportunity. We're hearing very wise words coming in from the coach here. And I just want to backtrack a bit, back to that story you told us about being in school and, you know, not being allowed to play on the team, because I know that in most high schools, actually, there is always that divide between the guys in the higher classes and the guys in the lower classes.
Your elders.
Yeah, your elders. In some schools, they actually say those two don't mix. They're like volatile, you know, chemicals. And you were telling us a story about how you were not actually allowed to get onto the basketball court, you know. And how did that feel? And what lessons can some of these kids pick up from it? Because I know that there are certain kids in primary school, even at the university level, who want to play, but they look at you guys now, the elders, and they're like, how do we get into, you know, this part? So just take us through that situation you went through, and, you know, some of the lessons that these kids can learn and how they can be encouraged to get into the game of basketball.
Okay, thank you. Yes, with that, flashing back to my time in high school, because that's where things were hardest. You know, the start is always the hardest part. As I told you, for me, I came from a primary school where basketball was not known as a sport. My primary school had a secondary section that had a basketball court, but we used not even cross there, so I really had no idea. I first saw basketball when I went to KPC. That was in my vacation of P7. That was in end of 2007. But when I was at Namilyango, I was with classmates who had come from primary schools that had the background of basketball, which is what I didn't have. What I had was height. For them, they had the skill. And you see, when you're at that level, it doesn't look like height works. It looks like it's the skill that counts. And they didn't see the skill in me. So actually, these guys are my good friends, but I'm sure they also did it unknowingly, having been senior ones. But they never gave me the chance to. I felt very, very disappointed one time when these guys were told, hey, the junior team, make a squad that is going to play. We're actually going to SMAC, that is Chisubi. We're going to SMAC, and they were saying, hey, you guys make a team. In my head, I knew I am going. And you know, as I told you, going out was the most interesting thing when we were in high school. So I was in senior 2, and it was the first time. You know, for us in Namilyango, it's rugby players who used to go out so oftenly. Basketballers, your opportunity would come once in a while. So the time had come where I was sure now I am going on merit. Little did I know that my friends on the other side are like, that tall guy cannot make it. So we prepare that weekend. I don't check the list assuming that I am going. I don't check. Following morning, I go to the dining hall. That was a Saturday morning, to see the list of those who are going, and my name is not there. I was heartbroken. I even actually, with all the anger, I still went to the bus with the hope that I would enter. I stood there, I saw them enter, and I saw them leave. I was in senior town. And in my head, I was like, you know what? You guys have done this to me, but one day, I'll be the one writing your names on that list. So after that, actually, I remember that day I went back to play. Because I enjoyed the game, actually. Other than just going out, I enjoyed the throwing in, and it was actually my shooting started. I think that's the talent in me. The talent is just shooting. The other part of the dribbling, I think I don't have that. But I enjoy just throwing that ball, and it would just go in like automatically, and everyone would be wowed by that. They would see me and they're like, that guy can actually do it.
Yeah.
But my teammates actually knew this guy can't bounce the ball, he can't dribble, and we need someone who can dribble. They didn't really think they needed someone who could do what I was doing.
Yeah.
But then I also realized that that is the advantage they had over me. That is the skill they had come with from primary school that I didn't have. So I began working out on my own. I put in more effort. Unknowingly, out of, I don't know whether it was anger or excitement, but unknowingly, I put in a lot of effort in basketball when I was in high school. Even with the challenges that come with, high school, you don't have that much time. At a school like Namilyango, when it's time for this, all of you go and do that. When it's time for the other, but all my free time, I would put it into basketball. So I learned the game, and these guys began accepting me. Each time they realize that when they are playing with me, I make the shots and the shots drop, and it's the shots that makes their team go out. They were like, I think we need this guy if we have to stay. So that's how my fellow junior players in high school by then allowed me into the circle of basketball. And because of my work ethics, in a year, the following year, I was one of their best. And I was more like their captain. And before I knew it, my senior 4, I was the captain of the school team until I left. So that's how I broke through in that field. But then I had another challenge of my parents, my guardians for this matter. They never wanted me to play basketball. And the reason, having been our background, I had a cousin who was playing rugby. He was really, really good. One time they went to play in a tournament in Chadondo, and he got a concussion. I don't really know what happened. I even didn't know what a concussion was until it happened to him. So they took him to the hospital, and I don't know what the school took care of and what they didn't. But then they called our guardians at home, and they were like, your boy is in the hospital, this and this happened, please come and check on him. And we have true African parents. They are very furious and very tough on certain things. So when they went there, now I was the one to be talked to. You see what we told you. You see what we told you about sports. Why would you go and do these things? I don't want to hear anything concerning sports. And in my head, I was like, but that was not me. That was rugby. I don't even play rugby. I don't even know it. So that is how I felt. But they had made up their minds. And they were like, you went to Namilyango to study. I was like, okay, I'll study, but when I get my time, I'll... So I studied, I did well, I passed, I went back to Namilyango. But then, actually, my first qualification for nationals, we had a challenge. We had never qualified for nationals during my time there. I don't know the years before me, but I never had. But I can't assume I was the first, because the salaries were actually there. But the time I was there, they didn't qualify. That was 2018. And all my time there, we had never gone for nationals. And it was more like a dream. And now it was me driving the team. And I remember I had guys like Orenga Daniel. When we were in O-level, we were together in Namilyango there. Of all the guys who play basketball, he's still the only guy whom I see. The others have gone into other things. So in our senior 4, I led that team into qualifying for the first nationals. It was an exciting moment. It's like we had made it in life. We were so happy that actually I remember that time we were playing. It was at Seta High Green Campus, and Namagunga ladies were there, and now Namilyango and Namagunga. For us, we were always friends for all that time, and here we were playing basketball. So when we won, we did something that was very interesting. Our excitement made us make push-ups after the game instead of stretching, like to show them that we were the ones in charge. It was that interesting, and that's when I realized that actually we can go further than this. So the following years, unfortunately, Orenga joined Mengo SSC. That's why he was playing, and then I remained with guys who literally knew little, and now it was my responsibility to make sure that these guys can actually make us reach there. I used to tell my colleagues, my classmates, I used to tell them that you guys, one day, we shall also bring a trophy like rugby players bring trophies here. So I used to tell them that. But here we are senior 4, we have qualified for nationals. We were supposed to go for nationals in the holidays of first term. I thought what my guardians had done was a joke. That is when I realized they were not joking. Now I was the captain of this team, I led them here, and now we are going for something bigger. And then this was supposed to sign this document, and they're like, no. The sportsmaster calls my mzee and he's like, no. I don't know if they even told the headmaster, I don't know, but things failed. I sat down, I was like, okay, next year things will be better. The following year, we again qualified, me being their captain. We had a chance. I was like, okay, this time round, I am going, I'm sure. And my teammates were like, this time round, we are all going. The gentleman again said no. I felt like giving up. Because I was like, now, this is what we work for the whole year. And now, actually, it's only within first term. Why would he stop me from going for this thing? But I realized that he was seeing far ahead than I was seeing. For me, my thoughts were about basketball at that time and having the fun and going out with my friends. But for him, his worry was I might forget that I have books to read. Yeah, that was his worry. Of which, right now, after many years, when I reached campus, that's when I realized that, by the way, he was right. But still, I'm sure he also realized that, by the way, he was wrong to a certain extent. Because when I reached campus, he was like, he used to ask me, so how is that game of yours? He used to call it netball. And I used to tell him, no, Mzee, it's basketball. He's like, hey, it's okay. After 2 days, like, hey, so you're still playing netball? I'm like, no, it's basketball. So he later allowed me to play it. I think he realized that I could handle both. That's when he was like, okay, you do what you can. But I qualified with my team once, twice. The third time, actually the third time I remember we played, Orenga was my very good teammate, and he was a strong force. But we were playing our second final actually. In Orenga was not there. As I told you, when Orenga left, I had a vacuum. So I had to coach other guys in the lower class so that I can have a full team. By then, our sportsmaster was called Mr. Kwaja. So Kwaja was a very interesting man. He loved the game. He was very enthusiastic. He would push. And that's why I also loved him so much, because he would make things happen. So Orenga left, we had a vacuum, and I had kids who knew how to play the game, but they were not good enough. So it was now my responsibility to make sure that by the time we go for the next games, these guys can play. So that's when I took now the coaching thing to another level. Now I told them, guys, every Saturday morning before we go to clean, we have to go and train. Every Sunday evening from 2, we train. When the coach is not there, we shall be there. And I was in charge. And the beautiful thing is that I am blessed, because when I say something, people always listen to me. So these guys listened to me, and I think they also saw my vision. So we're on the same page. And we were very lucky that in my last year in high school, I managed to play with these guys. That was actually 2013, because I had to resit out because of playing basketball. One time I played it too much, I failed. But later I caught up. So my second last year in high school was my last year of playing high school basketball. Yeah, because you're given 6 years only to play. So by then I was in senior 5, but it was my last year. And I was like, God, I've always wanted to bring a trophy. I told these rugby players that I want them bring a trophy like they do. If it doesn't come now, then I'll miss it, because it's my last opportunity. God blessed me. We played with those young men whom I had taught. I remember there were senior 3s. I was in senior 6. There were senior 3s and some senior 4s. We met St. Michael in the final. Those guys could dominate Mukono basketball. Jesus Christ. Those guys they were on another level. So we meet these guys in the final, and yes, we were like, it ends today. And to me, it was my last opportunity to win a championship for that region. And yes, it came in. That year I won it, and I was very excited. I forgot about the aspect of, I stopped fighting to go for nationals. I realized that no matter how hard I fight, Muzea said, man, I'm paying school fees for school to study, not for basketball. So I tuned my mind. I was like, you know what? If I keep on fighting that other side, I'll be wasting my own time. Let me concentrate on what I have. So I concentrated on what I had. We made it through, and we got the championship with the likes of Asede, of now Night Riders in Entebbe. Yeah, so my persistence as an individual is what helped me get to that level. I kept on insisting and pushing. And interestingly, when I went to campus, the same challenges are faced, because when you reach the university, you find people who know the game, and they know it. And that means, for example, you know pool court. You go to pool court there and guys are playing. You cannot just go there and start playing. You have to introduce yourself. So I introduced myself. I went in there once, twice. I was shooting that shot. They were like, okay, this guy. What's your name? Moje. And it's my persistence and showing what I could do that made guys now believe in me, and I got into the system, and I was very much disciplined in that I would always do what I am supposed to do whenever I had the chance, yes. And I was always very humble. I think that's what has helped me even move to other positions. I always taught myself to be humble and persistent and resilient to so many things. Because people push their forces from every direction. You can't handle this, you can't handle that, but still I was persistent enough, I was patient enough, and that's how personally I broke through even through the university.
That's a very interesting story. So for you who's out there, you're trying to get into the game of basketball and you feel like there are these forces that are pulling you left, right and center. You have your parents on one side, you have a team on the other side that then accept you. Persistence is key. Consistency is key. These are some of the things that some of these young players actually need to know. You need to keep pushing because the situation is never going to be favorable. Okay, there's always going to be ups and downs, but the ones who come out at the top are the ones who keep pushing. We've come towards the end of the show, and I know that there are people out there watching you, especially your girls. I know that you have a tournament in November. That's the 3-on-3 tournament. So as we close the show, I just want you to look into that camera and just talk to the girls, encourage them. Also, anyone out there who's trying to get into the game of basketball, you being a coach and a player, just encourage them, to get into the game of basketball. For those who are trying to be good, just let them know from your perspective as a coach and a player.
Okay, let me start with my players. I strongly believe that we can go far. I believe it from right here. And I want my players to also believe in it. I have drawn a program that if we follow very, very well, we shall not go wrong. So believe in me and believe in yourselves. Put in that extra effort, put in that extra energy. It pays off at the end of the day. To those who want to join the game, the truth is it's hard, it's tough. It's not going to be easy, but giving up is not an option. Those who give up never become good players. Maybe they become commentators or what. But some of them, you can become a coach without playing. If you want to become a coach without playing, that's an option. But if you want to play the game, always in the personal effort as a new video. Always be open to learning. That's one thing that I've always done. I always want to learn from other people. Even right now from other coaches, I always want to learn from them. When I have a chance to bring them in to talk to them, I always ask them, Coach, how do you do this? How can I do that? And you shouldn't be in a position whereby you think you know more than, even if someone is younger than you and maybe you feel they have less experience, they can correct something you don't know. Someone one time came and told me, OJ, why do you shoot like this? And I told them, but the things are entering. Then he told me, my coach told me to do like this. When I inquired from my coach was also saying, yes, that's how you're supposed to do it. So do not underestimate someone else, because the game is taught to you by everyone around you, your environment. Be humble, be consistent, and don't give up. People will doubt you, people will tell you you cannot do anything. But if you work hard, whether someone has talent or not, if you work hard, you will break through. That's it for me. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, OJ. Reminds me of a quote from Kevin Durant. He says that hard work beats talent when talent fails to work hard. And that is what you're saying. Well, I just want to thank you for being with us here on Slam Dunk Basketball Talk. I believe that, all the words of wisdom you have passed on, to your team, to everyone out there watching, to those who are trying to get into the game of basketball, and also other coaches have really been helpful. And I wish you all the best in your career,
Thank you
also for the games that are coming up. And hopefully next time you'll come back here with a trophy and,
I look forward to that.
We'll celebrate something like that. For you who's watching, thank you for being with us on House of Talent Television, the Slam Dunk Basketball Talk with me, Emmanuel. Catch us again next time where we will be dissecting the game of basketball, talking about different perspectives. Till next time, have a blessed day.
over the moon and over the sky. Gospel music to the world. Kingsky and Fila, take it out, combination. Yeah.
Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my pride. It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Look before the young grip on the stress, what that one? Big in the camp on the place for bombs warp on. Yes, operation on the tip on them and look babe, yeah, they want to take it before. Upper streets them love for your place. Them can't find no race results to your gun. Yes, yes, yes. Tell us that Jesus make them on, make them come off and they watch and the fire be fall.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall.
Jesus, wanna make your fire fall and touch me heart. Now make the devil come on, no visit me joy. Me call your mighty hand, we bless me soul. Bless me, I forgive Jesus, you're the one. Me not gonna live like a sufferer, eat like a sufferer, move like a sufferer. Jesus, I the emperor. Jesus, chocho wunda kama tendo kimbakuwa. Ulisa makuwa gangi na veyo chenaga.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. I wanna see you fire fall. Forever I will always bless your name, Jehovah. See you always guide me, protect and bless me. To you will always lift my cry.
Somebody lift me brother, my sister, and the vagabond. Not from the child of a man. You love and bless me, you did restore me. You hear me? Gospel music in the world.
It's only you can make me shine. If it's reach your mighty hand to heal me, to save me, and make me see another day. I wanna see you fire fall. 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 I wanna see you fire fall.
Gospel music to the world. Kimsky and Fila, take it out. For Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, me. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano. Fire piano, fire piano. Stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Jaffa, how are you doing?
It's an honor to be on the wisdom circle, as I call it.
Yes, and I'm so happy to have you here this afternoon to basically, you know, talk about narcissism, where we left it last week.
We recap from last week.
Yes, and how was your week?
It was quite fine.
Okay.
I had actually gone to a wedding.
Yeah.
But they were incredibly 1 hour late. So
in Africa, we are delayed, we are never late.
There's this saying of African time.
Yes.
And that is also another thing of narcissism.
Yes.
Your ability not to think for others.
Okay.
You know?
I never looked at it from that point of view, by the way.
Remember last week I used the word selfish because it's hard for Africans to put their mouth around the word narcissism.
Yes, because it's looked at as
it's all about
as a
me,
problem.
not
Yes,
us.
yes.
You see, with narcissism, it's always about me, not us. Yeah.
And so whatever we're doing, it's about me,
about
yes,
you,
yes, never about us.
We.
Okay. I just want to start the show right away, and this discussion is really key for us. From wherever you are watching this program all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the program. This program talks about the wisdom that the elders are supposed to impart or impress upon the young people. And Generation X and the millennials, and of course now the baby boomers, as we say.
Our parents.
Yes, we want to know, first of all, starting from there, the different description that starts from our parents to your generation, and then the generation of ours. Yes, exactly, and getting there. So let's start from there.
Let's go back to the actual. It's called tradition. Anybody before 1946 is from the era of tradition. Then after World War II, people were at peace and there was a lot of procreation. That's when you ended up with the baby boomers.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah?
Yes.
And then the baby boomers gave birth to us, the Generation X.
Yes. Yes.
Generation X, you're looking probably from 1964 to, let's say, 86.
Okay.
Me, that's the way I put the barrier.
Okay.
And then for me, I'm looking at the millennials, the ones who approach this new millennial of ours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where would you place the millennials? Which area would you place the millennials?
Millennials from, let's say, from around 86 to date.
Okay.
Yeah. Now the Generation Z are a funny category. They're from basically around 96 to date.
They are called Generation Z.
Z.
Okay. Z.
We're British.
Z. Okay. I just want to. So where would you place me, who is born around 1982, 83, 84?
Yeah, you're definitely a millennial.
Wow. So that's how I still fit in the millennial category.
You're the people making possibilities happen that we never thought of.
Yeah.
You're the ones who, for me, the invention of the word thinking out of the box was made for you people.
Yeah.
You see insight into things that we, who were spoon-fed tradition by our parents, but they actually never partake of the traditions. You're not structured. You are communal. You have amazing empathy. For me, I feel so bullied about the parentage, what we call the patriarch society, which was instilled in us.
Okay.
That's why we enjoyed partying too much. And partying is basically what the narcissist.
Yes.
Hedonist is somebody who just looks out for the party. Where's the party at? Remember that saying?
Yes. Yes, where's the party at? Let's go right now. And then everybody's just going, the weekend just continue. Yes.
A hedonist society, a narcissist character burns candles on both sides.
Okay.
You don't really budget for anything.
Okay. Okay.
And the whole point of calling something like a religion, it's like it has become part and parcel of your life.
Yes.
And it's all about what we're going to do for the weekend.
Okay.
Yet traditionalists would have their traditional granary,
okay,
where they look out for the next season's
yes,
crop,
yes,
seedlings,
yes, yes,
and they save. Saving society. Surprisingly, your people have started saving society that culture that we don't. Yeah, and sometimes for me, I believe it's this thing, living for the day. Others say no, the situation in the country made it
permits this, so therefore we can
like,
just you know, go on and
yes,
yes,
that
yes,
type of
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
So I've basically tried to explain them. We don't want to categorize people, but psychologists have done so.
Okay.
And social anthropologists have done the same thing.
Okay.
Trying to explain the generations.
Okay. Jaffa, I was having a conversation with an older person from the generation of your father.
Yes, please.
The traditionalist.
Pre-46.
Yes, pre-46, yes. Yeah. And he said something very fundamental. So we're having a discussion. He says, you know, and he's from the 1986 class of the 27 guns, the NRM. Okay. Yes. And he said to me, he says, you know, we're having a discussion in the gym, and he says, you guys are very difficult to understand. He says, the millennials are very difficult to understand, particularly the kids we never thought they were kids. When we came to power in 1986, we never looked at the kids who were born between 1982, 81, 82, 83, because they were not important for us. We looked at the people who were 80 backward, who would be 40, 40 something, 50 now. That we focus on that. So we just woke up one day and we found those who were 35, 36, have a different mindset altogether, and yes, and they are trying to mentor, you know, go with mentorship, which not what we had when we were growing up. So we missed the gaps. Then I was like, so you mean you actually forgot about me, that I exist, you the traditionalist? And so there are this, I don't know. So when he talked about that, it brought me back to the old days of thinking, and I'm looking at how my father used to tell me, the things my father used to tell me, the things we used to sit down in the fireplace and talk about, and I realized that they would make us, for example, in about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the evening, they would make us drink tea, then they send us to go and look for cricket at about 6:37, up to 7:30. We're chasing cricket, running around the compound. It never made sense.
For consumption or to stop the noise?
They said you bring it and you roast it for consumption and stuff like that.
I think it was to stop the noise.
Yes, so I was told later on, my father said, one, that was meant to stop us from urinating in our beds or peeing in our beds at night. So when you take tea, they make us go and become active, so then we pee, and when we come back to go and sleep, that's how they ended up peeing in the bed of children. So
stopping it.
Yes, stopping it. So I was like, that's what this thing was about. She says, yeah. So this would come under fireplace and stuff like that. So and that seems to have stopped. I meet children who are still wetting beds at 10, 9, 12. We stopped like when we were like really young. So was that the case at your time?
Let me explain something he said very fundamental.
Yes.
If you came in with the, remember the move to the left in the 60s?
Yes.
A lot of our people...
I just saw the videos. I wasn't there. Yes.
All I'm saying is, all the people who received power in 1962 pushed the agenda of move to the left in 1968.
Okay. Okay.
In fact, there was a challenge to my father as Army Commander saying, if you are not of our party, then you cannot be Army Commander. So they were using the Politburo system of the communists.
Yes.
That man's statement was simply, we are geared or indoctrinated to think in a particular way, a herding instinct. If I am a herdsman or a shepherd, the best word is a shepherd. You expect all the sheep
to come
to move in one way.
Correct.
That one missing sheep suddenly became a multitude. The millennials have become, it's now one individual listening to you, and then the majority are doing their own thing. What I call thinking out of the box.
Correct.
Now for me, I followed tradition.
Okay.
I followed the patriarch society.
I'm taking notes, by the way. I'm taking notes, so
But
I want
my
to be.
point
Yes.
is this. We who listen the most, we are more or less like my Cossack senator from Ghana.
Yes.
We look very formal, but we're party animals. Are you understanding?
Yes.
The dilemma of too much discipline.
Yes.
It means that the pastor's daughter is going to be the best party animal in the whole crowd while keeping up appearances. I'm just giving you an example of what happened to our generation. Now, today, our millennials seem to be party animals, but they make time to do things
serious stuff
together, communally. The equivalent of in my tribe we call it lokita. Lokita is the seasonal harvest, where you have 20 shambas, each one on average, let's say 20 acres.
Okay.
The whole community moves around harvesting on each.
Okay.
And you set up in the granaries, you make sure. Remember, like the Teslas have an amazing way of breaking the seedlings with sticks. Now you can
and so are the Northerners anyway. And so the Northerners, yes.
I'm explaining it from our angle,
yes.
but it is an image that we always see with the Tesla.
Yeah.
And in fact, your ability to break that stuff decides whether you're the next bride or not. And then for us, for example, with people who inherited the Peruvian corn, and what we call kasoli. Can you imagine we didn't have grinders in our area?
Okay.
And in West Nile, just like in the Congolese area, they would have to pound that in a mound.
Okay.
In a chino.
Yeah.
The ability to do that would decide whether you're the next bride. So I'm simply trying to say that despite all that strict discipline that was instilled in us, we ended up the party animals.
Why did you end up the party animal?
It's like me meeting a fellow Arab friend in London is a different person to the person you meet in Dubai who's extremely strict.
Yes.
If
you miss the wisdom there, I got the wisdom.
my point is, with my senator from Ghana, I look like a Catholic priest.
Okay.
But what if it's just keeping up appearances?
Okay.
That's what I mean by a narcissist or hedonist mindset.
Yes.
You look for that opportunity to release the so-called confines of restriction.
Yes.
Restriction could be a dictatorial government, it could be... Do you know the tyranny of our kingdoms? People don't realize. From the time of tradition, there was actually tyranny in villages where the chief was insurmountable.
Okay.
They were the most important person in the community.
Okay.
Then we come to a point where we gain power. But the same leaders still think like the chief or want to be a kabaka.
Okay.
Then we've gained democracy, fine. But democracy now is based on I scratch your back, you scratch my back.
Yes.
Remember the days of soap in the evening, sukari?
Yes.
Now our children see this. Is it about a monetary gain? Or am I doing it for myself or for society?
Okay.
So our progression in terms of society has decided that.
Okay.
I know I've sounded technical, but I've tried to show the progression.
Yes.
And unfortunately, those who gained power from the colonialists have the very same mindset of me saying, we're on holiday. I can end up in Club Tropicana, or our children in Ange. What I mean is that need to end up at steakhouse or wherever to have a good time. In England, you noticed how it was. By 6, they were always in pubs.
Yes.
And they're like, Jaffa! You don't call me like Jaffa.
And it's still going on to this day. Yes,
Jaffa, aren't you coming with us to the pub?
Yeah.
I'm like, what? I'm a Muslim.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're boring.
Yes.
You get not sibling rivalry. When your community forces you into doing things that it means you're going with the crowd. Okay. You're moving with the crowd.
Okay. So basically, you're saying you don't have a control of your own self and your own mind. You're overly influenced by the situation around you and the people around you. Yes.
Especially the people you value the most.
Okay.
Now, we tended to value families. Yeah. You millennials.
Yes.
I put you in that category.
Yes.
Value your friends.
Yes. That is actually very true. I value my friends because my friends have been there for me whenever I need them.
They're supplementing what the parents cannot give.
Yes.
And the parents don't even realize they've become absentee parents.
Yes.
Yeah. Huh? But it comes from that me. Yeah,
and we see that in our situation today when the dad has a business, a family business. Dad built this business from scratch, or dad inherited it from grandpa, and the business is running today. But dad is now 50, 60 something. Dad is still waking up, to 54. Go to, 54, 55. Dad is still waking up in the morning to go and work. Dad doesn't even want me to stay nearby. So most of us have sort of like decided, you know what, I need my own thing because so that I can show daddy and everyone that it is for all of us. Not for, but daddy is saying, I can't trust you, I can't give you this. So, and I keep asking, isn't it okay for daddy to say, you know what, let's start working with you and handing over this thing and moving forward.
You've pointed out a very important thing that helped me.
So businesses are difficult, everything is difficult. And I'm talking to the first son, this is the first son of Jaffa Salongo Jaffa Amin, is the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, the field marshal. So we're talking about the first-hand experience of you being in the State House, and now the life you live in my area here, who has never been there. Yes.
An opportunity came to me to work. It's a funny thing to say.
That opportunity came to work for a first son, a man who grew up in State House, you know.
But remember a lot of those years were in exile.
Yes.
But I came back in 1990.
Yes.
I languished. Remember the culture clash I was talking about?
Yes.
But then I got to a point where I got a job in 1994.
Yes.
It's the strangest interview I've ever had. It was the first and last interview in my life.
Let me explain. What happened?
Let me explain.
Yes. Go ahead.
One of my aunts finds me digging. He's like, Jaffa, since when does so-and-so's son dig? No.
Jaffa is mixing up the things that says so-and-so's son. Since when does the former president's sons dig? We don't see that. That doesn't suffice in our vocabulary.
I was summoned from a place near Wanyange.
Yes.
No, it's called, not Nalfenya, Burumaji.
Yes.
That is the place of some witches. It's called Burumaji. It's a funny word in Luganda. It's a place where the whole place is roamed by night dancers.
Yes.
They're like, what is our boy doing there? They had just come back from Congo.
Yes.
And so she summoned from there. I said, I think life has come to this.
Yeah.
I said, no, come over. Where are your documents? They're here. Now go to your junior mother. She's from these people. She was from Kashari.
Okay.
So
saying this, go for your junior mother.
Who's from
Kashari, from the western part of Uganda.
Yeah, from the people in power.
Okay.
And I go there. It says, Jaffa, on Monday, make sure you're here by 8.
Yes.
No sleeping, no watching television. You love your television.
Yes.
You know, with cable channels in the UK and the US, you get addicted. Today we're addicted to our phones. For us, it was cable channels.
Yes.
So I made sure I was there.
Okay.
In your smartest clothes, I put on my Charles Jordan. I put on my some wonderful names from the 90s.
Yes.
And I was there. As soon as I entered, the gentleman started saying, "Lulu, tell me about yourself."
Yes.
I'm talkative just the way I am now.
Yes, yes.
And he was listening to the clipped accent.
Yes.
He kept laughing. I said, I stopped. I said, no, continue. I'm just enjoying your story.
But you've gone for a job interview.
That is the interview in progress.
Oh my God. Okay.
We were talking. He suddenly, his name was Spencer Kabugisha. He said, report at 8 o'clock on Monday.
Yes.
I'm like,
that's
I
it?
got the job.
That's it? I have the job?
He said, I jumped up. I did almost a 40 feet horizontal.
Why did you jump up, by the way, when he announced that?
I didn't anticipate to get a job on the first interview in my life.
But you were the son of a former president.
No, he didn't know.
Oh, he didn't know.
He didn't know.
Okay.
He was just this accent, this deep voice, funny.
Yeah.
He's comfortable in himself, and he's explaining himself. I lived my life on my sleeve. I was just explaining myself.
Okay.
Do you know what happened in those 11 years since I got that job? The first week, I'm so happy to get a job.
Yes.
I end up the best employee for 6 months. The rest.
How did you end up the best employee for the 6 months? There was no favoritism there.
I never worked in my life apart from trying to dig when I got a lot of scars on my hand.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Jaffa,
remember, we get our scars from our gym.
Yes, that was the first time you
we get our scars from our gym.
Correct.
We don't have our gloves.
Yes.
I had to get one of my pillowcases to invent gloves for myself to dig. Yeah, listen.
From State House to inventing the
my pillowcase into gloves to dig.
Yes.
But you know how I used to dig? I would pound the ground for 100 meters until my friend said, "Do you know how to dig? You let the force with all your shoulders, and you let the hole
goes down,
eat into the ground. But for you, you're doing Hiroshima.
Because you've never dug in your life.
But that's the whole point.
Yes.
He watched me for an hour.
Yes.
I looked back. Why didn't you tell me? Now, I'm getting a job where it's look on the address, make sure you're delivering to the right address.
Okay.
This is for Barclays, this is for the embassy, this is for the US embassy, and I'm delivering.
Where was this, by the way? Where was this job?
The place was a courier company called DHL, the original courier company.
Okay. The original Dutch.
It was
Dutch?
an American.
It was an American.
Deutsche Post.
Yes,
It's just Deutsch for
Oh,
the Germans.
Okay.
Deutschland. Deutschland is Germany.
Yes. Okay.
So they took
you see,
over.
this is why we call it the wisdom corner. If you are young, you will never understand these things. So I have got to be in the wisdom corner, the elders' wisdom corner. Yes.
Now.
Circles.
Now.
Yeah.
When something comes naturally for you, when my father was used to send me in Jeddah, go to the airport, release our food, go and get our guests, go to the president, the royal protocol. The king has sent me such a thing. Or go to the king's palace. I couldn't go, so I'm sending you. I was actually being taught by my father.
Without knowing.
You were being mentored for something that would become so important to me at my first job in my life.
Wow.
I didn't go in with the right qualifications. He just liked the character.
Okay. Wow.
But I was delivering on time. No one was complaining about my service.
Because your entire life you are in Jeddah, you are running
But
around
now
picking
something
these things.
happens. They end up finding out who I am.
Yes.
But I continue at the same pace.
Yes.
Words start.
So when you
going
say
around.
they end up finding who I am,
my employee, my fellow employees, they end up finding out
that you are
the son
of the
Idi
former
Amin.
President Idi Amin, and that's the problem.
But I'm continuing at the same pace and a very strange humility, where I have a short fuse, but it's for me about telling you what you need to know. It's not a fisticuff issue. It's just, hey, this is how it's supposed to be. They would say, why do you care? Is this your company? Remember the narcissism.
I've had, yes, and that's how the narcissistic approach finally fit in.
But remember, it's a question of just work for your salary.
This company is not even for your father.
It's not your father. Why are you breaking sweat?
Yes. Wow.
They only were shocked when the next year I became their supervisor. They're like, wait a minute, is it about his name?
Yeah.
They're like, no.
Yeah.
For me, it was about delivering.
Okay.
So I ended up with a work ethic.
Yeah.
There's no difference between DHL and military service. Yet I've never been a soldier in my life. But the discipline.
But you live within
the discipline.
The barracks with soldiers, yes.
I'm simply saying, no, if you have a father who's a field marshal,
and
he spent 17 years with the King's African Rifles, and then he was the head of the military, there's a certain discipline that is instilled in a character.
Okay. But one would think that you will be a spoiled brat child because your father is...
I was a spoiled child for being my grandmother's child.
Okay. But not for being your father's child. Those two things are very different. I hope you understand that.
They're quite different.
Yes,
By the way, there used to be a complaint in the family.
Yes.
We had the famous Moses. We had the famous Mwanga.
Yeah.
He's a favorite.
Yes.
But whenever they would question me in terms of identity, my father would say, Chombe is my mother's son. Then they'll start laughing. You mean he's your brother? Then he would laugh.
So they never understood. Yes.
No, he was sort of saying in terms of seniority, if you reject him as your brother, he's my brother.
Okay.
He was trying to put a veracity in them to understand that.
So I want to take you there just before we go for a break, Jaffa. Before I lose the train of thought of you saying that you were your grandmother's best
son. I was his son. You know,
and then
grandmothers inherit.
Yes.
For example, during the AIDS pandemic, forget about COVID, the real pandemic in Uganda, because COVID has not really reached Uganda.
Yeah, COVID has a lot of. COVID has a lot of.
I'm not going to go
it has a lot of
discussions,
commercials and stuff around it.
But in Africa, we were touched by AIDS.
Yes.
And a father and mother and father died and left orphans.
Yes.
A lot of people out there understand me for being grandmother's child.
Okay.
Because of being an orphan.
Okay.
Especially by the AIDS scourge.
Okay. That wisdom right there, if you picked it, you picked it.
Because it happened.
Yeah.
For me, it was by the sake of a large family, and if the first wife, the chief wife, will not accept the child of the sister, because it used to happen. You know, the Isaac Sarah scenario is very African.
Yes.
Whenever I read the Isaac Sarah Hagar Sarah story,
and Ishmael's story,
it's very much it's very much the African setup.
Okay.
For the wife at home to accept the sister's entry into the family, it becomes issues. So we ended up with the grandmother.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain.
Jaffa, yes. So you are saying that you were your mother's sister's son, who was also the wife to
the chief wife.
The chief's wife. Yes.
The number one.
The number one wife. But then your dad decided that I'm going to end up here as well.
We're becoming personal here, but sometimes society, especially African society, if you give birth to 5, 6 daughters, you've never made the cut in African society.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Yes.
Today, my wife has 5.
My own mother went through that old stuff.
My wife has 5 boys and 1 girl. Can you imagine the status she has in my tribe?
I know what.
Wow!
Yes.
Wow! Now you're talking.
Yes.
Now you're talking.
Yes.
So the pressure of the chief wife was having girls.
Okay.
Until 69, when the favorite child arrived.
Wow.
She went through hell.
to get
with the
to
very
that.
same grandmother who was looking after me. You see, your sister gave birth to
this
a
way.
boy,
Yes.
a man child.
So it was always
Pressure.
a tormenting pressure for you. Yes.
Every African mother goes through it.
Yes.
Forgive me, our beloved mothers out there, but that pressure is insurmountable.
My own mother went through that problem. Yes. My own mother ended up getting pregnant. I would understand. I think 13 times just to look for a boy.
That is it.
And if my father had not stood strong, perhaps
against the opinions
yes,
of his
opinion
family.
of his family, it would never have been, because they made life so hard for her that the first child she got with my dad, I think it was bitten by a snake while he was fishing.
Sorry.
And then that messed up my elder sister. So for me, my elder sister is my mother now, because she went through hell on earth just to be accepted. Even when she was married to another person, where she went, the gentleman couldn't give birth. I was told the story. It's very young. My sister is almost your age, and so she couldn't give birth. And then they sent her back. In the African traditional society back then, if you're sent back with a letter to your parents, I was meant to understand later on that it means you are useless as a girl. So until another person comes and marry you, that gentleman who married you cannot actually go back and
bring you back.
Yes, and get the dowry or even bring back. So because of that, my mother suffered on stuff you're talking about, and I would like to pick the wisdom from here. She ended up with many girls and very few boys. In fact, she survived with only 2 boys who are alive today. The difference between me and my brother is very huge. My brother is almost your age. Headed to retire from this, and my sister is actually older than you. I've just realized now, way older than you. So I'm putting these two together to just say that whole thing of you must give birth to a boy. If you don't give birth to a boy, you're a useless woman. You're everything. It's been going on
forever.
I mean, yes,
it's what I call the tyranny of tradition.
Okay.
The tyranny of tradition.
Why do you tell me the tyranny of tradition?
It's total. It's absolute power. People don't. Remember me saying something that might hurt others, that people don't realize that our cultural leaders were tyrants. Forget about the
yes, you said it at the beginning of the show. Yes.
My father's image as a strong man, today our leaders still considered in the same category as a strong man. I don't like using the D word. That's enormous authority. It's the equivalent of our favorite principles, what we call Eddie Master in Uganda. In fact, that name was given to my father in a derogatory time. When we were running away in 79, they're like, Headmaster, do not forget your coat.
Because his time had come to go, yes.
The image and the strictness of him was very much what we consider with our headmasters.
Wow.
But I'm simply saying that tyranny is simply absolute power. And believe you me, all those girls succeed better than us. You've noticed.
That's true.
And they're the ones who remember the very same father who was tormenting them in the family as Garcia. I'm not saying it happened in my family. I'm simply saying society viewed every girl child as useless. Yet they are the most important and the most they've given back to society and their communities more than we will ever.
Boys.
Yet the boys ended up with that narcissist. Now, by the way, tradition feeds on to the narcissist.
So I want you to break that down quickly before we go for a break. We need to have some coffee break, but I want you to break this down quickly. How does that feed into the narcissism approach? You call it the narcissism has become the religion in 2020.
Me, the very same person who expected the sister to go to the water to bring the water home. The one who'd come from hunting and say, "Where's my food?" Whether it is your father barking or you, the boy copycatting the father, simply means it's about you. We provided the antelope yesterday, didn't we?
We went hunting yesterday, yes.
Now we've come back with this new one. Where's my food? For me, that is tradition feeding the narcissist character.
Okay.
And once we got into power from the British, we were copycatting the British who were doing what we call an extractive industry.
Yes.
Whether it was slaves, ivory, all our mineral wealth. And right now, actually taking all our best brains. There's this brain drain. There's this resource drain that is happening. And today, it's a constant. And remember that statement of, for me, I have my books.
Yes. I've read my books. I don't need Senate. You guys, you will suffer. But me, I read my books. And
the most boastful child is on graduation day. They actually do not enjoy it. Have you watched them?
Yes, they usually
They're
just...
always there. Me, I've arrived, don't you see?
I've got my degree.
It's an amazing moment.
I've got my master's
I
and my
always
PhD.
watch it and I'm like, until they call you the old man who's going to give the person a what?
So you're saying after all of this, we still come back and says, Daddy?
No, there's one. No, not you, the parent. The parent always brings somebody who's an influence.
Yes.
The influencer. The influencer who's going to job placement moment.
Yes.
Would
you call that moment a wisdom moment or not a wisdom moment from that?
It is an eye-opener moment for that, the arrogance you see in your child at that point.
Okay.
My son will graduate now by 2022. COVID has done us in. It's done us. It's given us a dead year when we didn't really want one. But if he graduates in 2022, I'd actually tell him, go for 6 or 9 months at the Uganda Management Institute. Why, Dad? I've got my degree. I said, no, but job placement is based on the Management Institute certificate. Just like the law, people have to go to the
LDC to be able to go through.
That's where you get your job. No, but that's 3 years.
Yes.
I said, pity that one who's done 5 years and then an extra 9 months. The British set these out for us to get placement. Why didn't you tell us in the first place? I said, I don't know.
Yes.
With this, you'll get to become a fantastic teacher. Fantastic, but make sure you get your Uganda Management Institute certificate.
Okay.
And there are only 1 million jobs open, probably every 3 years.
And you have to be one part of this.
If you have this document.
Okay.
You'll notice when they're interviewing, they'll just put these aside, they'll bring that one in front.
They always bring that last bit,
The placement.
Yes.
LDC. LDC is the most important moment. Now I'm a lawyer.
But you would never have been one if there was no...
It is that man who comes he normally comes with a casimo, but he tells you that. But every child forgets that moment. Some Kazei came with his Waizeka thing. Doesn't he know I've graduated? You're not hooking yourself to the next person who's going to actually push you to the next level. Quite often, narcissism feeds on to the issue of you already got a job placement. Forgive me for this. Some people end up in MOOBs at S6. Then they work like our American system of a certificate 2 years. Then they do the actual degree. But they've already been earmarked for a job. I'm telling you, there's a feeding frenzy where somebody will say, have you sat in water in Changwanzi? It's like me telling you, have you got the Management Institute certificate? You know, there's somebody who
asks you such questions, and you're looking for...
You don't see them as markers. Life is all about markers. You've seen those points that's showing you 40 miles to go to Ginger. It's like, my homeland is far. I've heard that several times from people who come back home from Europe and wherever. They can't believe how far
we have gone.
Home is. No, home
country. Oh yes, I'm getting the wisdom now. That's how far okay.
So the markers. Yes. Somebody will always tell you at what point you should move to. Okay. But also those people who are mwana wa ugundi, mwana wa ani. are feeding on to this tradition of narcissism.
Okay.
It's all about my children, my line, my lineage. Yeah, that is all feeding frenzy.
So that's the narcissism.
I'm not politicizing.
No. You are right, because I've actually been asking myself, because I work with people. They're always about my money,
Yeah.
where is my money,
Yeah.
and I'm like, it's not about your money, it's about satisfaction to the client that we're serving today and the society we're serving today.
Have you
fulfilled the mandate of serving the client effectively and having this? Money will always come, but we always have. So it's not about politics, about just the way we demand for things, even when we don't deserve it.
Let me give you an example of that.
Yes.
When I did 1 year and disappeared on the streets, some secretary in a bank saw a new face. They're like, where's that man who used to cross the Kampala Road with 2 steps? I was so quick.
2 steps, this is because you're tall and you're long.
They won't see my speed.
Yes.
Do you know that we walk very fast, people from England?
Yes.
You notice how you slow down?
Because their life is fast-paced, which is different from here.
When I got to London,
yes.
I was being knocked by people passing me. By Jove, excuse me.
Hey, mate, come on.
We were too slow.
So I have a boy called Idiwato Chom. Can you tell us if this is what is happening to you in Swansea?
Now, the speed.
Yeah, the speed in London. So I'm waiting to see Idiwato Chom come back to Uganda and walk like that.
I came to Uganda with an Audi Quattro speed. Kankanan. Remember the Kankanan rally driver speed?
Yes.
That's what I came back to Uganda with.
Yes.
And I got a job.
Yes.
And I was on double turbo speed.
Yes.
And I shot up. So people were remembering me for the service.
Yeah.
And it became an accolade on your name.
Okay.
My God. Now, after 4 years, I become the senior manager. People are like, does he go to the water? Agenda kumazi.
What does it mean? What is the mission of going? Oh, going to the water is superstition. You go for witchcraft.
I looked at
this is really the wisdom,
like,
circles, the elders' wisdom circles. Yes.
I was like, I'm British. What's your problem?
Yes.
Now, after 4 years, I become senior manager. They're like, no,
yes.
Yeah? I would actually find funny fetishes on my chair. I'd pick it up, and then Northern style, I'm like, hey, I come from the elephants clan. My grandmother is a python.
Yes.
My mother is the beautiful bird, Nyonyi.
Yes.
And she's also has the kabiro of the leopard.
Yes.
There's nothing that will happen to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold it right there. Hold it right there. We're going for break. Yes.
It was pure to Nigeria, but I was using a British accent. So you know, Muzungu, no, Muduga, Kadugana, Bananga, Fuaruzungu.
Hold it right there. We're going for a break.
I was on an upward mobile trajectory, and it was simply because of I had accepted the work ethic that my father had instilled in me.
Yeah.
And I was actually utilizing the same skill setting, but I was actually marking time. I was not at full capacity.
Wow.
But something happened.
Now hold it right there. That's something that happened. We're coming back for it. This is the Elders Wisdom Circles with the one and only Jafar Raymond Amin, the first son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, who lived all his life in glamour and everything glamour and find himself on the street walking fast. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back after the break. Who better place to tell us the story of what happened? We're sharing the wisdom of what happened when elders steps in to speak to the young people. Jaffa, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
You
I was saying something happened.
Yes, you're saying something happened, and I want to get back to that something that happened. So for you who are just joining, I want you to go and send us a message. Send us a question, a comment, whatever you have, and we'll be able to answer here. This is called Wisdom Corner, the wisdom circles. We've lost this in our society today. We don't have it. Elders don't sit and give us moments to listen to them. We don't understand what is going on. So we realize that narcissism has become a new religion in 2020, right? Selfishness is taking over everything. Elders have the same thing. So we're talking about this, and I'm talking to the first son of the president, and I'm going to be able to bring all of them to this program. All of them. They have been into the State House. They've enjoyed it all. They've been around the world. And they are now here living with us. All right, so let's talk about
all around Africa.
All around Africa, actually, we're going to bring.
For me, that's a perfect suggestion.
Yes. So let's go back to
something happened.
Yes, something happened. What happened? Let's talk about it.
They did not understand how I got in the first place. If your former colleagues are telling you, but how did you get here? Your days are over. I'm like, what do you mean our days? Yeah, but you were in the 70s, now it is our time. I'm like, my mother, you see the mother behind there? That's Muhima. She's actually Msongora from Kasese.
Yes, and you look like one of
yes. You see that woman there?
Yes.
That's my mother. She's from Kashari.
Yes.
You know, markers. Remember those side road posts?
Yes.
Signposts?
Yes.
I was pointing at one.
Okay.
My mother's from Kashari. Kashari? Said, my nose is smaller than yours.
Yes.
So what are you talking about?
But you don't speak the language.
I'm like, I've been in England forever. I was pulling ranks on them in a nice way.
Okay.
But then I realized the British have what we call self-deprecation. It means you lower yourself intentionally just to get along with those who are unmanageable.
Can you repeat that again? What does the British call it? What?
Self-deprecation is the ability to lower yourself so that you bring yourself to the same level as those who are not quick on the uptake, or they just don't understand why you succeed and they don't.
Yes.
But I got it from Spencer Kamugisha. Spencer, you Muchiga man, you taught me a lot. He called me once in because I got angry over something.
Yes.
Said, Jaffa, sit there. Said, Jaffa, one of these days, whether it is tomorrow, today, or whenever, you're going to be in this seat of mine. He was showing me his seat.
Yeah.
I want you to learn to come to the level of those people you work with. Not everyone understands the way you do. My God, that was a wake-up call, but it was a mentoring that was happening.
Yeah.
He could have blasted
How old were you, by the way, at that point? How old were you?
I was approaching 30. I was approaching 30 because I got married as soon as I hit 30.
Okay.
It wasn't about, I'm not ready or what. For me, it's about time.
Okay.
So I married in 96. So by 94, I was like a 28-year-old. And with a short fuse.
Okay.
But the best employee.
Okay.
In the business.
Yes. At the time.
So I was beginning to get the kind of stuff this Muyaye from Kamocha is getting now. Everybody's hitting at him.
Yes.
I'm explaining the political arena.
Yes.
He's going to get more fire from the very people he used to eat with.
Yes, with and drink with and stuff. Yes.
Not his actual foe.
Yes.
And he'll always think it is the enemy. But there's no enemy. Yeah. It's just your friend saying, who do you think you are?
You are, yes.
I say, you people, we all have sections, we all have boxes, we just deliver.
Okay.
I deliver every day about 4 tons because I was manning the business district.
Okay.
That is all the embassies, all the banks.
Was your boss being strategic that I had to put a son of a former president because you are used to protocol, you are used to
He had just seen that for me it was not about pinching the next cookie.
Okay. Yes, by the way, talking about
honesty.
Yes.
It was all about honesty and integrity. Do you know you see that a mile away from your children, you see it from your brothers. That character shines. I think mine was shining brighter than the rest. But I seem to be getting it in an easy way. Do you know what happened? This is what happened. They started skirting their work and leaving it to Jaffa.
Because you had the ability and more energy to do that?
I enjoyed my work. Majority of people out there do not enjoy their work. They are a square peg in a round hole. Or they're
wow! I hope you picked that one.
They're a diamond, and it's just a small circular tube sitting in the middle. You just don't fit. I'm not an authoritative person, yet I am because of my upbringing.
Okay.
But they just saw a manager in me without me seeing it. For me, proaction simply means do it before it needs to be done so that you are ready for the next objective.
That's wisdom right there. That's wisdom right there from the wisdom, the elders.
Wisdom circle.
Yeah, wisdom circles. I'm picking that one. If you're watching the program, I hope you're picking that one, you too, as well. And we're actually having this with, you know, the elder has to have, we wish to have like sort of like a fireplace where we eat kasoli and whatever. So this is going to be the program that gives you the best of experience of the elders' wisdom circles. We will eat kasoli. We will eat kasoli is roasted maize.
No meat.
Yes, yes.
No meat.
No meat. We're going to eat just this. But you might want to get a nyeri and eat a nyeri or something like that. Wild
West
rats.
Nile, we don't have a It is fish. I drink sai.
Yeah.
I drink choda.
Yeah.
we
right.
mess around with the pronunciation.
Yes, yes. Anyway, so let's go back to this. So did they see you?
No, they ganged up to me in a sweet way. I ended up burning my candle on both sides.
Okay.
I was on
gear Would you say that you were not wise enough at that point?
No, I was saying, let me show you. It's like me dunking on a 7-footer. I'm 6'1", but I have the capacity to dunk on anybody.
Yes.
I'm like a Spud Webb who was 5'7".
Yes.
He was a short man who could do incredible dunks.
Yes, yes.
And not many people remember Spud Webb, but I ended up with what we call where your motor neurons stop. We call it burnout.
Yes.
I had now been promoted to air operations. Everybody was leaving everything to me. And one day I was on the computer and what I was thinking was not getting to my hands.
Okay.
And it was an urgent report. And my mouth was beginning to stop. And I'm like, Patrick. Now Patrick used to work in the place I got him in. He became my #1 person who was with me on my side. And his father, by the way, was the one who designed the UCB house. I never call it Cham Towers, it's UCB house.
But even me, I call it UCB house. Yes.
Museum Subuga designed it.
Okay.
And we were getting, I got he was actually a 6'9" tall young man.
Okay.
And I was just like, Patrick. Yes, sir. He calls me from the other side. He was actually a supervisor. I'd made him a supervisor.
Yeah.
Just to make sure we were
things were okay. Yeah, we're yes.
Yes, sir. Whatever I'm thinking is not getting to my hand. I think I'm getting what we call burnout. And I use the proper word.
Yeah.
This is burnout.
Yeah.
Can you get me home? Now, Superman had
finished, gone, done.
It's like Iron Man. It's like Iron Man getting
the whole son of Amin, the great man, the Jaffa, the giant.
Man who thinks this is his company has ground to a halt.
Wow.
Had ground to a halt. You know,
fallen to the small man and asking Patrick to take him off. Yes, yes.
Do you know how you do the gym?
Yeah.
My gym was takeout.
Yes.
Dance from 9 to 4 in the morning.
That's another story for you. I'm bringing that in the wisdom circles of how I met Jaffa,
but my
and
point
how he used to dance, the electric
me,
man. Yes,
but
yes.
for me, that was my gym.
Yes.
That was my releasing this pressure.
Okay.
That I learned from.
Yet many people
burnout.
misunderstood you for being so low and stooping so low at the time at Stakeout because you were dancing crazy. They didn't understand what was going on for you.
But I was the best dancer.
Yes.
But
we used to ask ourselves, how can a whole son of a former president go low?
The boss of the DHL.
The boss of the DHL.
It was no longer my past.
Yes.
It was present. I was the boss
of DHL at the time.
Above me, there was only the country manager.
Yeah.
I was the top man there.
Yeah.
Then they realized, I'm not here to play. I'm not here to drink. But I dance my music. And Aki Bua's son was the DJ.
Yes. Tony Bua.
Anthony Bua.
Yes.
Aki Bua was.
Where is Anthony, by the way?
We're together in Mutugo.
Okay.
We're both on the same hill.
Okay.
This country is known for two names, Aki Bua and Idi Amin.
Yes.
In terms of name checking.
Yes.
But my point is this. Yes. When I came back after 2 weeks, I started that regime. Rather than gym, Friday, I dance the hell out of the place, go home and rest. I'm ready for Monday.
Okay.
And I learned that mentorship. And they told me, Jaffa, learn to teach the next person who can help you.
Okay.
I see you're very comfortable with Patrick. Identify another 4.
Okay.
So that you have 5 people who at any notice can be able to replace you at short notice. I learned that mentorship, and they've taught us that when we're hunting. They taught us that when they taught us to shoot the gun. we did. Nowadays I see fashionable people going to do target practice. Demystifying the gun is fine, but these are the things that your parents teach you, whether it's to hunt,
how to protect yourself.
And then I managed to teach, I believe, 5 people to do that.
Okay.
In 2005, I decided to resign. It wasn't a forceful resignation. It was simply my brain started saying, what have you done for your community? It's not a political statement. For me, those signs of issues of reconciliation, because I was meeting people with those same questions. Why is he having a good life and we didn't have?
Yes.
You know, you get such vibes.
Yes, his father did this to us, this happened,
You either become a victim or you victimize.
Yes. Those are the two, It's actually African, it's happening everywhere in the world.
Now, sometimes you would want to be like a lot of people are doing. It's like you love your chicken, you know you're on a stage, so if you get 20,000 crowds, how easy is it for me to get a constituency? I'm trying to give you an example of my Kamacha son.
Yes.
He's beginning to realize how tough it is now. But if I can get a crowd of 30,000 to come and watch my show, how easy is it
to try and convince them
to move a crowd?
It's
a different mindset altogether.
And not always going to be very successful.
Of course.
Of course, pushed by certain things.
Believe you me, when I started reconciliation, what I call community work, people are like, no, he wants to be a leader. Nah, this man is trying to get a platform for his politics. Like, my father was not a politician. I'm never going to be one. I might become a brigadier general somewhere, but I would never become a politician. You would not want to hear the straight talking that I'll tell you in parliament, without profanity, without abusive words. But I'll be able to tell you what needs to be
done.
This. But you do that in community work. My wife did not understand it. My children are like, we've gone down a notch. We've gone down a notch because I was upward mobile. But I said, look, sometimes fulfillment comes from unexpected corners. If you Google me, basically taken up my father's 2 million hits. You know, they're very strange statistics. Mandela hit 60,000, but Idi Amin hits 2 million.
Yeah.
Just by name search. And I've practically inherited that. How I use it is what the politicians, the security people, or marketeers are like, but doesn't he realize how easy he could earn from his name?
Yeah.
I said, I do know, but
Yeah.
it's what I do with the name that matters.
Yeah.
And that is the most cherishing and fulfilling thing I've been doing since 2005.
Wow. I just want to take you down as we actually wind up. The show is coming to an end today. The Elders Wisdom Circles is coming to an end. But before we bring this to an end with Jaffa, at some point people felt like you were running mad.
In what sense?
You used to walk and talk alone. And
did that happen?
Yes. At some point, you'll be walking and talking alone. And this happened at some point towards 2009, 2010,
Did that happen?
2012, yes. I would think that you were always meditating while or thinking in your mind and working and doing your stuff. But a lot of people say, Jaffa has lost it. And
let me explain that.
And I kept saying that I want to know, yes.
Let me explain that. In England and,
Yes.
and in America,
Yeah.
that is actually normal.
Yeah.
It's actually normal.
I found myself doing the same thing at some point.
No, we do it.
I found myself doing it myself.
Voiceover.
Yeah.
If I've learned my lines and I'm moving to
To
location.
record, yes.
To location.
To location, yes.
I'll go through the words.
To go and voice this radio ad or this TV ad, yes.
I'm the #1 voiceover in Africa.
Yes.
I convinced you to buy city tires, keeping you safe
safe.
on the road. So if I'm doing that and you people think I'm mad, it's like you with your toggle talking.
Yes.
Isn't everybody with the
toggle is talking, yes.
Now, if I have mine here
Yes.
and I'm talking,
Yes.
doesn't that look like I'm mad?
Yeah, of course. It definitely.
Everyone in town.
Yes. Yes.
You remember the original ones with
Yes,
the
yes, the
battery
bay
behind the head?
of the old days of Celtel.
The
I mean,
sweet
yes,
one.
the Celtel,
The
yes.
sweet one.
Yeah,
I call it the sweet one.
Yes.
I hate this double.
I remember when growing up, General Salim Saleh, when I just first heard of the mobile phone, it was the Celtel days. Used to have this huge phone that looks like a brick. We'll carry the thing and we'll have that thing coming like this. I used to look at it, I'm like, look at General, it just looks like cool. I used to enjoy the thing. I was like, one day I will have this
Now,
one
there
also.
are two things.
Yes.
I was either on that.
Yeah.
For me, mine was a sweet one.
Yes, yes.
Just
The one that used to be just, you know,
around your ear.
Yeah.
Because for us, we said, don't mess the side of your temple.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. Which is the left side, yes.
People don't people don't understand that our phones
Yeah.
have a lot of microwave
Yeah.
waves.
Yes.
So a lot of us avoid it. Keep it on the hip. They said, but you're messing around with your next child. I'm like, where do I put it?
Yes.
I'd rather hit on my hips and
Yes.
I'm talking.
Yes.
Or somebody saw me talking
Yes.
and I was heading to the next
Yes.
record gig.
Yes.
We call it a gig.
The gig, yes.
But believe you me, in Africa, the reality of depression is existent.
Yeah.
You reflect and you discuss the implications of your past or your future.
Okay.
And if you saw me doing that, I think I'm the most normal person, because the only way you can judge somebody's state of mind normally, the hygiene goes south.
Yes.
Now, if somebody is totally smart,
Yeah.
you can't question the mind.
Yes, of course.
But I've always been British. I succeeded in Uganda because of that.
Okay.
It is normal there.
Okay.
It's not normal in Uganda.
Yes. So I want to say this. You say you've always been British and it's normal there, it's not normal here. I just have a very you know, simple question to put to you as we wind up this interview. What did it feel like having been in that life? I will keep taking you back to that life, having been in that life of the first son and what it feels and the wisdom that you find. Please take a sip of coffee that your father kept giving you guys and stuff like that in your own words. And now coming down to this old situation that you went through, the narcissism that you say has become a religion of us going, and you started experiencing this thing like way back in 1990s and it's still going on and it's becoming worse in the 2020 as you talk about. What did it feel like, you sort of like losing everything, being in the exile and coming back and starting all over again?
But we haven't lost everything.
Yes.
Everybody has a status they look for.
Yeah.
I don't have a sense of greed or an urge to accumulate.
Okay.
That is the character of Jafar Amin. My brother can pass me by with a hammer or Mercedes Benz, and that's okay for him.
Yeah.
We live in the same town, the same city.
Yeah.
I'm a community-based person. The same thing that took me to the village was me saying, what am I giving back to society?
Yeah.
I have a low satisfaction level. Narcissists don't. They want everything, and it's about accumulation.
Yeah.
Yeah. They become like the British magpie.
Yeah.
The magpie will steal every Rolex in London, and you'll find it in the nest after 50 years when they decide to cut the tree because they were making a new highway.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you an example of
that's another wisdom, deep one right there.
Everybody will look for, the Prince of Wales lost his Rolex. They'll find it in that tree with a magpie in Buckingham Palace. Yeah? It took it off the coffee table and flew up to the tree.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying I've never been about want, but of course my children and wife have needs.
Yeah.
But I told you a very important thing at the very beginning of this show last week.
Yeah.
Politics of privilege is what you expect from me.
Yeah.
I can't sing issues of Ebiafe because the day Kabaka Mutesa sold the country down the river in 1875 by calling in the missionaries, we've been selling ourselves short until today.
Okay.
Now, if you think that privilege has to be to the 9 families, then you're wrong.
Yeah.
I am totally contrary to the issue of politics of privilege.
Okay.
People always say, why aren't you demanding your houses? Why aren't you? I said, look, society wants this family to be punished.
Yeah.
It has become an acceptable norm.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lean back and let you. I always have a British saying of do your worst. But you'll find me in the most unexpected of corners talking to the people who matter. Politics of privilege is not my way.
Okay.
Demanding what is duly mine.
Yeah.
In 60 children, how far are you going to divide? We've only lost 5.
Yeah.
1 boy and 4 girls.
Yes. And the rest
but the 55
are
fighting over trinkets. Trinkets are what?
Yes, yes. And you use the word trinkets quite a lot.
Trinket is...
Explain the trinkets to us because really,
Do you know the first trinkets? In Simbi. That was money, the original money, whether in China, whether in China. Our form of money is in Simbi.
Yeah.
Cowrie shell.
Okay.
Those are trinkets. The British would bring wire, knowing that the Maasai just love their wire. They would give you whatever you want, as long as you give them their wire. When the man was actually a Baluchistani, came to Uganda, they used to call him Ebirevu, Ahmed somebody. He brought them cotton, but it was the poor type of cotton called Americani.
Yes.
It's a very light, what we Muslims use for burial.
Okay.
All they wanted from us, due to their extractive agenda, was slaves and ivory.
Yeah.
So they exchanged trinkets for valuables.
Okay.
Now, how much more valuable will I be standing there and saying, I am the son of Amin, I demand such? Politics of privilege.
Wow.
Tribes are demanding it as a wholesale.
Yeah.
In Uganda, it's we first. So, yeah, you first. But I'm up here. Yeah, but I'm first. I'm number one. I'm giving you the whole issue of politics of privilege.
Yes. And so how does that
comfortable.
fit?
Yeah, I am comfortable in my skin.
Okay.
The day that your life is all about keeping up appearances, then you're wasting
You've
your
lost
time.
everything, yes.
No, you'll always be on that treadmill. Huh?
Okay. So Jaffa, on the wisdom circle, on the elders' wisdom circle today, what would be our take home from this topic today that you want to leave us with as the wisdom of the week that I must speak from here and go with? And for everyone who is watching the show all across the world, thank you very much. On Twitter, on YouTube, on Facebook, this is Elders Wisdom Circles, all right, with of course Jaffa Remo Amin, aka Salongo.
My take-home point for today is the only narcissist notion that I accept is putting family first. I climbed mountains. I'm the most filmed person in my family. I've written a book. He has questioned my sanity, but I hope I've made sense to you. And the fact is, put family first. At 54, I hope to be able to say, after these 6 months of traumatic COVID-19 challenges, put family first. And by the way, it was a blessing in disguise that we ended up with the people you keep missing every morning, and you miss out on your last born sleeping by 9 because they wanted to stay up and wait for daddy. Those moments, you notice how you're going to cherish these 7 months of COVID-19. For me, it's a blessing in disguise, putting family first. And if you can always say me to my family, but also we to community, will make Uganda a better place. And please, it's not about insult. Insulting somebody is not a sign of intelligence. The narcissist in us would actually say, if I can throw a barb at somebody, insult a person, I've won the argument. Let's learn to debate. Let's learn to get insight out of other people's point of view. And my height is meaningless until I have to grab that mango faster than you do. Or my son dunking on a fellow soldier, and he's not even a soldier, but playing with tough men and succeeding. If I can be able to show the child that I'm putting them first, then that would be a change from the adjustments that I made from thinking about myself. Because by the way, the corporate world is a narcissist den that teaches us a lot of unsavory habits. The same people are earning so much money, they ought to be able to give back to family and make sure we put the family first. So if there's any narcissist notion or accolade we can accept, that is putting your family first. But please, no nepotism in a place of work or political status. It shouldn't be about politics of privilege, Jafar earning more than others because he was one of the 9 first families of this country. No. I am an everyday people, and I am comfortable in who I am. But I want to make my children proud and comfortable in the pursuit of happiness. Can we put that as a new policy in Uganda? It's the only thing we should take away from America, narcissist America. Pursuit of happiness.
Wow. Jaffa, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been the Elders Wisdom Circles with the one and only Salongo Jaffa Remo Amin, the son of the former president, the one who saw it first. And he said the first 9 families, the first family, the first
the first 9 families.
First 9 families.
It should not be about politics of privilege.
Yes.
Eliafe. That word is narcissistic at the highest level. We should be about, it's the same word, we in English. But when they say Eliafe, they're actually meaning young.
Yes. So young. Even if you in the family who says this is Eliafe mind, you know, it should be about ours going forward. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the program. I thank you very much for being part of the Wisdom Circles, the Elders Circles. We'll be back next week on Saturday, same time, same place. Before we start taking the Wisdom Circle all across the country, speaking on the firesides and looking for the 1%ers of the wisdom.
Above 65.
Yes.
They're there.
Yes, and we're looking for them and we need them.
Very disgruntled people.
Yes.
But they own everything.
Yes.
And they're responsible for our past. Remember that.
Thank you very much for being part of the show. Until next week, God bless you. And it's a wrap from us here at the Wisdom Center, or what we call the Elders Wisdom Circles.
aliye kama wewe, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe Yesu, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe. No, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe, sijamona Mungu wengine kama wewe Yesu, sijamona bado aliye kama wewe, aliye kama wewe Baba, hakuna kama wewe kama wewe, no.
kama Yesu. Yeah, yeah. Hakuna kama Baba. Bado.
Sawe tuse kwejiyo kebera kola bekubudde dobozi lidi n'oguno omujaja n'amabidde
Sesamu enkuwereza ntudde ku kyoto mba Kampala sitenze bamanyini n'akakinko
kuza bamanya oluganda lw'enkuba sirina budde burape Kampala bwewa n'akatinga budde
wereza amatooke n'erumonde saako n'ebinyeebwa akatunkuma amayuni kingere ndese luganda
ipiaddi je watugamba ffe tulinze stories elevation copies nga zitunze
soka videos mwana nsulewo busingo malenta balezi BET nze sityalos
mwana wange losinze njitya chovola basikowa nina okugunjula emiti emijoji n'eginaddawo
pause nange bwentyo nina okuzaalira eggwanga lino nga sinabaawo
anazaala teyerangirira gwejjayo sidolezo oba okuba bulango genda bwerange ku ladiyo abawala b'omu Kampala nze mwannema akajanja mwagala okukwanibwa naye okuzaala nedda
ogambye eki guno omulembe ki tunazaala tutya abaana ng'ate mwe muliyala mukwanisa obusente ng'ate tebuliiwo okwana agine beti nga tosula wa Sofi
bwe mba nsula wa Sofi ye yangwana lwaki ansa yammwe yes buli abagambako mwagala abasajja bokka bajjayo zidoola zinennaku bwengula ekikomando nti nedda
topiki njikoye tudde ku birala obonga nani mu Uganda sizonya nti yeeno
mbonga n'oyo yenna n'akyusa eggwanga anajja bw'emize emibi wano ng'okusumagira
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bakyala breast cancer amalwaliro tulina matono
mbonga n'oyo anaaleeta enkyukakyuka mu nsi okusoma nsome nga nkimanyi omulimu weeguli
mbonga n'oyo anaakendeeza kutya gaasi kuba ku kampasi nk'oyo okwekalakasanga
nze mbonga n'omusajja najjawo ebinnya mu kkubo alwanyisa enguzi ng'eno asasula n'abasomesa
mbonga n'oyo yenna anaafanga ku bavubuka kulwanyisa yala mu zigeto ffe tuba bubbi
mbonga n'oyo yenna nga masita pulana akoleyo site mu Uganda nga tulina endala
mbonga n'omusajja anaafa ku muntu w'ensi akendeeza akabeeyi ka sukaali kake wansi
mbonga n'oyo mu nsi yange atatunda bintu kuba mmanyi nti saawa yonna nange antundiramu kati gwe bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
bonga nange
nkugambye bonga nange
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba ojagala okukyusa bonga nange
bonga nange
obonge nange
obonge nange
kugambye bonga nange
nze nkoyo kubonga
tobonga n'abayaye bw'oba oyagala okukyusa
Seknelese The Royal Highness Drift on the beat Big Mott Peace
Yeah, Moon G. A story began. He had big dreams. His okubera superstar. Nga MJ ngo bwalabo mukabira. Facebook poster. Ebisawe nga bijula. It was all a dream nga bigi bwe yagamba. But buli we yatuuka nga kazindalo. Nga crowd emwoganira vayo. Yayimbanga yekwese mizindalo anti ku stage bamukubanga zichokolo naye nga champion nalemerako giving up teyakirowoozako. He worked hard natuka ku radio bwe yakola video takyava na ku TV yo kati bwatuka ku stage nga bawugana the same people bamugamba nga vayo bapromota mu kusooka nga basalawa kati ekivulu bwatakibaako tekijja kukwatayo. That's a champion. Kasitobera n'okukkiriza. Everything is possible if you truly believe. Nogamba omusajja gye mumanyi yakuba ku buloga kati afuga escalade enju eri ku acres 2. That's the real champion. That's the champion. Ono yaviira Masaka mzei boy yaweta teri kusoma school fees zabula yapakasapakasa era obusente bwe bwawera 12 ku machanga ali kuzidde Kampala. Mowino mwe yatuukira okusuubula abayaye sente ne bazikuba yeyiyayi era n'asuubula endiboota awezezza emidaala ena Owino ne bajooca. But no, ebyokudda essakala yagaana obwongo obwesera ng'ere yasala lwera yayiya ekijji wakati mu city center kusuubula jjiini kati yatwegombesa anti emaali ajja China amaduuka awezezza 3 ku Nabukeera 26 landlord takyamukonkona mami asula mu yenga sister asoma bwa doctor yarasa champion kasitobera n'okukkiriza everything is possible if you truly believe. Temumanyi street kid eyambalanga kasaati kamwe akayero pastor omuyimbi kati bw'alonkinga buli mwaka abantu ne bayitirira. He's a champion. All I'm saying is teri kitasoboka cheer beera n'okukkiriza. Osobola okuva kataka k'ekamooti enkya ne bakusanga mu Emirates mu okusambira. Osobola okuva mu saloon enkya ne bakusanga nga Serena egwagikulira. All I ask big brother, have a little faith, beera n'okukkiriza. Kasita obeera n'okukkiriza buli kimu ojja kifuna. Everything, anything, buli kye wali oloozeeko kasita oba n'okukkiriza. And you'll never take him to church. If you believe, then you can achieve it. Kati boda boda jivukise maanyi na kukkiriza enkya bagenda kusanga magulu 10 yo. Beera n'okukkiriza omupaka sidisanise maanyi na kukkiriza Majestic Plaza gyegenda kubeera yo. If you believe, then you can achieve it. Student, work hard. Beera n'okukkiriza government sponsorship ogenda kutuukayo. Ne rapa atandika nawe beera n'okukkiriza waditale ekyazizo bwe kiri. Just believe, set your heart to it. Believe. You can achieve it. Tewerayo okusaba. Enkya basobola okugamba mu Uganda tutte World Cup. Kase tuba n'okukkiriza. Beera n'okukkiriza ekyo olina emputtu.
Who speaks his mind out is naturally a person who knows what he's doing. Is naturally a person who cracks jokes. In fact, a friend of mine said he should just, every time he does a skit, he should just give him a moment and just share. He wants to pay for it. Richard, welcome to Creative Industry Talk. How are you this morning?
I'm very fine. You just reminded me. I've lost money.
Yes, you've lost money.
I've not shared with him.
Yes, he said whenever you do a skit, just send me and send the invoice immediately. And I said, wow, I wish I would have a talent and gift like Richard, where I don't have to work very hard and the money just finds me.
Boss, we sweat.
I know. But welcome to the program, Richard. We want to say thank you very much. And how have you been?
I've been okay.
Yeah.
I have constantly been COVID negative.
Okay.
Yeah. I assume.
That's a very good one. Yes.
I've not tested in a long time.
Yes.
But we're okay. A lot has changed. We have tried to change with the change. Yes. And along the way, you know, you discover here, you lose here, but we stay above the water.
Yes. I just want to take you straight to Richard to the first question we always ask on the Creative Industry Talk. Who is Richard Tuwanje? If I am looking for you, are you Ugandan? If yes, what are the values define you as Ugandan? Yes, that question is usually a question that gets so many people punching on the streets of Kampala and across the world. If you ask them a question, who are you? Some people assume that everyone knows them. And yes, we see you on TV every other day. Yes, we see you all across Africa. But who is Richard in a nutshell?
That is a very difficult question. Because personally, I believe some people's values change along the way. You know, life is a game of, you know, discovery and rediscovery of self. But personally, I believe, plainly put, Richard Tuwanje is a Ugandan who is a multifaceted entertainer. Who has his hands in not just one thing, actor, comedian. I don't know whether I should call myself a singer. I think I'm safe calling myself a singer, not a musician.
We're going to sample that song already.
Are you serious? We're on the talk. So I do a bit of music. I'm a producer on a wider scale because well, most of the art I do, I also produce. Some with the team, some alone. And as a human being, I stand for good for all.
Wow, that right there is quite a deep statement. I stand for good for all. I would like to take this moment, first of all, to welcome everyone to the Creative Industry Talk from all across the world. Thank you very much, all our brothers and sisters in the United States of America. I hope you did not jump on that plane and you're part of the 600 people from Afghanistan, you know. And of course, to all the creative people all across the world, we want to say thank you very much and welcome to the space for the creative right here in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, going to the rest of the world. Richard, welcome to the show. And now that we know you, and now that we understand who you are, just away from seeing you on TV, our topic on the Creative Industry Talk today is about creativity for business success in Uganda. Creativity for business success in Uganda. When we posted this yesterday, a lot of people wrote back and they were asking, creativity for business success in Uganda. They don't even understand what creativity is. Now you are putting the mix of success in it. And I mean, how are we going to do it? So I said, well, we will have to have a discussion about this. And of course, we're going to be joined by Faizo Chiwewa. We were supposed to be joined by, you know, Jeremy Biemanzi from Nomad Advertising. But unfortunately, Jeremy has got an emergency that needs to attend to. He will be joining us next week. And of course, we want to take a moment to welcome Faizo Chiwewa all the way in the outside countries. How are you doing in the cold?
Thank you so much, Eddie. I am okay. I just arrived like 5 minutes ago in Antwerp. It's I would say the capital of the Flanders in Belgium. So it's where I am, and I had to find my way to get to the show. So I'm very excited to join you guys.
Very much, Faizo. Thank you very much, Faizo, first of all, for joining us. I hope you have had a very good ride on the train. In Uganda here, when we talk about the train, we only remember in the 60s. I don't know whether Richard... Our train hasn't yet been...
I know nothing about trains in Uganda. I just read. What I see down there below Ginger Road, I think those are just carriers, you know.
Wow.
Train has.
And when my uncle tells me the trains were good, so seeing Faizo ride on the train in Europe is quite an amazing stuff. But gentlemen, welcome to the show. So today we want to just ride straight to this, you know, discussion. I want to give you a context, Richard. There is artistic creativity. And there is a more general kind of creativity that we see in people that could also be called the ingenuity, innovation, the lateral thinking, thinking outside the box. We've heard people talk about this very much, or simply the problem solver. And we are going to mix the two together to basically find what is best for us in our discussion today. We're talking about creativity for business in Uganda and the success. But the context here is that creativity in business is a nifty way of thinking. That always inspires people, challenges people, and also help people to find innovative solutions that create opportunities that we always use in our day-to-day life, okay? And of course, opportunities out of problems are key, and we're talking about the pandemic situation right now. The COVID-19 has brought, you know, a challenge in the industry. But how are we turning these opportunities and challenges to actually create opportunity to solve the problems that we have or we had already before? It is also the reason some individuals, of course, and companies attract our attention to either goods and services or to products that we need. Yes, it comes from the creative mind. The ideas, the amazing ideas, sometimes seems very, you know, far-fetched, and other times is merely the flow have-beaten, and some people really just go through with whatever the flow is. But today on the show, I want to take you straight to this background, and I want to start with you, Richard, right here in the studio. First of all, is creativity an important skill to have?
It is a very important skill to have. Unfortunately, it is not for all. And I think, you know, the nature's laws, I think, dictated like that, because I mean, if all of us were creative, it would be so hard to cope with the world. I mean, you're trying to catch on this and something new has come. But that is where we are going. It is very important to be creative because it helps you stand out in whatever sector. I believe it. You know, when you come, most of us are followers before we get creative. There's always a trend, whether in banking, the arts, the sports. There's always a trend, and that trend, at whatever given time in history or in the future, it will have been brought about by a few creative minds. So, like you said, it's the creative ones who create even opportunities, not for just themselves, but for others. And without just limiting it to art, it is so important that if a particular sector is so clogged with competition, chances are the one who is going to slide off the conventions will either stand out or it's not a win all the time. Because you can create your way to your failure.
That's true. Absolutely.
So it is important to be creative, but it's also important to create with high regard of the audience. That you're creating for. Most cases, creative people are also very egoistic. So when the idea comes and he likes it, you're not going to try and tone his idea down.
This is my idea.
To match the targeted audience. He wants to run it the way he has thought about it. So creativity is very important, but also most important is who are you creating for?
Wow. Faizo Chiwewa, all the way in outside countries, you've heard from Richard. Richard is saying that it is important that the creativity is important skill for a person to have. Do you agree with Richard, Faizo? And also on that background, Faizo, how do we, you know, profit from the creativity in business if at all it is important as a skill?
Thank you so much. First of all, to compliment Richard for how he looks. I mean, you can see that creativity has made on some weight. Despite all of us who are losing weight during this COVID, Richard is gaining weight, which is good to see. That's a creative man. Excitingly, I would say. I totally agree with his notion on yes, creativity is necessary. It's not for him, but it's also something that we need nurture in everyone. That's why we encourage our children at a young age to really try to practice different things, test different experiences, so that people can, define themselves in the future, whatever course they take in life. Be not just redundant, dependent on what they're told to do or what they must do, but also be supportive of our community. And I'm always fascinated creatives really contribute to changes that we see in societies. And you can see in Europe, you find a lot of things done, but not necessarily provided by authorities, governments, but by individuals who find hardships in terms of their day-to-day life, and they think about solutions to go through these hardships. And those solutions then eventually become public necessities or public goods that everyone now needs to use. For example, you can, if you walk around, or if you move around, like just what you talked about at the beginning, the necessity of having a train. I woke up in Holland this morning at 6:40, and by 10 I'm in Belgium. I'm having a congress here. So that thought of creativity to say, you can call it also innovation, to make people's lives easier is really what our country would need more of this kind of input in our day-to-day life. Yeah.
Richard, you've had the man woke up in Finland.
Was that meant to make me feel guilty? Because I'm the reason this show started late. Just from Muyenga to Bokoto.
Yes, he has juggled so much traffic and a lot of things have happened. But you see, Richard, that's why we're saying if there's a creative way of thinking about stuff, would be able to save and there'll be a lot more success. And that really resonates with our topic today. Richard, what jobs are in the creative industry? We're starting to build these things about our discussion today. What jobs do you think are available? You're already earning out of it.
The creative industry.
Yes.
First, it is so wide. Yeah. People look at the creative industry. When you say creative industry, they think about the creative performers.
Yes.
Yeah. But you see, those aside, we have people behind the scenes, the producers, the guys who do the technical work, and then the creative industry does not just carry the artistically creative or the performing artists. We are living in a time where, life has changed. The phone is now a performing space.
Yeah.
The internet is a performing space. So, you're holding your phone and you have a multitude of stages here. You're free to choose. The people who create all those spaces are also creatives. They are at a very different plane of creativity also. But all creatives are important. Personally, I think to a certain extent we are important in equal measure, because Mr. Eddie Okila is going to have a platform here that is so different from other platforms. And the reason he shaped it that way is to serve a certain, segment of audience, TV viewing content seeking audiences. But Okila will need the performers on. Okila will be the producer. The performers will be there. The writers are going to get jobs. That's why sometimes me in Uganda here, like the only way we can have as many creatives incorporated into the creative industry is for those who can create to focus on churning out the art. The more art you put out, the more people you pull into the value-adding chain, of the final products.
Wow.
That I have experienced along the way when we seek to grow. You create more, and you realize along the way we have, brought in this big number of contributors to the final product.
Wow. Well, Richard and Faizo, this is a very interesting part of the show. The jobs that the creative industry have. I want to dive to Faizo in Belgium. Faizo, you've heard from Richard. What jobs do you think we have available in the creative industry?
I think, as Richard said at the beginning, the creative industry is really huge. When we start mentioning the sectors within, I would call them Some are sectors because they're informal, others are industries because they're formal. But there are also those formal and informal industries within the creative industry or the creative arts or the creative behavior, I would say. But the kind of jobs, let's start with, you know what we are doing. So we are in the arts. I'm a programmer, and that whole line of business you are familiar with. Richard is in the, in theater and comedy, and that chain of business is very familiar to us. We know what they are doing, and I think maybe what is different in this case is like the acknowledgement of the actual number of people or number of jobs that are associated in our line of work. When people see Richard performing at the National Theatre or at the comedy scene, when they do it, their grand shows every month, people don't really understand the amount of work that is put in, leave alone the creative process of writing the skits they do, but also the backstage side. We are talking about costume designers, we are talking about set designers, we are talking about makeup artists, we are talking about communications person, ticketing persons, we are talking about advertising, radio interviews, TV interviews, and all these jobs. And when you look at the people and the amount of effort as well as the amount to this kind of work, it's appalling. And then these are some of the things that we know. But then when we shift to art forms like new media, when we talk about new media, we're talking about design, graphics, we are talking about advertising, we're talking about software development, we're talking about programming, we're talking about all these things. So when someone sees like Eddie, you're here hosting us, you're in Kampala, and we're talking to each other, they don't imagine the amount of work that was put all us talking to each other live in such a diverse space. So this is creativity, this is programming, this is thinking, this is offering a solution to a need that is identified, maybe not on a daily need, but it's almost something that you need once in a while. So there are so many jobs, they cannot be counted. But what I want to assure our listeners or our viewers is that we have, as within the creative industry, the highest number of employment opportunities. There are so many that need our services in terms of when we get it to work, and there are also those that so many people that we need to make sure that we pull off our events. When I have Baimba Festival as a small example of what happens within our day-to-day life, I have at least 1,500 staff working at one festival. Those include my core staff, they include service providers, they include volunteers, they include interns, they include partners, sponsors, and all these people are at the festival making sure that everything goes on as it is planned. So I cannot start mentioning how many jobs are there, but to be sure, they are very, very many.
Wow. Well, you've heard it from Pfizer. Thank you very much, Pfizer. Richard, I want to come back to you on this part. And of course, welcoming all the views from everyone who's watching the show. We are live on Facebook, on YouTube, and all across the world in all our platforms. By the way, we're live on our, www.houseoftalentuganda, UG.com. It's live, it's streaming for everyone across the world, so please enjoy. We want to hear your comments, kisses, and this is coming. We love to hear them. We love to hear them. If you're doing well, kiss us. If you think we're doing bad, diss us. We are okay. We are creative people. We take this. Richard,
yes,
you've heard what Pfizer just said, and I like the first two questions and three questions. I want to go to the third question, which is what are the types of creativity that we can profit from? We're talking about creativity, and we're always talking about creative people. Pfizer just said something very interesting. 1,500 people worked at the concert, a festival. Whenever we see you on stage, we don't understand that the Fun Factory has got a shipload of people behind just Richard to look good on screen and to be looking nice and to speak whatever is speaking nice on stage. There are a lot of people behind there. So I want to just ask you a question. What type of creativity is there for businesses to harness? given your experience as a stage performer, as a copywriter, which means you're writing a lot of copies to corporate companies for products to be communicated about, to be consumed. What do you think the types of creativity that is there that we can profit from?
As businesses?
Yes.
Yeah.
As individuals as well as businesses,
yes. You just mentioned some of the most important ones there.
Yes, yeah.
You know, first, just the creativity to produce, you know, art that can just, you know, touch people's hearts and lift their moods, and maybe also help them think, you know, in certain thought processes that they wouldn't have if they had not consumed certain pieces of art. That creativity is very important. That one is that, I think that is the longest serving kind of creativity for humankind, because I mean, since the medieval times, that kind of creativity is demanded for leisure. Now, creativity for business development, creativity for business development, where some of these there are talents that can be applied in all those places. Now, well, people like me who applied their talents in places in spaces like copywriting, where you use your creativity to nail a message or speak to a company's potential customer, and also speak to the one they have, so that, you know, you need that creativity between you, the brand owner, and the brand consumer. You need some creativity there to keep these people emotionally connected to your product.
Wow.
Yeah. Sometimes you might be good enough at designing the product. Yeah. But you're not as good enough at gaining and maintaining the confidence and emotional connect to your product. That is when you need people who can, you know, pick that creativity off the stage, apply it in this business space also. The creativity of, you see, the world has become so visual. The world is so visual that if you have a message and you do not design it in maybe typography, you know, you're not going to. You have to apply some typography. So, you know, and creativity has really, to me, we are living in a time where creatives have to be very awake to the fact that the audiences that we are creating for are exposing themselves sometimes much more than we, the creatives.
And they're also becoming creative themselves in their own right.
So they attain a higher level of judgment of your art. That if you do not expose yourself better or more than they are exposing themselves, the audience will run away. It will be 3-4 steps ahead of you, and by the time you wake up to chase this audience and get it. It's not that you're not creative anymore. They have exposed themselves much more. And now, so creatives have to be on their toes, because our audiences are becoming more creative.
Wow. Faisal, we want to dive to you in Belgium. You've heard, I think Richard just said something fundamental to understanding. If a business person is watching, they need to understand where Richard is coming from. If a creative person is watching, they need to understand that if you're not constantly putting your craft together, that audience that you're creating that product for is going to come for you. And once they get exposed, they might age you out, not because you're not doing something right, but because they're already exposed to a manner in which they can judge the product and know what is good and what is not. Just before we go for a break, Faisal, your thoughts on that one? You know, what type of creativity do we have in theater and performing art, as well as, you know, from a programming point of view, as a guy who is always doing stuff for you know, entertainment? Whenever we are stressed, we run to you, and you guys give us relief. Faisal, over to you.
Yeah, you know, it's very interesting, and I think, as Richard says, that one of the things that we strive for as programmers is always the consistency and also understanding our audience. Like the Fun Factory guys really mastered the audience. I think they have never really failed to fill a space, whatever big or small they occupy, because they know who their people are and what they want and how to keep them at the edge. I think it's the whole mystery around building audiences. How do you keep your people to they come to you. They are never bored. Speaking for Baimba, we've always developed, I don't know what we call it the experiencing audience. Our audience is very experiencing. They always want to see something new. I think from the beginning, we've always challenged ourselves and challenged our audiences to bring in a new feeling of a new art form. That's why we managed to introduce new art forms that were not really much on the market, like video mapping, street theater. We did things like headphone disco. I don't know whether you know that. We know when we started it in 2009. And people always want to see what's new this time at Baimba. And when that drifts away, that you are not able to do the more, then your audience starts wondering what's going on. They start finding or trying to find other opportunities or other options. That's why they run away to other events. But at the same time, it might be also a good thing for you. For example, our cause in programming Baimba has always been about experiencing audience, but at the same time, we forgot about ourselves. Then we took off some 2 years of reinventing our programming, and then the audience was confused, and I didn't blame them, but it was intended to kind of create this kind of tension between, okay, where do we go? Is it still the same Baimba? But they don't know what's coming up for them, and I'm curious how they'll react when the new Baimba comes back. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Faisal. You don't know how somebody just sent a message and says, you don't know how important this program is to me right now. I'm learning something that Richard has just said has tickled somebody. And he said, you don't know how much I've just picked from Richard in that small space. I've always seen him on stage just making us laugh. I didn't know the man can speak too much sense.
I don't know whether to take that as a compliment.
I think you should take that as a compliment. You see, Richard, we're going to take a break, but when you come back, we're going to start from that particular point of where people just see you on stage and assume that this is the sum total of the person. And they never know that this person there's more to this person. Well, the creative industry is going for a break, and when we come back, Richard Chiwanje and of course Faisal Chiwewa all the way in Belgium will be giving us a lot bit more about the differences between, you know, the creativity and innovation. These two words are always, you know, confused. And you stay right there, pick a coffee, and when we come back, we want to hear your kisses and disses. If you have some kisses, if you don't have, you know, disses, whatever it is, we're okay. The Creative Ministry Talk will be right back after the break. Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. Yeah. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand. Yes. Remember Prince? Yes. Prince.
I want us to talk about the corporate entities, the corporate society. I mean, the money comes from there to the creative art. For a long time, while the creative people are thinking the spaces to create this stuff, you know, most ad agencies are run by creative minds. And these creative minds handle Welcome back from that break. This is Creative Industry Talk, where we sit and discuss things that affect the industry where we are. It's a platform that exists for everyone in the creative space to think. It's a platform that we come together to share ideas. There's a platform that we believe can bring together the creators and, of course, the policymakers on the round table to think and to come up with, very integrative mind maps that allows us to take the industry and the development around our country and our individual projects forward. Of course, Richard, welcome back to the show. And of course, Faizo Chiwewa, all the way in Belgium. We are missing, Jeremy Bemanzi from the advertising sector. We would have had a fantastic moment with him right there. And we hope that Jeremy will be here next week. We think that this series of having Richard and Jeremy coming in and Faizo will run for the next 2 weeks. So if you're missing this one, Richard will be back next week. But we want to hear from you. I'll start by a comment from one Frank Tugume says, I'm always glad to be here. And a shout out to Richard on the show and as well Faizo. And he says, I don't know how you guys are doing it, but Facebook is off in Uganda, but the show is on. And Faizo just
we are not in Uganda.
Yes, Faizo just gave him a tip on that one of what is going on. Well, Richard, welcome back to the program. I want to take you straight to, there is this, thinking Ugandans usually have, or generally, people always think that they see you on stage and they form an opinion about you. And most times, because we are not being like politicians or sitting and wearing good ties and something like this, people assume that these are just funny guys. Even the president has said this is these funny people before. But until your colleague Annington Bujingoze said you're seated here, and then he met the president, and the president said, I was told you have a lot of money, you are rich. Then he says, no, I just have enough for me. But he says, you funny people, where do you get money from? It's just an understanding that people don't have around people. But what's your thought on that one? How do we help people to start seeing that we're actually more serious people than they think we are?
First, I think the people who have that kind of mindset, the mind is a very funny place. What you expose is what they take and they expound on that. It will never end on the stage. So they see Richard acting a school child, they see Richard acting a headmaster, then tomorrow the other show you are a drunkard, they put you in there, they paint a picture of who Richard is off the stage. And that picture will never be very far from the picture they see here, because you have given them the first brick to build their image of you. So me, personally, if I tell you my experiences as an artist and the creative who applies my creativity in different spaces, because I do professional emceeing for events of different sizes and shapes. But I know people who tell me when I get a gig, for example, they tell me, it was a process getting zeroing down
to you as a
because
person,
the bosses were like,
wanted this person here.
And we told them, this gentleman will nail it the way we want it. And it's like, but this guy, man, the kind of comedy he does, will he handle this very corporate event? And we see him have like they throw around lines like, sio nazanyango mwana. Sio nazanyanga batanivu. This kind of event. Because you see, certain events I handle they're multinational. The audiences are not just Ugandan. And that goes down. It brings another issue, and all of us artists and creatives in Uganda have been victims of our own
creativity.
That is one, but also not working on our personal brands. It's just recently that we started working on our personal brands with the help of social media. People get to know the Richard Tuanje, separated from the actor, the comedian, the entertainer. I think it's now, you need to work on your personal brand. that is a given. There are no two ways about it, especially if your money, especially if you want to start earning while you're not performing.
Yes.
Because we are in a time where you need to earn when you're not performing. Because we've tested months where now there's no performance.
Yes, 1.5 years were.
And believe me, the talents in this city who have worked on their personal brands, and their personal brands speak for their personal brands work up a value for them, they still somehow survive.
Yeah.
Compared to those whose brand they know is just on stage, on stage presence. Because then you limit yourself to a talent that only earns per performance. If you get that and expound on it, build a personal brand, apply your talents elsewhere, or even learn, because a lot of people have talents in this city, but they don't skill the talent.
Yes.
That's another thing. Then also separating the talent from his personality.
Yeah.
Also in our audience, because we can never not think about the audience.
Yeah.
The audience
is where the money is. It's where the business is. That's where things come from. It's your product.
Yes. In better societies, they know how to tell apart the talent and the personality, because the audiences also have a high understanding now of the arts.
Okay.
Here,
it's different.
Here is different. The audience is still in its infancy on that point.
Yes.
We are still pulling them up
Yes.
to consider the arts a legitimate source of livelihood
and revenue.
Yes.
Wow. As a matter of fact, another one has come here and says, I like what Richard is saying. This is now giving us an insight into who he is and what this is about. Thank you very much, Richard. You've changed my opinion of you on this show. I was wondering how you're going to discuss this topic, which seems to be a little bit more of a corporate side of things.
Are you serious?
Faizo Chiwewa, we want to dive to you. They see you with your backpack all the time moving. They don't know you are a person who creates serious stuff. Right now you are in Belgium, while others are in lockdown in Uganda.
Yeah.
How are you doing it?
It's the perfect example right now.
Faizo, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, I was just laughing about the comment on Richard, because I find it fascinating. And of course, I mean, you don't, our followers or fans, because for them, as Richard explained, they don't have maybe the opportunity to explore the personality of Richard off stage, but they often on stage and also on skits on social media. That's what they carry. And yeah, it's not different from all of us. I mean, even for you, I don't expect you to be or lifting heavy lifts in the gym early in the morning. So this is what happens, like when people don't really tend to have a deeper thought about an individual. But I think, I mean, for me, I don't have a definition of my private or personal work life. It's kind of very intertwined. And of course, I try to keep as much distance, keep the mystery of me. I tend to be very much distanced from people, but I love crowds as well. So, and also maybe the other thing that you guys don't know, I'm very crowd phobic. So when there are too many people, I freak out. So I tend to be always hiding in the corner. That's why I'm always tending to be backstage when we have festivals, because I freak out when I see too many people or between too many people. But yeah, that's a personality. It's something we work on. But I think being what people expect of you, it's really difficult sometimes if you don't listen and you just see them and give them form your own opinion, and bet you know or hear, or which I tend to ignore all the time. I think it's also good as you're building the brand of yourself to not to always be distracted by what you hear or know or hear or feel that people are saying or understanding of you, but on your line of work. And that's why for me, that's what I tend to do most of the time.
That's so true.
Well, thank you so much, Faizo, for that one. Richard, you've heard from Faizo.
Yeah.
For a man who organizes festivals, is crowd phobic. I don't understand that.
I think it was his way of psychologically fighting back the phobia.
The phobia. Well, thank you very much, everybody who so far sent in their comments. And I don't know why you guys are always sending WhatsApp messages or Facebook messages. I want you guys to comment on the show straight live there and then. Send us your kisses and disses. We're very much welcoming them. Richard.
Yes.
I think you can see where we're coming from. The topic today is about creativity for business success. And I think you've already tackled a little bit of it, that the creativity, the things we have talked about right now, is something that people need to start thinking about. But I want to take you straight to my next question, which is, what is the difference between creativity and innovation, given the background of people's opinion about who Richard is, about who Faizo is, about who Okila is, about who any other, creative mind is? I bring the question to mind, what is the difference between creativity and innovation? Because I think sometimes we mix this thing, and you've said it in a very nice way. You said that as creative people, we were doing a disservice to ourselves. We're being one and the same on stage.
Yes.
And yet we're supposed to be completely different. On television, where I am more comfortable, they say that the character on television is really different from the character you're going to meet on the street. And if you take the person on television to be the person you're going to meet on the street, you're going to be really shocked. And so is on the radio.
Yes.
But dive into it. What is the difference between creativity and innovation when we're talking about success brought about by creativity in business?
That's a tricky question. But if you asked me to put it in one sentence, I'd say all innovation is creativity.
Okay.
But not all creativity is innovative.
Yes. Now you see, that is where it becomes difficult. Yes, you need to expound on that bit, because there's a great line in between there.
Because yes, you need a creative mind behind every innovation. There has to be. I think they are cousins. They are half brothers. Same father, different mother. Because innovation will be mothered by the need to fill a gap. While creativity can keep this new innovation running and growing in itself as an innovation. Because you innovate. The moment you innovate, this is an innovation. This here, this here, what you did, because I've been following. It's an innovation and it is going to grow. You can tell something that is going to grow. HTV is an innovation. But it needs constant refreshment of on a creative angle. So I don't think you can really pull them apart. They are together. Creativity is the oil
that keeps running it. Wow. We're talking about creativity for business success in Uganda. It's a part that people don't understand very well. It's a part that either the corporates don't understand very well, or the consumers of the products that are in the market don't understand very well. And the typical case in point is buy Uganda, build Uganda, boo-boo. It's completely confused. We don't understand the line between creative mind.
That is a very long conversation. But to pick from where you are on the corporates and how they don't get it. Man, you see, sometimes you look at the problems. When the problem has arose. But man, we have a backlog of conditioning and tuning. We've come from a system that has taught us that this has to be passed like this. This is when you attain success. Your success is based on when you achieve highly in these parameters. You get it? In these parameters. So we were told to operate, in certain parameters. That it becomes so okay for you not to stand out.
Wow. You're preconditioned to think that way, and that's it.
Yes. Until by the time you realize that, you could have done better, is when you are bored of routine. Because these corporates wake up to practice almost the same thing.
A friend of mine said, until the day a brand manager is fired from his job, that's the day he started looking for a sheet of paper to write his notes or to print his CV. That's when he realized he has never bought a ream of paper. He doesn't know how much it costs. He doesn't know how much a pen costs. Then he goes to Nasaro to look for it. I
think the best,
the reality is distracted. Yes,
the best company out of entertainment
Yes.
to really look at, to fully understand
Yes.
why creativity is important in business
Yes.
is Virgin.
Yes.
Okay, the conglomerate of businesses of, Virgin, the umbrella of those businesses.
Yes, yes.
Mr. Richard Branson.
Yes.
That's when you know if there is no creativity, he considers the business slugging.
Wow. Faizo Chiwewa, what is the difference between creativity and innovation? I mean, a lot of people think that when you're programming a festival, it's one and the same, and that is it. And Richard has just given us a very nice perspective. But over to you, Faizo. What is the difference between creativity and innovation?
Yeah, I mean, Richard, creativity is like the fuel, and then innovation is the engine that needs that fuel to keep on, moving as well. Service always this of finding new ways or new means of keeping, But the thin line between innovation and creativity is really up, I think. Whereas creativity could be just an enhancement of a space. You can, for example, the innovation, as Richard said, that HTV is an innovation. And the creative part of it is the fact that you have to continue creating new programs that are exciting for your followers and your audience. And I think that's the creative process, but the innovation has been done. But what makes innovation, what makes a product to be considered innovative? It's time, the test of time, and the fact that it has to be rendered relevant or useful to the target market or to the target audience. If you innovate a car and no one buys or no one needs to drive it, then it's not a very innovative idea. But you can have a car that you can work with in terms of continuing the process of revamping it, changing the color, or giving it a different style or a different design. It happens all the time, but you're not inventing a new car. You are basically creatively enhancing its look. So we always see innovation as a far-flung process that has to be given time and also approved for the purpose, as well as creativity is the continuation of making sure that things keep exciting people, things keep being different, but also adding on to what is already there.
Richard, you've heard what Faisal said. Let's just get straight to how do we practice creativity, given the context we have now given to it, the flesh we've given to it, for the businesses in Uganda to be more successful?
First, I think one of the key things is to adopt the mindset that nothing can limit imagination.
Yeah.
Imagination cannot be boxed up. It can't be put in it. You have to continuously imagine things better.
Yeah.
Because if you do not imagine them better, there is no now spark for creativity.
Yeah.
For example, we when we were starting off, we were trained actors, writers, directors. We had nowhere to get employment.
Wow.
We definitely, the natural thing to do was to run to theaters, to Bat Valley, National Theatre, look for, where you can be.
There are only 3 theaters, and we're channeling out thousands of people from universities every single year.
And by the way, by the time we finished, I think now conventional type of theatre ensembles were starting to die out slowly. Yeah, so we had like say 3 or 4 that were major. We had the Afri-Talent, Ebony's, Bakaimbira, and once in a while Alex Mukulu and a few other creators there. So there was no clear place to be accommodated.
Yeah.
Because they almost have enough. So lucky enough, there was Philip Luswata who tried to imagine
things.
Imagine something new. Imagine a weekly comedy show. He imagined it, and to us, it was a little crazy.
By taking the young ones who are...
But because he was a lecturer, you know, he dared. He dared. And he said, you know what, if we get space and we have the talents, we can experiment. We shall get a formula. If we don't get a formula, we shall know. You can tell the formula is nowhere. Then maybe we can figure out another way. He handpicked talent, and we started figuring out how to do a weekly comedy show. Back then,
which never existed before.
It never existed.
Wow.
There was no weekly comedy shows. Theater was, you know, linear stories. You go sit, watch a free talent do a play called Navasangawa, and you seated for 4 hours watching. It was fun. It was entertaining. But how do you stand out if you want now to also start? You have to bring something new.
Yeah.
There's always a younger audience.
Yes.
Always. Or there's always an existing audience that has not seen something new.
Wow.
So he dared. He put us in the, you know, thick of things. We tried, and in about a year and a half, a formula had been gotten.
Wow.
After a few 1-2 years, TV saw the value of the show, adopted the show, put it on NTV. The rest was history. So I think with experiences like that, it takes, don't limit the imagination.
Yeah.
Whatever is trending, imagine it in a better way.
Yeah.
It will spark your creativity. Then you have to dare. You have to dare. You have seen how hard it is for people to take on new ideas.
Yes.
Then you compare
Yes.
the rigidity they had
yes.
when the idea had just come and how much they are enjoying it after a span of time. Because when we started weekly comedy shows, the ones in the city, even the audience was like, wow,
who is going to watch this thing?
I mean, which Ugandan is going to make me laugh for 2 hours on a weekly basis? So it was a case of, you come. If you don't like, it's okay. The next week, they bring 2 other friends. It was word of mouth, word of mouth. By the time the entire world learned about the weekly comedy show, it had grown to 4 people at TLC to 1,000 people in the upper gardens of the National Theatre.
Wow.
Yeah, but now the trick is, now it is we who also have to reinvent it.
Yeah, or the innovation has to be continued being oiled by the creativity, as you said. Wow. Well, we are talking about, you know, how do we, you know, creativity, how do we make money out of creativity? How can creativity make businesses successful in Uganda? You know, Richard is giving us a masterclass with Faisal on this one here, something that you've talked about that people don't usually take very seriously, Richard. I've had people say, show me the numbers. I only see 1 or 2 people, show me the numbers. And you've just unpacked the whole mystery behind the numbers. That 4 people is now 1,500.
Yes.
But it did not start with 1,500.
True.
And for me, something that I've learned from you right now is that if you continue being consistent with whatever you are doing, if you dare, you repeated the word, if you dare, you said 3 times, then it's going to pay off. But many times we don't know how to keep the consistency of daring to do something new.
We give up very easily.
And one time a young person told me, says, well, boss, I'm not going to eat creativity. So, and so off he walked the door. And he says, in the Nagala Center, if you don't have money, kindness is not going to pay me. I don't want to eat this. But that's a story of everyone. So Richard Tiwanje, Faisal Chiwewa, we're going to have to let Faisal run for his meeting. We are now talking about the global village.
You know,
Faisal has been on the show, is running for his next meeting in Belgium, where he caught a train this morning. Imagine the day we can do that in Kampala. We'll catch a train to be in Congo, to do a show in Congo, in Tanzania.
It shall come. That time will come. I hope we shall be alive.
Yes.
We are going to contribute to the coming of those things.
Exactly.
It's a fantastic time to be alive.
So we're going to take another break, and when we come back, Richard Tiwanje and I are going to continue with the show until the end, while we're missing Faisal, you know, who is running for his meeting. Stay right there. Creative Industry. We'll be back after this break. Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Be applicable to most of us in the industry. One, most of them want to work with an institution, or let's say a registered company. They want to come to FISO, and FISO is Bayimba, but they want to talk to him as Bayimba. You know what I'm saying? So there's a way they do their things because of probably how their structure is designed. You know, so maybe we also as creatives we need to have, what's the right word? We need to have, or to put that effort, see ourselves organized. I think that's the problem we have. We're everywhere.
And nowhere.
Yeah, and nowhere at the same time. When FISO suggests that, hey guys, I have given you a week, come to the island, let's brainstorm about how we can make these things work. One is going to go like, I don't know if FISO. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, our idea is going to just take
then it goes whatever. You see it. So we've got all these kind of hurdles. And I think why the corporates are probably not even coming in to give a hand is because they don't even know where to start from. They don't know where. Bababu's auntie, for example, if they ask filmmakers, Mudiwa, where do they go to? You see what I'm saying?
They have nowhere to go.
Yeah, I think they have nowhere to go to. Then, of course, we have UCC. I think UCC, that's one of the biggest hurdles we have.
It's about, you know, collect this from these guys.
Yes,
not be
and that's
of the growth.
That's really unfortunate. Yeah. But I pray that we sit with them on one table and make this work. Yeah. That's why I think probably, and that's the biggest reason. That's why I think the corporate department hasn't come.
Welcome back from that break. I hope you've gotten a little bit of what we have been talking about here. There's that discussion with Musta in where we're talking about creative spaces in Uganda. For the first time in the history of Uganda, we actually have a creative space, Richard, in Uganda. Yeah. There are 2 creative spaces for creative people to go. So you don't longer now need to put on your backpack and you wear your shorts and enter the restaurant and anything. Because you're wearing shorts, you've entered in an high-profile, sort of like restaurant and
give
stuff
you the
like
food
that.
bill and the bill.
Yes, at the same time, and then you go. So we're talking about that on the show, creative spaces, and we wanted to connect this to this business discussion that we're having. Richard, thank you very much, first of all, for the last part of the show. I want to take you straight to, what does creativity bring to business success, in your opinion?
It's creativity allows you to stay ahead of the pack. It helps you become the trendsetter. Humankind is set in a way that they will always have a thing for the pioneer of things. Yeah. So we see it, if you think about these big corporations we see in Uganda and how they advertise and the different promotions they bring, you will somehow the target market will always have the pioneer, front of mind.
Yeah.
So for me, creativity, that is how important it is, because you will get the masters, you will be an A-lister on the papers. Yeah. But if you do not know how to channel, because there is not one company in the arts or in business, yeah, as we know it, there's not a company that hires more than 10 people, yeah, and all of them are not creative. There is always creativity in a company.
Yeah.
But every organization has to have a leader that knows how to harness that creativity.
That's the point. That right there, you've spoken it.
Yes, because it's
Yes.
man. You know, our society. You know, sometimes I think it is in our conditioning, in our bringing up, when people attain positions of leadership. Yeah. They wear the boss clock, you know, instead of, you know,
a servant person. Yes.
You know, that is when now you need to be part of the other ones and know who is going to be coupled with who to achieve something. You know, creativity is all over the place. Harnessing it is a challenge.
So, in other words, you're saying every business needs to have that one leader, that one person who harnesses the creativity in the team that they have in order for that business to be successful.
Yes. If they don't have that leader might come and go, but a system has to be created, or activities. It could be just activities, regular activities. Yeah. That if a consistency is kept, a lot of our ideas will bounce off creative people and create one big thing.
Wow. Well, that is one takeaway from Richard right there. How can businesses harness from creativity to be successful in Uganda? Richard, let's dive to the next one. I want to just go to this next question. Why is creativity very important for the success of a business, in your opinion? Why is creativity very important for the success of our businesses?
For me, creativity is I'll take you a little bit back from what I mentioned. Is you don't want to start something, for just starting's sake. Businesses have to grow. Businesses have to grow in revenue and in how many lives a business touches. You know, so creativity is very important for growth, because business is not about just growth of revenue. Creativity is very important for growth of any kind of organization.
In other words, Richard, you're saying, even as an individual, if I am not creative, there's nowhere, I can't wear this exact same shirt over and over. Even Balaam had to change his t-shirt at some point. We're used to Balaam wearing one type of t-shirt, and then at some point he had to change. So you're saying that we've got to be, it's important, creativity is important in business success as good as in an individual life, that we are reinventing ourselves over and over, and we're thinking about these things over and over. Richard, in that context, how does creativity facilitate the business growth, or how can it facilitate a business growth in Uganda? Take, for example, you guys of the Fun Factory. You started at the backyard of Kampala, and now you are in the city of Johannesburg, and, you know, springing out from there and going to the rest of Africa. And I'm sure soon enough, somebody's going to see you from Hollywood and say, these guys, Annington was here and was telling us how you're producing, you know, 14 different skits every single week. He says that we are the only group in the entire Africa who has managed to do this.
Yeah, entire Africa. And then in the world, I think it's only Fun Factory and Saturday Night Live that do a weekly sketch comedy show. Maybe somewhere in the Orientals, Japan, you know, but sketch comedy, new show every week. Every week. I think that contributes to why, you know, we worked out a formula. We've been working together for a long time. We figured out each other's strengths, and we know I could be good, but I'm better when I'm with Dixon Zizinga. Because I know exactly how I and him can gel well together and create something bigger than if he did a skit on his own. So that tags into what I explained earlier. you know, creativity is there, harnessing it can be a problem. It is very easy to have Fun Factory and not to have a breakthrough till now. Yeah, because humans are humans. You have to know the creativity alone cannot be the winning horse.
Yeah.
So you were saying, how does it facilitate business growth?
Yeah.
I think, you know, whether we like it or not, whether formally or informally, we research. We research. Some people start businesses because they went around, they had, it is basically accidental research.
Yes.
But if we in the creative business accept and manage our creative business as well as businesses are managed, because it is a business,
yes,
then we need to research.
So research and development is equally very important.
When you research and you know exactly what they want, and you already have this creativity,
yes,
yeah, it will just boop, boom.
Wow.
Because for us now, you know, Ugandans are the only kind of talents that can entertain all English-speaking Africa.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people are watching Nigerian movies here.
Yes.
Like they used to. Yeah? Now they are watching our content.
Yes.
But our research shows that when Ugandan dramas go to West Africa, West Africans find our dramas
more
superior.
Yes. To theirs.
To theirs.
Actually, a friend of mine, Uti Nwachuku, who was in Big Brother, wrote to me
Yes.
one time and was saying the same thing. Yeah.
Now, you see, I'm going to tell you two stories here that will surprise you. But it is such research, not you know, formally commissioned, that now allows us to even open the you know, target wider.
Yes.
You know, because Zambia, Malawi, Ghana, Nigeria, Zimbabwe, even South Africa and Tanzania and Kenya can be our audience. Because before lockdown, we used to stream our show for 2 hours. And little did we know, it was Zambians and Malawians that were making the numbers.
Yes.
Until you act in Uganda, then you see comments. Banange, please go back to English.
Yes.
Then when you check their profiles, Malawi, Zambia, Kenya, Rwanda. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
It is that good for us, to capitalize on that. There's a time we had a TV drama called The Hostel, and it was airing on all Africa Magic channels at some point.
Yeah.
So Ghana and Nigeria were watching.
Yeah.
A friend of mine called me and told me, Richard, I'm going to win a bet here of $300. The Ghanaians who I'm watching The Hostel with think you guys are Zimbabwean. They think Uganda cannot produce this kind of stuff. He told them, wait for the credits and you will see. He won the bet, long story cut short.
$300.
And he told me, Richard, make it a point to create for English-speaking West Africa. And, well, that we knew years ago. But the resources to achieve that, the only way, the best way to do it is to now entertain Africa digitally. So now, Fun Factory might need Eddie as a consultant.
Yes.
So really, I don't think creativity alone can be a winning horse. Research
and development.
Research and development, and then you know, okay, we can create in this line, but the money, according to what we now know, will come from Rwanda and Kenya and Tanzania.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, everybody. You've heard from Richard. In fact, I want to allow Richard to read this by himself. This is probably the longest of a comment here. I want you to read that comment loud to everyone. This is coming because sometimes when I read the comment, people say yes.
This is thanks a lot, Mr. Richard, Tuanje, Kofi, and Chiwewa. I still think more thought should be put into which word is this?
Yes.
Just want to delineating
delineating the arts,
and cultural sector, creative sector, and separate it from the umbrella or the umbrella creative industry, especially to support policy and decision making. A businessman selling healthcare products is part of the healthcare industry, but not a healthcare professional simply because healthcare is well delineated. please excuse us if we don't pronounce...
delineating very well.
Yeah, I'm from Chiruhura. You cannot run away from yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, it makes sense that we clearly delineate, I think it's delineate the arts and culture sector, from, the big umbrella, creative industry.
Yes.
Wouldn't you agree? It is also possible. This is more academic and less practical. I agree with him.
Yes.
I
also agree with him.
I really agree with him. Yeah. We need to delineate it. We need to create a proper lane for the creative, the arts and cultural sector. Yeah. Though it's fueled by creativity, but it's the arts and culture sector.
Yes.
What we can just say is, at some point, if creativity has to help business growth, some basics don't change.
Yes. Which is always a constant.
Yes.
And Richard, I want to just put this to my brother there. Thank you very much. First of all, my brother, Mr. Keith Nyende. You raised a fantastic point right there. And teacher Mpaire says, I love this conversation. So that's a
by the way, Keith, I know Keith. Keith is one of the brightest cultural entrepreneurs in our times.
Yes.
That guy was the brainchild behind Nyege Nyege.
Wow.
He was the first person to imagine wider and dare to do a festival on the Nile.
Yes. Wow. And thank you very much, Keith. Thank you very much, Teacher Mpare, for being a part of the show. I want to dive straight to a comment coming all the way from Australia. Dennis in Australia is always a constant guy watching the show. Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing Richard Coffey onto the show. He's one of my favorite actors out of Uganda. He keeps me out of home, happy. I am glued to, watching the Fun Factory all the way. I live in Sydney. And thank you very much for bringing these guys always on the show. Tell Richard to continue channeling out the things that I love. And people don't understand that this particular discussion is good for us because we don't usually get sort of like the interesting ideas that come out of Uganda. There's no TV that looks after the people who are in the diaspora. So Richard, shout out to you.
We were just having that conversation because you came back.
And I want to go to a WhatsApp message here coming from the US. First of all, shout out to Coach Anthony Ndaula and of course, my professor from another mother, Professor Penny Nachayo, Assistant Professor for Design Communication, Washington University. Ugandans are in big places.
You are rubbing shoulders with the...
And
I need to get in touch with that
one. And she always said that we need to come with a design identity for Uganda. Design identity for Uganda. So Professor Penny Nachayo, thank you so much. Yes,
that is very important.
And Anthony Ndaula, I want to dive out to JB Atine all the way in Belgium. Says is always loving the discussion. JB is into the IT sector in Belgium, and these are big people doing serious consultancy in outside countries, as we say it in Uganda. Guys, shout out to all of you guys. I want to go straight to my brother from another mother in Denmark. Eddie Okila, thank you very much for bringing Richard to Wanje. Faizo and Richard today nailed the show. I wish Faizo wasn't running. I would want to hear more coming from those fellows about how we can actually make money out of creativity. Most businesses in Kampala, back in Kampala, think that creative people are crazy, but no one will buy a tomato that is packed in a sack, but I will buy a tomato which is nicely packaged and put in a kavera that I can see with a label made out of Uganda or product of Uganda. That's what creativity does.
Wow.
And
you see, simple. It's just usually a simple twist.
Yes.
Yeah, that creates another breakthrough.
Yes.
And you see, most of the creative ideas that change the world or change sectors or bring in new trends, you look at the idea and you're like, whoa, how is it that I didn't think about that?
Because the smallest thing, Richard, are usually the most difficult thing to people to see. That's why creative people needs to be paid money.
Yes,
because
I
the
know.
thing that you're looking at it as very small
is
usually the biggest thing that people are looking for. And I want to dive straight to South Africa before we we need to go back and finish the show. That gentleman on the show is my best actor in that comedy show. I am a guy who love watching the things. It's an amazing to see him at that calm, that professional, and out of the stage, out of character. And actually discussing how we can take things. I'm a Ugandan living in South Africa. This channel is my place to be.
Wow.
And thank you very much, guys. I want to just take Richard back to the show. I told you to send your kisses, and this is coming. If you think we're not doing well, please diss us. If you think we're doing well, kiss us. Richard, this discussion, I know it's going to be a very important discussion to most people. And of course, we're going to be looking more into having a discussion with you going forward. How does creativity, Richard, or rather, my last question to you actually for the day, why is creativity very important for an entrepreneur? The world describes Uganda as the most entrepreneurial country in the world.
Yes.
But Ugandan businesses that are usually started, as they always say, die before they see the next birthday. In fact, to me, we don't go beyond 6 months of our existence. And people always wondering that Ugandans are very creative, they're very entrepreneurial, but how businesses don't go beyond that. Richard, there's a university or an organization that did research, studies about entrepreneurology, you know, about Uganda as being the most culturally diverse country in the world.
True.
And I think the Virgin, you know, sort of like paid money for that research to come out. Now, all of this research is about Uganda, it's about the people out of Uganda, it's about Africa, it's about why is it that our businesses don't go beyond that? And today we're talking about creativity for business success in Uganda. Yes. My last question to you for the show is, why is creativity important for an entrepreneur? Because most people start businesses and think that they're just going to run. I don't need a designer, I don't need a copywriter.
That's true. It is very important for an, you know, at the core, the simple basic of being an entrepreneur is you're presenting something new, or you're solving a big problem in a new way, that is maybe you're making it comfortable for your target audience, or cheaper, you know, or you have basically killed or presented something new to buy and give people an experience. Because I think we can never think from the standpoint of the entrepreneur. We have to think from also the standpoint of the buyer.
Yes.
You know, what is the experience? Or what is the convenience that you are causing? Now that means you cannot come and do exactly what has been around. Now for me, in my thinking, I think that is the biggest problem with entrepreneurs or business startups. There's a syndrome we have as Ugandans. We come to fit in. We want to fit in. You think you can be a good singer, you come to fit in into what is happening. You think you can enter the whatever kind of business, you come to fit in, not to present it in a better or different way or convenient way for the end consumer. So for me, that is the challenge now. If you are not going to fit in, you need to have creativity. You need to work with teams. Like I told you, Fun Factory is made of like 10, 12 very creative minds. But Dixon's creativity amplifies mine, or mine gels well with his, and a big product is created. Dixon alone can earn all the money he wants if he's well managed. And I can. But if we figure out
come together,
what we want to bring on the table, if we want to sell it to, say, entire Uganda and Bantu-speaking, Africa, then we have to put together a team and hit it. So for me, don't fit in. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you don't have to fit in. Twist what has been around. And how are you going to do it if you don't get creative teams together? But I don't know, we need a creative hub in Uganda where you know, this is my idea, but I need a brain like Okilas, then I need so and so. Where we are so weak also in Uganda is we are so weak on partnerships.
Because we're very individualistic in our nature, in our thinking. You know, we're quite very myopic and quite very mediocre-ish in a way of doing things. If the word exists, I'm talking about the word mediocrity striving where there's ignorance.
In Uganda, man, mediocrity is a standard. It is a standard, as in they hit it like chukulie.
Well, guys, I told you this show is going to be very interesting. Richard, we're going to bring the show to a close. Creativity for innovation and profit. What's your score?
Creativity for innovation
and profit. Yes, what's your score?
How I've done over the years.
Yes.
I think I am happy that I am above average. 6, and I know now how to earn the other portion that I have not.
The 4.
Yes.
Okay.
Man, it is a good thing to be consistent. Along the way, we had many reasons to give up, man. Many reasons to give up. But man, bro, if you have a dream, if you see what it can be 10 years from where you're standing, it gives you a reason to keep going. While you think it is big, you might even hit it in 4 years, and then, you know. So let's say I'm there, 6.57. You're going to be seeing what we are creating. By the way, personally, I'm happy COVID came.
So it wasn't really negative as everybody put it.
No. For example, it's because we are not here to specifically talk about what we did, or is it okay?
Please, yes.
When we went for total lockdown, it hit us. You know, we had a weekly comedy show at the National Theatre. Every week we do 52 shows. A year, fresh new shows. Then we have for the affluent Kampalan who wants to pay 100,000 shillings. Then we have some at the Serena that reports there. But now this is total lockdown. We went into lockdown. We thought it was going to be 1 month. It became 2. It became 3.
90 days became 140.
Towards the end of the second month, we figured things were not going to be the same again. So we got our craft and what we used to produce. It was the raw material we used to churn out comedy shows. So we decided now to use this craft to produce content that fits the times, awareness about the COVID. But the water had to be comedy. We had to crack people up.
The ingredient was was that.
We had to crack people up. They needed to laugh in their
The
houses.
world was stressed. The world needed some laughters.
You know, when we went into lockdown, our videos would have, say, 100,000 views from the previous night. 100,000 from the previous night. But now, during total lockdown, when we started putting out really funny content, that is had a bearing around the COVID-19. You put it up, and in 24 hours, it has 600,000 viewers. So we went on with that. And when we started, partners were watching. Not partners then, partners now.
Because they never come at the beginning of it. Most have said they need to come now, because if they're not part of us now. In fact, Pfizer said,
by the time
the corporates don't come now, we don't need the corporate. We will be corporation ourselves.
But you see, we have a big part to play on teaching them how powerful, how really powerful the arts are in driving business. Because
which is the essence of this show today.
You know,
please.
And you see, for us, that is how we have survived, by using the craft now in a different space. So we did that. Mastercard came on board to our ways, and that's how we've been doing it. Now, why I say we need to teach now the business sector how important the arts are. I do advertising copywriting. Sometimes I sit in boardrooms and they are giving me briefs, and they really want an ad that can touch people, not just communicate. But most cases, you go through a session of schooling them on why what you're creating will work. Because it is, I'm not saying it in a bad way, but most people who preside over big offices that make decisions on how a product is going to be communicated with the brand, we still have a lot of them who operate textbook. proper textbook.
It's a standard operating procedure.
Yes, these are the parameters.
Yes.
But we guys know the temperature of the audiences.
Yes. And the consumers.
Yes, so you have to tell them, if you really want to do mass market, we are going to get off this lane a bit, put one foot this side. So there's always that fear of risking, because they are not managing their own money, some of them.
And they often take back the budget. Navi was here on the CEO bench and he says, I really get mad when the marketing manager is taking back the budget meant for marketing, and he's taking it back. That person should be fired, because why would you be given a budget for market things and you're taking it back? Well, Richard, thank you very much for coming to the show today. We will definitely be bringing you back next week to discuss the importance of creativity in making businesses successful. We've started the drumming of these things. What are the importance of creativity in business, and how can we harness that, processes and the importance of that to make businesses more successful in Uganda? Everyone is crying in Uganda or in Africa or across the world, but I think that we can do something that will allow us to get there, allow us to understand how we can use creativity for businesses to be successful in Uganda. Once again, I want to say thank you so much for coming to the show. And of course to Faizo, your final parting shot. By the way, excuse me, you are heavily, requested to come on the show by so many people. When we started the creative spaces, and we brought, most to talk about the creative spaces, and Faizo is a resident panelist here. They said the next topic, when you're moving away from creative spaces, you need to bring people who are going to tell us how creativity can be used in business for it to be successful. And overall, there was a lot of nomination for you to come onto the show. There's a lot of vote for, my brother from another mother, Jeremy Biemanzi, to come on the show. Wow. And our job is to make sure you come to the program.
That is very flattering, because I don't think I've informed myself very well, but I'm on that path.
Yes.
But what I know is, we are not in a bad place, but there's a lot of growth we can achieve. And most importantly, we need to inspire the generations that are coming after us, because we have a generation that really wants things to be easy. When
and
we
if they're not grounded, it might be very problematic.
Lucky enough, they are in a time where actually things can get easier than they were for us. If they get to know the basics and what to do while you keep the patience on.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. Creative industry has come to an end, but we want to close up the show by allowing Richard. He said at the beginning of the show that he's doesn't know whether he's a musician or he's a singer, so we want to know. He's going to close up the show with that part of the show. Is he a musician or a singer? You're going to vote for yourself. Over to you, Richard.
I'm a singer who sings for fun.
Yes.
Yes. So I get surprised when people pay. But anyway, do you know I started out as a singer?
Yes.
Something I shocked myself.
Yes, and also see what the target you had in you. Yes.
Had I known what I know now.
Yes. Yes.
Then.
Yes.
I don't know. I would have had to fly in for this interview.
All right, guys, the creative industry, it's a wrap from us here. Richard, Edio Killer, Faizo Chiwewa in Belgium, and to all of you guys all across the world, we want to say thank you. And to the crew here that makes this camera and the lighting and the things looks really beautiful, we want to say thank you. It is a teamwork, not a killer work, that makes things happen. Until next week, we'll be talking about the importance of creativity in making businesses successful, both in Uganda and all across the world. Stay right there. We'll be right back next week. Signing out, Edio Killer, Richard, Faizo. It's a wrap.
Thank you.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call I never call it Facebook. It's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
An army of sheep led by a lion will beat an army of lions led by a sheep. That's a pay.
Yeah.
So let's be very honest about this thing, and really understand that you need to understand where you lie and where you fall. So it's very important for us to understand that leadership has to be definitive. You can't be laissez-faire. It has to be definitive. You have to be strong, just like a lion. You know, when a lion meets an elephant or a buffalo or whatever, the buffalo and all these animals run away. And yet, by the way, they are stronger than the lion. They are heavier than the lion. They are more intelligent than the lion. They are taller than the lion. They run away. The lion, because of its attitude, it sees lunch. That is a leader.
Mr. Tony, thank you very much for coming to the CEO bench. And I want to ask you, so if you were elected the President of the Republic of Uganda today, what would be your first State of Nation address? Now, as you look into the camera and close the show.
I think my first State of the Nation address would first of all to... I think I'll just close it down.
private sector is not yet fully utilized, because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of, you know, whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your owner. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okello. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually streaming from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeto goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
My name is Eddie Okila. I'm a fitness coach and I'm very passionate about health and fitness of a human being. I believe that your health and fitness is equal to the sum total of your wealth. You cannot make money when you are not fit and healthy, and neither can you wake up in the morning to go and work to get paid to have money if you're sick. Why do you have to find a fitness coach, not a gym instructor? It's because a gym instructor is trained for only two things or one thing: teach you how to use the machine whenever you show up in the gym. That's it. But a fitness coach is going to tell you, number one, I need to understand where you're coming from. Number two, I need to understand your muscle systems. Okay. Number three, I need to understand and study your cardiorespiratory capacity. Is it good enough before I even put you anywhere to start doing anything called exercise? So today, I'm going to focus on two things. Using just push-ups. And the push-up is going to help you build your chest. It's going to help you improve your cardiorespiratory capacity. That is if you're doing them as a set, but not just as one thing. So I'm going to answer the question of what exercise you can start with. Follow the video and let's get into it. Everything you do must be done in 3 sets. Okay, so we're going to start. The first thing we're going to do, we're going to start with the volleyball block jumps, what we call the quick jumps. So put your hand up like this and count from 3 to 1 when everybody is set, and then you start. So 3, 2, 1. So that will be your first set, okay? You're just getting yourself warmed up. So we're going to the first set of jumping jacks. And I'm starting with my shoulders open, okay? Working everybody. Okay, that will be your first set. And when you've done the first set of jumping jacks, go back and do your second set of the volleyball jump. Everything we do in the workout must be done in 3 sets. That is your second set, okay, of the jump. You're going to get some pain if you're doing it for the first time, and that's when you'll know that you've actually worked out. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. That will be your second set, okay? Make sure those 3 sets are done. You see I'm already sweating, right? I've not done the running like the president did because I don't have a bigger sitting room like the president, okay? Neither do I have an office bigger like the president. But what I have is I'm working within 1 meter confinement. So we're going for the third set of jumping jacks. 3, 2, 1, let's go, okay? That's your third set. See what is going on, okay? No big place needed, but you have to know what to do, how to do it, when to do it, okay? And which muscles to work on. That is very important for your workout, okay? So, lockdown and lock you out, you're not allowed to move out, but this you can still do it here. I'm improving. This is what we call cardiorespiratory capacity building, okay? Your aerobic capacity. Again, there's something I need to talk about. Every time you go to the hospital and doctors tell you, oh, we have treated you now, so you go and do exercise. Where do they send you? They have to send you to a person like me who understand the things they don't understand. The doctor don't know how to work on the muscle themselves. So in other words, I tell you, do this if you want to prevent yourself from getting this, which is before you get to that person. So when the doctor sends you back from the hospital and say, go and do exercise, that process is called restoration. For you to restore that, you need a person who understands human kinetics very well. You need a person who understands the human muscles and how they work very well. We're about to finish our workout from where we started. Ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Take the right leg and put it straight. Take the left one and put it straight. Put your stomach up. All right, we're going for the last set of push-up. Never changes. Maintain everything to the core. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go, coach. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Up. Sit. Ready? And stomach. 3 sets. Elbow down. Elbow here. Ready to go? Okay. Counting 3, 2, 1. Coach, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 6. Okay? You have finished your workout for the day. See you next time. Stay safe.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism, It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okela. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually streaming from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mona Onyaito Deke goes on to say, or I think it's a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more share.
Yes.
It is a CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning or this afternoon or this evening, depending on which part of the world you are actually catching the CEO bench from, is Irene Esther Mutuzo, a young girl springing out from the suburb of Kampala, Uganda, the capital city of Uganda. And of course, going around the world and doing many things across the world. She's a lady on a rise, the young lady on a rise to the top. And with about 25 nominations to come to the CEO bench, we of course have Irene this afternoon or this morning or this evening on the CEO bench. Irene, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, and it's such a pleasure to be here.
You're welcome. Yes. And we just want to know, who is Irene Mutuzo in a nutshell? Are you Ugandan? If yes, where do you come from? What are the values that define you as a person?
Okay. So Mutuzo Irene Esther is a Ugandan. I come from Kisoro. I was born in Kampala, particularly Mulago Hospital. I am a firstborn of two very great parents, my dad and my late mom. We are four in our family, that is me and my siblings. I love people. I love to speak. I love to write. In my work, I work as the head of business growth and PR at Liwala, which I'll be talking more about. I also love to write poetry and perform poetry. The values that define me, well, I'm a Christian, and I believe that our lives are sort of like a masterpiece that God has built, and we are here to serve. So for me, it's more on godly principles, things like humility, things like forgiveness, things like listening to others, treating others well. So those are the different values that define who I am. And hard work and learning, continuous learning, being humble to always know that I don't know it all. So I need to learn.
Wow.
And there's always something to learn from someone.
Yeah.
Whatever category they are at, whatever class they are at, there's always something to learn from everyone.
Wow. Well, welcome to the show. This is Irene Mutuzo, who is our guest this morning on the CEO Bench, or this afternoon, this evening, depending on what part of the world you're watching the show. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to welcome everyone all across the world, all our brothers and sisters in the US, those who are staying up late to catch the CEO Bench. And of course, Dennis is in Australia, and of course, Professor Penny Nachayo, the Assistant Professor for Design Communication, Washington University. Welcome to the program. I hope we'll be able to put everyone to sleep. And Irene, what a moment in a journey that we're going to have this morning. I want to just take you straight to the story of Irene Mutuzo. Growing up, did you ever see yourself being where you are today?
Honestly, no. and I'll tell you, and I like to share this story because, you know, it defines me. So growing up, I actually used to struggle with stammering. And even to date, on the days I'm not mentally prepared, you'll notice that I will stutter a lot, or I will have a lot of long pauses in between my sentences, because those have become my coping mechanisms. And I remember in my S1 at Navisunsa Girls School, I'd actually, you know, going in, I'd got into the debating club, and then I realized that I loved to speak. I could actually speak if I put my mind to it. And I actually made an impression, and I was given an opportunity to read the news on a Monday assembly.
At school?
At school. Well, I practiced and practiced, and I went to read the news. I get to the podium, and I don't know what happened, but I froze. I literally froze and kept stammering and stuttering, and for lack of a better word, it was a disaster. And I walked away from that podium, vowing never to speak in public, lest I embarrass myself. But I remember, and a couple of weeks later, I kept shying away from public speaking opportunities until I told myself, you know what, I can let this define me, or I can rise up from it. So I kept, you know, I went back to debating. I went back to learning how to speak. I got into speech competitions. Did I win them? Not really, but I kept getting better at it. And even today, I'm getting better at it. And I always share that story because now in my adult life, I literally speak every day for a living.
Wow.
And even in my previous roles, I've been in marketing, I've been in PR, I've been in communication. I never ever thought that's the path I would take. But you know, things happened. I always thought I would probably be an engineer or a doctor. Then somewhere in my S6, then that's when I realized, okay, I love to speak, so I thought I would be a lawyer. Then I realized that I want to understand people, and I love to understand people. So I get into psychology, and then I realized that there's a lot more about people to learn from and to share and communicate.
Wow. Irene, let me take you back a little bit. For all our guests and rather viewers viewing the show from all across, you know, the world, and people who do not know you very well. As a young girl growing up in Uganda, you earlier on stated that you spring or come out from, you know, Kasese.
Kisoro.
Kisoro.
Yes.
So
I'm a Mufumbira.
Yeah. So if I'm watching this show and I want to know what happened in Kisoro, and this girl I'm seeing now, all nice, beautiful, put together, but I don't know where this Kisoro is, which part of the, you know, Uganda is this place from. Take us a little bit back about your journey from childhood and the ancestry of Mutuzo.
So I won't lie. It's not that I grew up in Kisoro. No, that's you could say that's where my village is. My village is actually on the border of Rwanda and Uganda. So that's where my village is. But I grew up in I could say my parents had very humble beginnings, and as a firstborn, I saw that. So we went from a one-room apartment in Kisubi, Kasubi. It wasn't even called an apartment, but I'm just saying the word apartment. So I saw my parents really work hard and go to where they are. And that also sort of had an impact on me. And for me, when I was in school, I just always wanted to do more. So I was one of those kids that was everywhere, just trying to do more. Even when I wasn't good at some things, I just wanted to learn and do more. And particularly, I could say my work life began when I was about 14 years. I was chosen to be part of a group to begin a pull-out, then called Teens, at New Vision. Now that pull-out
Teens magazine, the publication, the New Vision, the publication that comes out of it.
Now it's called Swag, but then when we were starting it out, it was Teens. So that's how I began my work journey. So at first it was, you know, something you do, you like. I would keep sending in articles, I would keep writing. Then in my S4, I had some time on my hands, so I went in and I was also helping out with the editorial work. And then I grew in my writing, I grew in my communication. Then, particularly in my S5, S6, then I was the president of the debating club of Navi Sensa Girls School. And we had, you know, this dream to have the biggest debate ever. And we kept trying to look at, you know, which person we would invite as the guest of honor. And one of the people that came to our minds was Mr. Robert Kabushenga. But because, you know, he was quite popular that
then
time.
He was the CEO.
Yes, then he was the CEO. And he was quite popular. And, you know, one of those people that is very difficult to get. We were quite scared on whether he would even come. So we even had a plan B. Now, because I had been at New Vision writing, my friends thought, oh, now, Irene,
you are here?
You are here, you can get this done. So, so I was put on a mission to get Mr. Kabushenga to come and be our guest of honor. And I remember taking that letter with our patron. I thank God he wasn't there because I was so nervous. And but he responded to the letter and he came. And when he came, you know, indeed the debate was really big. It had all this coverage. And he was so impressed with the organization, and he told us, you know, the cabinet can come and work at New Vision, like voluntary work.
This is the debating cabinet of the Navi Sensa Girls School
in my year. So we ended up having could say VAC job. And you know, when VAC came, my friends were like, okay, Irene, Mr. Kabushenga promised us this opportunity. Please go and ask. so being bold, yes, we did go and ask him, and he was very open. And he made sure we got those opportunities. And I remember him telling us that if you work hard, you'll actually get full-time jobs. So we worked hard, and we ended up getting full-time jobs. So I was at New Vision for about 4 years, and throughout my campus life, I was actually working at New Vision. Then in my third year, now when we had to do the usual internship, I also got an opportunity to intern at the United Bank for Africa. It was meant to be for 3 months, but I'm humbled that they liked the work I was doing, so they kept me on for some more months. And that particular year was tough, very, very tough.
Why do you qualify it as a very tough year?
I was juggling school as a finalist, and you can imagine I had exams, I had a thesis. I was still at New Vision because I felt it wasn't yet my time to leave. I still wanted to learn, and then I also had the internship. So my day looked like 8 to 4, I'm at the bank. After 4, I ran to New Vision. Then I was doing evening classes, so at about 7, 8, I'd then take a bike to class.
Wow.
And that was my day. That was.
So which campus was this?
It was at Makerere University.
All right.
But I'm glad that, you know, I went through that season. It taught me resilience. It taught me the ability to juggle a lot of things. I learned so many skills. So many skills that I would later use in my year. I'm glad that I didn't fail at any of the things. I actually passed, and even in school, I was on top of my class. So it just pushed me to work hard because I knew I didn't have time.
Wow. Irene, I mean, hearing your story, you sound so mature at that age. You sound so very organized at that age. And we often don't find people within that age bracket that would be very organized and very sound to be a little bit more astute in what they want, looking at what they want. How old were you, and where would you place your ability to be that organized, to be that very, you know, what I would say, upright in the mind, that you know what you want to do, you know how to get it, and you're stuck to that point of saying, I will do it. How old were you, and what was your driving factor, to say the least?
Well, I could say I was about 19 to 24,
yes.
23,
yes.
23.
Yes.
I know I wasn't organized.
Why do you say you were not organized?
I was just trying to figure out life,
Yes.
and I thank God that all these opportunities came to me, and I grabbed them as, like, you know, sometimes opportunity comes to us once.
Yes.
And I believe, I'm a firm believer in nothing happens to you
by accident.
By accident.
Yeah.
And God has a reason why that thing is happening to you.
Yes.
God has a reason why He's putting you in that space.
Yes.
God has a reason why He's putting certain people in your life.
Yes.
So for me, it's not by accident.
Yes.
And I can tell you, no, I wasn't organized. Yes. I was someone learning, and you can imagine someone learning on the job.
Yeah.
And even later, after now graduating, I now started working at Brighter Monday.
Yeah.
Then after Brighter Monday, I began working at Green Hill Schools, where I got my first, I could say, opportunity as a young manager.
Yeah.
And even in that role, I learned, my God, it just stretched me, and I learned and I grew. Because, you know, as a manager and as a leader, of course, you know, when you're older, there are certain things you have seen over the years. But we young managers, at times we need to learn things by doing. And we also need to learn by asking questions from people who have been there. So particularly that opportunity to manage people, you know, some people who are much older than I am, the opportunity to begin a department, a PR department, right from scratch, was really, really humbling. Because I learned, and I always say, I don't know what the people at Green Hill saw in me. Because as young, as literally 25 years. But, you know, they took a chance on me, and I'm forever grateful. Because, my God, I learned, and I created so many relationships there. One of my mentors is my previous supervisor, Mrs. Joy Verin Kamaraka, and oh gosh, I learned from her. I learned about criticism. You know, we as human beings, we do not want to be criticized, but we need to be criticized. And even in my role and my work at Diwala, we have a very open culture whereby, you know, we want to grow each other, we want to help each other. So when there's something that is going great, we'll say it. When something is not going great, we'll tell each other, you know, that, you know, we need to improve. And that's the culture we need to have to be able to grow. Because if you do not have people that are telling you yes, you can have a lot of people telling you what you're doing right, but they're not telling you where you're going wrong, you're not going to learn. So,
wow. Well, we are talking to Irene Mutuzo on the CEO bench this morning, and of course, or this afternoon, this evening, depending on which part of the world you are actually catching this program from. The CEO bench will take a break, and when we come back, we will continue with the interview with Irene Esther Mutuzo, who is the head of business development and PR at Diwala, actually, Diwala, the company that we're going to get to know more about what it does and how they do their stuff. She got 25 nominations from you. So if you're one of the people who nominated her, we would like to hear your kisses and disses coming in. Please send in your comments, your kisses and disses. And of course, this interview is streaming live on our page. So go in there and share it far and wide with everyone, so that you never know which part or who actually is listening into and which part of their life you're going to change. We'll be right back after the break. people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
as
interesting.
well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
It is a CEO bench, and of course, welcome back from that break. And Irene, welcome back to the program.
Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you were telling us a little bit more about your life, and we're trying to get to understand who is Irene Mutuzo and the work you do. I want to take you straight to, the core part of this interview, the CEO bench, where you are actually in right now, or at the moment. The program focuses on leadership, change management, and transformation. You've spoken very profoundly about your life, where you come from, and what you're doing. But we want to focus more on leadership, starting with, what is your understanding of leadership, Irene?
Okay. My understanding of leadership is service.
Yeah.
That's it. It's not about yourself. It's not about being the most intelligent person in the room. It's not about the money. It's about serving.
Okay.
And leadership, to be a leader, you don't have to lead a team. You can be a leader in your home. You can be a leader in your cell group. You can be a leader in your group of friends. You can be your own leader as well. For example, today when I got up in the morning, I had to make decisions about how I look, how I move, and that is leadership as well. Yeah.
Okay. And what is your understanding of self-leadership?
Self-leadership, to me, is first of all understanding who you are. Yeah. What are your strengths and what are your weaknesses? How do you keep getting better at your strengths and how do you keep working on your weaknesses. If you have that understanding of yourself, it even becomes easier to serve other people. Like I say, leadership is serving at the end of the day. It's making impact in people's lives and making impact in community. Self-leadership is also, to me, it's also being proactive. You know, you are the master of your life. You choose where you want to go and where you do not want to go. When you are faced with decisions, you choose what to do. If today you're given 2 jobs or 3 jobs or 4 jobs, the decision comes to you. Yes, you'll have a lot of opinions, you'll get a lot of advice, but the decision still comes from you. So it's very important to be aware of who you are, be aware of the people you serve, be aware of those people that you listen to. You know, I call them my village. Your family, your friends, your mentors, to be able to guide you in decision making. Because at the end of the day, also leadership is a lot about decision making. And that's why, you know, you've used the term self-leadership, because very many times we have to make decisions as human beings, as individuals.
Wow. Irene, on that note, have you been a leader?
Yes, I have. in many, I could say, capacities. Yes.
How did you know that you were a leader? At what point did you realize that I'm actually now a leader, I'm leading self, and I can lead people?
I think I got to know that at a very young age. At a very young age, and even people around me would notice it. So I'm always those people that like to get things going. And I'm those people. So usually I stand out as that person. So if we have said that we are going to have a meeting, that meeting will happen. I don't believe in saying something and then not doing it, you know. And sadly to say, we have a lot of people like that, you know, being a great talker and not doing anything about it. If you shouldn't do something about something, it's okay because it happens, but explain why. If you say that you're going to call back someone and you do not call back, you know, apologize to them and explain why. Probably you forgot, and it's okay because we have a lot of things on our plate. It's okay. If you say that you'll give someone feedback, you know, in our society we do not want to give negative feedback. For example, if someone has come to you with a proposal and you do not like it, or you think, you know, this is not for me, we'll just keep quiet. So we'll just leave someone in limbo and not give feedback. So for me, those are very important aspects of leadership. And I think those are the aspects I bring to table as a leader. And ever since I was young, people noticed that about me. So right from my primary school, I was a leader. I was a head girl in primary school. At high school, I was the president debate club. Then, you know, then I went to now the work world where I had gathered a few skills enough to apply for some leadership positions, which I got. So I think it was really, really early in my age. And also, I think it comes naturally because I'm a firstborn. I'm a firstborn of 4, and naturally you're a leader. So I babysat all my siblings, all of them. So when they are, you know, they're trying to talk back at me, I'm like, I raised you. And particularly this year also, you know, being a leader on the family front, I've been challenged. I lost my mom last year, and I have had to step up. I've had to step up for my siblings. I've had to step up for my dad, for my aunts, for my uncles, for my grandparents, and I guess I'm growing. I'm really, really growing
in that regard.
In that regard. And at Diwala, I'm also really, really, really growing. And I'm blessed to have supervisors that want to see me grow. You know,
I want to take you straight to this question, Irene. I mean, as we wind up the leadership perspective of the, you know, the questions and the leadership perspective. One, there are 5 different or 4 different types of leadership approaches that you know, are available in the world for us to always use. There's what we called autocratic leadership approach. An autocratic leader. And there's what we called a transformative leadership person. And then there's what we call a democratic leadership person or approach. and then there's what we call laissez-faire leadership approach, and or a leader who is a laissez-faire, and then there's what we call servant leadership. Which of these do you practice most and why?
I could say actually it's none of the above. I think I'm more a situational leader. Yeah, I'm more a situational leader because I believe that we are not robots. We are human beings at the end of the day. And even with the people you serve, there are human beings. And that the way you lead someone is not, one person is not the way you lead another person. For example, you find that people, there are those people that want to do things on their own and they don't want to be, you know, chased around. So those, you take more of a laid back, but of course you check in. Then there are those that constantly want you to check in on their work. They constantly want advice. You also do that. Then there are those times whereby a decision has to be made. And you as a leader, you have to make that decision on behalf of everyone. So you probably tend to be, I don't like to use the word autocratic, but I like to use the word take the responsibility of being a leader. So I think for me it depends on the situation, it depends on the people, it depends on the, you know, the person. Even with my siblings, them being teenagers, I've had to learn that we need to vote on some things. I can't tell them, you know, this is what you're going to wear, or this is what you're going to do in your vacation. We need to sit down, weigh the options, I hear them out, they hear me out, and then we're able to come at a decision.
Okay. Irene, we're going to go straight to our next, you know, part of this interview. This interview on the CEO bench is about leadership, change management, and transformation. And of course, while we move into transformation, we'll look into the place where you are. You are overwhelmingly voted to come into the CEO bench. And we wanted to know, why do these people vote you in, and what are they looking for from you? And one of the things that we would like to know from you right now is about managing change. We've talked about leadership, but in your journey as a person, you've been moving quite a bit. You've moved from Nabisunsa, from Kisoro to Kampala, from Kampala to, you know, Nabisunsa, from Nabisunsa you've now moved, you are now in Norway, you're about to go to Netherlands, you're going different places. So how are you able to manage this change from one place to the next place? What do you say when you are leaving? And at what point do you now know it's time for me to move?
Okay. First of all, a disclaimer, I'm here in Uganda. I'm not in Norway, though Diwala is both Norwegian based and Ugandan based, and I'll get into that. Change management. So I'll answer this question from 2 points. First of all, in my life, as well as, you know, now handling change, you know, with other people. So in my life, and even the person I am, I don't believe in being boxed. You know, sometimes we want to take one career direction and that's it. You know, you're a doctor and this is what I'm going to do. And there are other aspects about you. For example, I've worked in PR, I've worked in journalism, I've worked in HR, I've worked in marketing, I've even lectured before. I am now into tech. I also perform and write poetry, and these are all aspects that make who I am. Of course, at a certain point in my life, I was worried because I didn't know what I wanted to be.
Why were you worried?
Because I didn't know because everyone seemed like they had figured this life thing out. Like, I can tell you even at campus. So I applied to get into law school, and actually got into law school. I both at Makerere and UCU. I wanted law so bad that I was like, if I don't get it at Makerere, I'm going to get it at UCU. And I got in. And I don't know, the first week I got in and I realized it wasn't me. What
was driving you to go to law, by the way?
Like I said, I liked talking, and because I was a debater, everyone thought I would automatically be a lawyer, and that was, you know, grounded into my head by my teachers, by my family. Everyone was like, oh, she's going to be a lawyer, she's going to be a lawyer. So that pushed me to go to law school. Then I get in and I realize this is not what I want to do. So I changed. And I did industrial and organizational psychology. And I loved it so much, I actually mastered in it. And what that gave me is that it just opened me up to understanding people. Understanding people in the workplace, things that you're talking about like leadership and change management, and understanding personalities. And I really, really enjoyed it, and I'm glad I did it. But yes, it was a difficult change because I didn't know what I was doing. And even up to now, if you ask me what I want to do, I just tell people I want to make a change. How I do it, in what field or what sector, I'm still figuring that out. I just want to make a change. I just want to change lives and serve people.
Wow.
Yeah, and yeah, so for me it's been, one, being open-minded, being ready to learn, and that's very important. If you, the best way to handle change is to be ready to learn.
Wow.
If you go into a new environment or into a new workplace, and you're just going with your headspace in one place with what you want to do, it will be so difficult for you to integrate into that new environment.
Wow.
Yeah.
Irene, listening to you talk about change management, my next question would be, so at what point would you actually realize I need to move from here, I've outgrown this place? Because there are many people who are stuck in certain places. They don't know how to go. You had New Vision, for example, you said 4 years. I suppose was a good place for you to be, and you would like to be in that place, you would like everything to be there, but you had to move. Then you went to Bank of Africa. I mean, who don't want to be in a corporate space where there is, money? You can even get a loan very easily. You can buy a car very easily. Young people are often driven by such comfort, but yet you moved. And then you moved to Green Hills Academy, I think, as you said. A big school with big pay, with big responsibility, yet you moved. What was making you move from one place to? I know you said already that you don't like to be boxed, but there must be something. And at what point do you realize that I need to move? Because the CEO bench would like the person who voted you, who nominated you, to actually know why you are moving and how you are communicating the change. How can they manage it in their own lives?
First of all, moving is hard.
Yeah.
It's very hard. And I'm one of those people, when I work somewhere, I just suck into it. Like, everyone will know I work for this place.
Yes.
I just got to love it.
That's how Diwala is getting it from you, because everybody's talking about Diwala, and so I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But yes.
So I just got to love it, and it becomes me.
Yeah.
And, so it's difficult to move.
Yeah.
It's extremely difficult. And I can tell you, the times I've written resignation letters, I take over months keeping them somewhere. Because I'm trying to ask myself, is this, first of all, the right decision for me to take? Then I keep asking myself, oh my God, I love these people. I feel like I'm breaking their hearts. I feel like I'm... and I'm being real with you, because I like to tell stories from a personal perspective. I don't like to come off like I'm on a billboard and I'm perfect. It's difficult. And the times I've realized I need to move is when I feel that there's somewhere I need to make more impact.
Yeah.
Right? It's not that I feel like, oh, I've learned everything I need to learn from this place. No. I still feel that there's a lot to learn, and even that, and that's why it's difficult for me to move, because I feel like, have I learned enough to move from this place?
Yes.
And for me, that's what pushes me. If I feel like, okay, an opportunity has come up, and I feel that this opportunity is going to help me change lives and serve people. Do I take it or do I not take it? And also, it's been difficult not to move when there are opportunities.
How do you manage change when there's opportunity, but you're going to hurt somebody, or you're going to hurt the organization where you're moving from? I mean, how do you communicate to them that, guys, time has come, I'm leaving, sorry, but they are hurt?
Yeah.
How do you?
And I'll just give an example.
Yeah.
You know, when I was telling my supervisor, who also happens to be my mentor, a very, very lovely lady, Mrs. Joy Veronica Maraka. And I remember getting into that conversation with her, and it was tough. It was tough. But I remember her telling me that, you know what, I always knew that you're going to grow. And I'm happy for you. It is sad that you're leaving, but I'm happy for you. And I somehow always knew this day was going to come because I see so much capability in you. I see how much you have learned. Like you came in so raw, making all these mistakes, learning from them, and you have been open-minded to learn. And I always believe in leaving a place in a good way. You know, don't be like, oh, because I'm leaving, I'm not going to turn up to work, I'm not going to do the things I need to do. I'll begin looking down at everyone. You know, if people from my previous workplace call me, I won't pick up those calls. I mean, I've moved on. And that's a very bad mentality. Because what if things don't work out where you have moved and you need to go back? Or, you know, or what if you're going to go back to your previous boss to ask for business? So it's very, very important to live well. To live well. And if there are things that have gone wrong, it's also important to apologize. Apologizing doesn't mean that you are dumb. It doesn't mean that you are, you know, you are trying to belittle yourself. If you have made a wrong decision, if you have made a mistake, say sorry.
Wow.
And learn from it.
Wow, Irene, we're talking change management. You have heard from Irene there. Managing change means that you have got to be real to the people that you're leaving, and also you've got to be real to the people of where you are going, and don't burn the bridges, because you might go back tomorrow to pick a leaf or two from there, or you might just have a turnaround to go back. The CEO Bench will take a break, and when we come back, Irene will dive into transformation and of course our work life at Diwala. Stay right there, we'll be right back after the break.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at theceobench on number 0772443085, or check our website www.theceobench.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
There's a lot that is involved in the civil society organizations. There's leadership in itself, there's management of processes, there's management of the human resource, there's fundraising, there's research. It's a lot that needs to be done. And many times there is a feeling that is too much for a woman because she has other traditional roles that she needs to do as at home. Yeah. So many times as people are looking for leaders in civil society organizations, the priority is usually given to men because of our society that feels that men have the time, men have the capacity, men have the ability to lead, to take this organization to greater heights.
Leadership is a privilege of moving people towards a destiny, and for me it would be towards God's agenda.
It is a CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okela. Irene Mutuzo, who is the business development manager for Diwala and the PR at the same time. It's interesting to note how you're doing these things and how the journey has been. But first, coming back to the show from where we left, you talked very profoundly about change management and how you were able to manage change moving forward. A lot of us find it very difficult, to be honest with you, to move from one point to the next point. Some people are stuck in jobs. They can't move 15 years, 20 years, no personal development, no self-awareness. The leadership journey is completely severely limited, that they are not able to move from one point to the next, and so there is no growth. Now, when there is no growth, there is no transformation. Yeah. We want to go to the transformation, Irene. And transformation means you have managed change, and if you manage change, you transform to a different person, and if you did transform from a different person, you transform the community. We begin to see the transformation in community. You've been to different places. Yeah. Describe for us the transformation in different places that you have been to.
Okay, so where do I begin from?
First of all, what is your understanding of transformation, the word transformation?
Transformation to me means change, but it also doesn't mean changing completely. There are aspects of yourself that make who you are. Yeah. Those values. Just because you have moved to another place and maybe there are certain things that aren't going right in that place, doesn't mean that you change your values. So yes, much as you change and you transform, which is growth, if there are certain values that you stand for, they need to continue being there, because values make you. All these things can go, and even when you're out of a job, people eventually forget you, but people do not forget who you are. People do not forget the values that make you. So for me, that is very, very important.
So do you think Irene Esther Mutuzo or Mutuzo Irene Esther have been a transformative person everywhere you've been?
I would like to say yes.
How do you know that you have been a transformative person? Yes.
For example, again, at New Vision, the pullout that we began grew, really grew, and even to date, it's now quite big. It's been rebranded, and every time I look at the pullout, I no longer send articles, but I'm proud. I'm proud and I'm humbled about how far we have come. I think I've been transformative in the poetry space as well. And when I see a lot of budding poets coming up, I'm happy. And one of the things I do in the poetry space is I sit on the Lantern Meat Foundation board, where we provide
Daniel Mutembesa.
Yes, the Lantern Meat of Poets. That's where I grew as a poet, and we provide a space and initiatives for writers, filmmakers, poets to be able to grow their art, to train them in their art so that we can get African work out there. Yeah. And I'm happy that I'm also transformative in that way, you know, encouraging those young people and helping to train them. In my role at Green Hill Schools, I'm happy that, you know, when I came in, I was literally beginning the PR and marketing department. Yeah. And, you know, it took a lot of work, of course, with a great team. And I keep telling people that you can have great ideas, but if you do not have a team, you know, behind you, a team with you, then those ideas, you know, won't happen. So for me, you know, having a great team, having a great leader, we grew a really, really strong department. At Diwala, Diwala is transformative. And the things that we are doing, the things that we have in our minds, our vision, my God, it excites me. And I love that we are making change. I love that we're improving lives. We are solving day-to-day challenges. And I can't wait to share that.
I want to go straight to that, by the way, Irene. But first,
you also talked about transformation in terms of the community. For me, it's been listening to your community. From a business perspective, and I'll talk about the tech world. If you build something on your own with your own ideas, yes, it may be a brilliant idea, but it may not be taken up by the people that you're trying to build it for. So it's important to listen to the people that you're trying to transform or you're trying to take change to. What are their fears? What do they like? What do they not like? This thing that you have built, this product that you have built, as you continually test it out, when you're given feedback, do you go back and continuously improve that product?
Irene, I'm just looking at some of the messages that have come to me right now, which I would like to read it to you before we go to the next 5 questions of, you know, the final rest of this interview. Number 1, Eddie Okela, thank you very much. I have been following that lady, I'm an OB of Green Hills Academy. She talks very profoundly about our school and my former school. I now live and work abroad in the UK. Ask Irene, not everyone is privileged, or, you know, no, I think he meant to say not everyone is privileged to be where you are. And what would you say to somebody who is not privileged to get to be privileged like you? I'm not sure if privilege is given that way, but this is relative. Yes. So I think what I understand from Daniel here is an OB of Green Hills Academy. He says you talk very profoundly about the school. I think what Daniel is basically asking for is that how do you get there? It's not really about, I've not heard you talk about being that I come from a privileged background, or I was privileged to have this, or I was given this, or done this. What I've seen from your story is a story of I'm rising to the top, but I have been very intentional about this growth. I've been very intentional about the things I want to do and the things I want to achieve. So Daniel's perhaps want to understand, how can one get to that level like you? That's what Daniel is looking for in actual.
I'll share 3 things.
Yes.
1, God. If you want to do something, or if you're not even sure about where you want to go, ask God. So for me, there are days, there are times I've been like, God, I don't know what I need to do. I don't know the path I need to take. Please guide me. Place me in the places you think are the best for me. Place me in places you think I'm going to make an impact. So 1, God. No 2 ways about it. Then 2, do not be afraid to ask. Do not be afraid to learn. And I'll still go back to that point in my life where I had to ask Mr. Kabushenga for those opportunities.
Yes.
And you know, sometimes we are so scared to ask, you know. We are so scared to walk into a room or walk into an office and ask, do you have any work?
Yes.
Do you have any position, say a voluntary position I can take up?
Yes.
I'm a part-time worker now. Is there an opportunity for me to be a full-time worker? Like sometimes we are so scared to ask, yet when you ask, you actually open a door for yourself. We are scared to learn. We are scared to try out new things. And one of the reasons some of us do not grow or do not move from somewhere is because we are scared of the unknown, which is okay. You know, all of us are, you know, when you're getting into a new field, you do not know what you are going to what you're going to encounter. You absolutely do not know. But the only way you will know is if you actually get into it. And if you fail, it is okay. It's like a business.
Full marks for trying, eh?
Yes. It's like a business. You know, and when you listen to a lot of these entrepreneurs, in many of their journeys, they'll tell you maybe they started one business or two businesses that failed, but then they later learned from those failures. So also never being afraid to fail. Because we are so afraid to fail, we do not try. And that holds us back.
Wow. Well, you're hearing the heart of a new CEO in the making. She's on a rise to the top. Irene Mutuzo, welcome. A great conversation. Coming from Ediwato Ochom, these are one of the people who actually nominated you. I would want to hear his opinion of how you applied for law, and then first week in the law school, you decided to abandon and take off. Ediwato Ochom is a very good lawyer. I wonder I've always told him law is a lot of templates and stuff like that. So if a person is going to do so many things, people like us, like me, will be very bored immediately when I get to law, because I feel like I don't have enough space. And here you are, you're talking about that. But let me read you a comment from Ediwato Ochom, one of the people who nominated you on this program. Great conversation, Eddie Okila, Eddie and Irene. Irene is pushing the boundaries in Uganda through her work at Diwala. Digital verification services in a country full of fraud is such a timely and excellent conversation. That is coming from Ochom as a comment. I want to read you another one coming. Eddie Okila, thank you very much. I'm following the CEObench from Rwanda, Kigali. Tell my cousin from another mother. She's actually my sister.
Hi.
Yes, that's okay. Dale right there in Kigali, Rwanda, and says, great conversation. I'm learning and understanding. At first, I thought the CEObench was just about those who have made it already on the top, but I like the fact that the CEObench is talking to people who are also heading to the top or on their journey to the top. It gets to give us a motivation, some of us who are thinking through. I live and work with the Capital Market Authority of Rwanda. Wow. And one of these days, I'll probably get Irene to come and give a speech to our people when coronavirus comes down. I love to hear what she's saying. Well, I think that there's already people who believe in you becoming a CEO. Their nominations have not gone.
By the way, let me first say, and this I say to Thea is my CEO at Diwala. I just give her a thumbs up for the work she does. I believe being a CEO is tough.
Yes.
It is tough because you have so many things you have to juggle. You have to juggle the board, you have to juggle your team, you have to juggle clients. It's huge. I don't know if I'm ready to become a CEO. Honestly, I hope.
You're headed there.
But like I say, if one day God calls me and tells me, this is your next assignment, and makes it so clear. I believe he will give me the wisdom I need to get there.
And the takeoff. Exactly. Irene, as we wind up the interview, I got 5 questions to do with the work you're doing. Which I think is one of the reasons why people nominate you, to come into the CEObench and to be also in the CEObench. It's about your work. And I think Ediwato Ochom makes a very good comment right there. In the world, in a country like Uganda, where fraud is almost an order of the day. You don't know what is happening. You wake up tomorrow and there's a lot of fake news, a lot of things going on, a lot of fake papers happening, and people giving out. When the elections are happening in Uganda, you always hear a lot of fake, papers and going. But you come up with something, digital verification, right?
Yes.
That's what DIWALA stands for. I want to take you straight to your company deals with digital verification of documents, okay? Like academic credentials, like academic documents. Why is authenticating some of this document, or authenticity, is very important to leaders in this day and age as a CEO, or why should CEOs pick this in this day and era that we're in going forward? What value does it bring to the table?
Okay, thank you very much. And before I answer your question, I just want to highlight the challenges we face around.
And also want to know what is DIWALA in
DIWALA? Yes, okay, so DIWALA is a Norwegian and Ugandan-based blockchain technology company that was born from a UN Women Hackathon in Norway. And we basically provide a digital solution that enables the issuance and verification of credentials, which could be proof of education, proof of training, proof of health, licenses, and any other important document you can think of. Currently, we have presence in over 6 African countries. And what challenges are we solving? I will begin by sharing that from a personal experience, both as someone that has needed a document and also someone that has needed to verify a document from the HR end. So in 2019, I completed my master's degree. And by the time COVID hit in 2020, I was still waiting to receive my certificate. When everything closed, there was no way I could access it. And I eventually had to wait over a year to get this proof of my education. Now, of course, like many people, when COVID hit, a lot of sectors were affected. And naturally, a lot of people were looking for jobs. And there are also jobs that I looked at and I thought, well, I can do this job. I have the qualifications. But I couldn't even get past the application portals because I didn't have my credentials. And I'm not the only one facing a challenge. Like you said, a lot of institutions, a lot of organizations, reputations are at risk because of the number of forged credentials on the market. Think of forged transcripts, forged certificates, recently forged COVID-19 tests and certificates. And all these things negatively affect reputations of institutions. Then thirdly, on the verification side, the employer, the banks, the authorities, investors have to take a lot of time and money to verify information. I'll give an example of the HR because I've worked in the HR sector before. You'll spend up to $15 per certificate verification and over 250 hours minimum yearly. That is a lot of time and money. And this is where we as DIWALA come in. So we provide a platform that enables any institution or organization to issue digital credentials. And the beauty about these credentials or these certificates, if you may call them, is that they can't be forged because they have an added layer of security provided by the blockchain technology we use. Then secondly, recipients of these credentials or certificates, who could be people like you and myself as a former student and alumni. It could be people like you and myself that need our permits. We can be able to access our digital credentials or certificates anywhere we are at any time, whether or not we have a smartphone. And we don't have to worry about things like your certificate getting lost or someone having to fly back to the country just to follow up their documents. Then also the platform enables the easy verification of these documents. Someone can, as long as someone has a link to the document or even has the physical document, they can be able to verify it in seconds. So what was, I could say, 240 hours minimum yearly has been cut down to 3 seconds.
Wow.
Yes.
I can see the reason why they have to hire you.
And we have a vision. At DIWALA, we have a big vision. We want to enable the issuance and verification of any important document you can think of. Any important, your ID, your license, your proof of work, you know, service. Today I can say I worked for Diwala and maybe my CEO is my friend and she can write me a reference letter. It may not be true. How do we also curb that? Because a lot of people will have quote-unquote fake CVs. You know, how do we also curb that? So that's what we do at Diwala. And as leaders, authenticity is very important.
Wow.
Authenticity is real. Authenticity as a leader, authenticity in your work. And, you know, this is also a culture at Diwala. We never lie. I'm saying, try not to, but the culture is do not lie. Do not lie about your numbers. Do not lie about what you have done. If something is in the works, clearly say it's in the works. And you know, when we're doing business, we want to lie and exaggerate numbers, and those things catch up. You know, they catch up. Because what happens if someone goes and does a background check?
Wow. Well, the CEO bench is doing exactly what it does best, bringing you people who will give you motivation to where you want to go, people who are doing it, people who have done it, or people who are already on the top coming down, and they have got a certain amount of experience that they can share with us to go forward. And you are definitely with Irene Mutuzo, Irene Esther Mutuzo. I just like to put your name together so that it can make sense. Irene, our time is fast spent, but I want to go straight to my next question, this last 5 questions we have for you. Your work for the company is that, you know, one, the company is pioneering this for the first time. We've not had this in Africa before. But 2, using the use of blockchain technology in this era of pandemic COVID-19 situation, where no longer human to human, you know, meeting is being discouraged. We are not being able to, you know, have hugs like we used to do things the way we used to do, which means even if I want to go, I don't know. But also, there's a challenge that a lot of people don't understand what you're calling blockchain technology, because the language could be different. We need you to explain what is blockchain technology to a common person. If I am a border graduate from Makerere University or from University of Dar es Salaam, but life knocked me so much and I became an entrepreneur, and now I ride a motorcycle or whatever city that I am, or I'm doing Okada in Nigeria, you know, what is blockchain technology and how can I, you know, verify this document? Like you've said, first explain what is blockchain technology. I know you've talked about already the other part.
Okay.
Yeah.
So blockchain technology was an aspect that was actually discovered in 1991 by a group of researchers. But it was until 2009 that it was applied, and specifically it was applied to cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin. That's why when, you know, people talk about blockchain technology, the first thing people think about is Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but it can be used for more than that, as I'll be explaining. So I can use 3 words to explain blockchain technology. An immutable distributed ledger. And I'm going to break all these 3 down.
An immutable
distributed ledger. So immutable basically means that information cannot be changed. And in this case, the information that is transacted, if it's say money or documents that are stored on the blockchain, they can't be changed. It's almost impossible to change them. That's why you'll hear things like blockchain technology is very secure, because it's difficult to change, it's difficult to tamper with information that is stored.
I can't go there and remove and replace.
Even if you, so the way it works, and I'm going to now explain it in the distributed, the word distributed. So usually for many organizations and for many of us, the way we understand where, say, data is kept or information is kept, it's usually kept in one place, which could be, you know, a server. In some places, it's a laptop, which is working as a, you could say, a minimal server or a desktop. So it's kept in one place. But the disadvantage of information being kept in only one place is that someone can easily get into it. Someone can easily hack it. That information can easily get lost, you know. So it's in terms of security, it's not really secure. But the way information is stored on the blockchain is that it is stored in a decentralized manner across a large network of computers. So it sort of creates like a web. And you know, it's very difficult to get into a web and try and change something. And say if we're working on a document, you and I, and maybe the cameraman, we are having transactions as three friends, you know, money transactions. Now, all of us will have access to what is happening in a document. All of us will have access to what is happening on the transactions. So if, as Irene, I try to make a change in the document, the only way that change can, you know, be approved is if everyone says yes, we know about it, and it is what it is. If, you know, I try to change something and everyone flags it no, then that thing won't be changed. So that's the way it sort of works. So everyone knows what is happening. So even for you and I, if someone makes a change and it is approved, it will be clearly seen that this person was the one who made that change at this particular time. And that's where also the ledger, I could say, aspect of blockchain comes in. And you can think of a ledger as your day-to-day records, whereby if it's money, you know when someone paid that money, at what time it was paid, and to whom. And that's also the premise of blockchain, to be able to track information in real time, to be able to track changes in real time. So it's very difficult to say that you did something and you did not something. And you know, blockchain can be used for so many things. A lot of people, refer it to cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, but it can be used in our day-to-day lives. We have heard of cases in the health sector where we have received fake medicine.
Of course.
However, if we're using...
I mean, we just received injections of COVID-19 water injections to about 800 and plus, as they say.
Sadly. But if, you know, there was that blockchain aspect to it, we would be able to verify the validity of those drugs sent to us, whether they have come straight from the manufacturer, when they have been manufactured, you know, and if it's a batch, is it our batch kind of thing. Blockchain can also be used in the supply chain sector. It can be used in agriculture, whereby as a farmer you can be able to track your produce right from the farm to when it gets to the customer or client. So if there's something wrong with produce or a product and you need to recall a product, it's very easy for you to track where that product went so that you can be able to recall it. Then recently I came across an interesting use case of blockchain, and this company is actually piloting it with a fleet of 100 cars, whereby you can be able to track mileage. So if you have bought a car before, or you have gone to the bond, you have heard that, the mileage is tampered with, and there's usually that yellow paper. But that yellow paper can be forged. And very rarely do you also go into those documents, the export documents and all those things. But, you know, and someone will tamper with the mileage and sell to you the car quite expensively. But with blockchain, people will be able to track that. So someone won't be told that, you know, the mileage is 4,000 kilometers when it's not. So it's interesting, and it can be used for so many things, even in governance. You talked about voting. You know, if voting was based on blockchain, it would be difficult to tamper with votes, or to, you know, things like, this vote was tampered with, this vote is not for this person, this is a ghost vote.
You will arrest very many people in Uganda.
I won't say Uganda, I'm not political. I'm not very political, but I believe it can change so many aspects of our lives.
Wow. Irene, being the very first person in Uganda, earlier on when we were talking to you, you became the first employee of Diwala in Uganda. I mean, what does that make you feel like, being the first leader of a new innovation happening in Uganda? What experience has it given you so far?
It's a very humbling experience. And I always thank the team at Diwala for giving me the opportunity, because I can tell you when they met me, it was about 3 years ago, but you know, just chatting about, you know, what technology is in Uganda, how it can be applied to the education sector. It wasn't really, I could say, an interview. It was more me trying to give people some data and some information. And my CEO tells me that from that point, she felt like, you know, I could be part of that team. And I can tell you, I had zero knowledge about what blockchain technology is. And
yet here you are now talking like,
zero technology. And you know, now getting into Diwala and understanding what they do and understanding why they do it, which is very important. You know, it is important to know the reason behind your why. Like, why are you doing something? And you know, understanding it and understanding its impact and understanding what blockchain technology can do, how it can improve our lives. It's really been a great journey learning from them. It's first of all a humbling experience that I'm part of that team. It's a humbling experience that I'm given the opportunity to learn. Very rarely do people take a chance on you. And yes, I have skills, but I believe I'm continuously growing. I am still being kind of beaten here and there. And it's humbling, and I'm excited to be part of that team. I'm excited to introduce the technology to all the people I know, my networks. And all I can say is that a lot is coming.
And Irene, what tips would you share with leaders who are pioneering innovations in this field, or in Uganda or in Africa, or even a young person anywhere in the world who is pioneering, you know, this kind of innovation, given your experience now as being given the first time to be employed by a new technology, you know, stuff coming up?
What I'd advise people is listen. It goes back again to listening. Listening and understanding your market. Sometimes we build products and we spend so much time on them without really researching and trying to find out what are the needs. And you know, challenges could be generic, but the way everyone understands challenges, the way these challenges relate to each person is totally different. And if you do not know that, or you do not understand that, trust me, you are going to really struggle to get your innovation and product out there. Because you are building it from your perspective. And even for Diwala, before, you know, way before the team started building, there was so much time spent on research to ensure that the product meets the needs of the people it's meant to serve, to ensure the product meets the challenges. And even today now we have a product that is being used by over 32 institutions. In Uganda, it's being used by the Stanbic Business Incubator, the NSSF High Innovator, Girls for Girls, Refactory, NetLabs, and so many other institutions. It's out there, it is released, but we continuously still get feedback. And we work on that feedback. And there's a reason why your smartphone every other day will tell you, please update, because they're trying to meet your needs. You know, and that's the beauty about technology. You begin here and, you know, you keep going.
Wow. Irene, we're basically in the evening of our interview today. It's been a nice conversation, a fantastic conversation.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of comments coming here. I've been trying to pick a few of them. Just want to dive to one that came from you know, a gentleman all the way in Belgium, and he says that can you please ask the young lady, you know, how is our tech industry in Uganda? Have we moved with the internet being off in Uganda, with so many things not being in place? How are we dealing with the challenges that new innovation faced in Africa, particularly in Uganda, where she is at the moment?
Well, I first of all must commend the great work that the government is doing, and a lot of even actors in the private space. Do we have room for improvement? Yes, we do. That is the reality. But where we are now is not where we were before. And even particularly in Uganda, Uganda has been gazetted as a safe place for companies like us in the blockchain world to do research, to pilot products, to implement products in Uganda. So that's also a big plus. Yeah. By the time Uganda has opened that space for us, it is a big plus, and it shows that we are growing and continuously improving. And even when you see, government entities, both parastatals and fully government institutions, my oh my, we have moved leaps and beyond. There'll be conferences that are happening virtually, which never used to happen. I can tell you almost every government entity today, and even, the president himself and the MPs have social media channels. Who knew that would happen?
Yes.
Who knew that would happen?
Occasionally they block the internet and forgot that they need to use it afterward.
Well, I won't comment on that, but, the fact that, they understand that it is important to have a digital presence, an online presence. And even parastatals like Anita, they're doing a great work as far as building policies and regulating the way that data is used, the way companies like us work here. That is a big, big step. So for the gentleman in Belgium, yes, there is a lot of room for improvement, but we are moving. We are moving. And for us as Diwala, that's the reason why we are here in Uganda, because we know that there are big things happening in Uganda.
Well, you have been hearing, a lot of stuff, good stuff coming from Irene Mutuzo, or you can call her Mutuzo, Irene, Esther. Very interesting names and order of the names right there. Irene, we have literally come to the end of this show, but I want to ask you one final parting question. In fact, the second last. What have been your success and challenges so far in providing this service, strategic leadership to Diwala, particularly in Uganda, given the fact that it is not a company that originated from Uganda, but originates all the way in Norway? What sort of success or challenges or strategic, directions have you given to them that when they look back many years from now, they will say it was good hiring that lady. When they look back, they'll say it's good, the board can make a decision to say you will become the next CEO because of this.
Like I said, I'm still learning. I don't think I'm ready to be a CEO yet. Well, so for me, I could say bring the perspective of someone who has gone through the challenges. And like I said, I've been on the side of someone that needs to get their documents. And I've also been on the verification end. So I really understand the pain points from a personal perspective. And I think for me, that's what drives me. Because I know that challenge. I've been there. And that basically drives me to push. Drives me to better explain, what the product does. Because sometimes, even when you get into spaces, people just think, oh, you have just got this product, you don't understand what it does, you don't really understand the challenges. But as someone who understands the challenges, I'm able to better explain what the product brings on the table from a personal perspective. So I think that's been a success. And the fact that we have managed to get partners here is a huge, huge success. It's a huge success. When something is new, it's very difficult for people to hop onto it. And if people get onto it, sometimes it's usually for the wrong reasons. But when you actually find people that that believe in it, that want to work with you to keep improving it, that want to work with you to keep having that feedback to improve the product, it is a big, big plus. It's a big, big plus because you could build a product, put so much time and money into it, and it's not used by anyone.
Wow. Which we have seen before.
It's a reality. But the fact that, our product is out there and it is changing lives, because for us, that's the end goal. Yes, money is important in business, but we also want to change lives. We also want to meet challenges, and that is also our end goal. And seeing our product out there and doing what it's supposed to do is my oh my. it's a success.
Wow.
The challenges, of course, and I'll speak from the digital transformation point, is there's a big challenge in digital literacy.
Yeah.
And us as Diwala, we are also big on digital literacy. We want to empower people to understand, you know, a lot of people think that their smartphones are only for WhatsApp.
Yes.
and yet your smartphone can do so much.
Yes.
You can work on your smartphone.
Yeah.
You can run a business on your smartphone. And until people understand, you know, what more, as you, for example, a smartphone can do for you, what more the internet can do for you, why it's important to have these digital tools and how they can be able to help, then adoption to digital tools becomes hard. But when people understand, you know, why they're there, when people understand that, you know, sometimes people are scared of the unknown, like I say, you know, you'll find that people are scared of, or if we're going to move to digital, our data is going to be out there. Probably if someone wants to track us, our information is going to be out there. But it's not always the case. Digital has its strengths. Yes, it also has its challenges that we need to, you know, we need to be aware of. So like anything, everything has a good thing and a bad thing. So it's important to understand both sides, and usually, at least in all these digital tools we see, there's a big good side. So how do we get the good side going and handle the challenges that come with it? So I think for us, it's trying to push the digital literacy out there, because we also don't believe in this product being for only a few people. And that's also some of the challenges we face, and many of us in the digital world face. You know, you're in your cocoon, all your friends are on Twitter, or they know how to use Facebook, or maybe, you know, all your friends understand blockchain, so you think everyone else is there. Yet there is a big percentage that is not there. And if we want to move together as a population, as a community, it is very important for us to move as one. That's why, for me, I believe in ensuring that even my jaja in the village understands a bit of technology, so that if a tool is out there for them, they can be able to use it. It's not for only us young people, it's for everyone.
Wow. Well, you've been hearing Irene Esther Mutuzo right there. She's the business development head and the PR at Diwala, a new blockchain technology helping us verify our documents, academic, you know, credentials, or driving permits, or your national ID. You might have one and it's not yours, and we don't know whether it is yours or for your nephew or your cousin. So that's what they're doing in a nutshell. But Irene, thank you very much for coming to the program today, and thank you very much for one wonderful and fantastic discussion we've had this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening, depending on where they are watching the program from. Now, as you go, assuming you were elected the Member of Parliament for Kisoro today, and you are now also voted as the Speaker of Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, what would be the first, you know, state of address of the new Speaker of Parliament from Kisoro, the woman Member of Parliament for Kisoro?
I'm humbled, but like I say, sometimes God has jokes, so we could be laughing about it. Well, for me, it would be encouraging leaders to serve. And that's the challenge I've seen. And even, you know, naturally, you unconsciously, you actually end up going that route if you're not careful. That at the end of the day, when people, you know, as a speaker, you're speaking to so many MPs and ministers, at the end of the day, people have put you there to serve. Because they believe you have something to add. They believe you can bring change. They believe you can make an impact. So you have 3 to 5 years to do that. If you have 5 years as a leader and you haven't made any change in the place that you have been put to lead, then you haven't led. If you are a leader and you haven't served your people, you haven't led. if you are a leader and you haven't listened to your people, you haven't led. Yeah.
Wow. Irene, thank you very much for coming to the program. From us here, we want to say thank you to Irene Mutuzo for coming to the program, and thank you to Diwala. The journey is, of course, brighter. We're seeing you becoming the next CEO in the next couple of years, and we want to wish you well. And until then, we're tossing out and we're saying goodbye, Africa, goodbye, the wide world. The CEO bench has come to an end. Signing out. Yes.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
One face, full perspective, finding the beauty and the talent of the people of Uganda. This is XXL Season 4. On the Glasshouse this week, I happen to have the one and only Mr. Uganda, Richard Kawesa, on the show. Richard, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Eddie.
And of course, Engineer Pete Nyeko. Pete, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Are you Ugandan, Pete?
I couldn't be more Ugandan.
What makes you Ugandan?
I am part of the beauty, the awesomeness, the fantasticness that is Uganda. Every part of me is Uganda.
Okay. And Richard, are you Ugandan?
Yes, I am.
So what are the values that define you as a Ugandan?
For me, is every time I think as a Ugandan, I think in terms of being just, of being productive and orderly in what I think, say, and do.
The topic of the discussion is a Ugandan on a global stage for economic relevance. And Richard, you have been writing a lot of stories about Uganda, and so is Pete. Are we fit to be on the global stage as a country, as a people?
I am certain that we are very positioned to be relevant. There was a global entrepreneurship institute in Europe that did a study to understand what the most enterprising nation in the whole world. Okay. And Uganda came out to be the most enterprising. I liked the definition of their definition of an entrepreneur, so that they can then qualify their study. And they defined one as a person who takes a financial risk in hope for a financial return on their investment. Mm-hmm. And they looked at people who have earned out of that risk at least in 3 months, mm-hmm. and not more than 2 years. Okay. So that was their parameter of defining an entrepreneur.
Wow.
So they go out to the whole world to look for who qualifies there. And it turns out that 26, I think, point something, mm-hmm. is what we achieved, meaning out of 100 people, 26 of them in Uganda, they fit perfectly. Now, it's not only the person who has invested and actually works there, but they also earn from the investment.
Yes.
Yes. And you know the next country that came number 2? I think Indonesia or Malaysia.
Yes.
and they were at 16 point something. That's almost it's a huge gap.
50%,
so then, do you know the first world country to appear on that list? What number they took, and what country it was?
No.
It was Australia, the first world country, first world.
Which was a former prison. They used to send people there. The world was a prison list.
So that country there, that country Australia came at number 26 on the list. Okay. Now, when you put that study, it's independent, but there's a relationship with another study. We're talking about our relevance on the global stage of economics. If you put another study that was done by Harvard Business School for 10 years, they also carried out a study. Now the question is, you wonder why Harvard Business School would do an anthropological study. What's the relationship between culture and business is what you should be asking.
Ultimately, if you think of, so business is a word which you can use to mean many things. But if you mean business as in entrepreneurial or economic endeavors, then obviously the culture of a nation, or of a community pays a lot of importance to that. Take, for example, a country where you've got a culture of people coming together, people communicating and people sharing, that probably has a consequence to how people will do business. A closed-off society will probably have a different one as well. For example, if you compare, let's say, Uganda and let's say, I don't know, Antarctica. You've just got ice, you've got penguins, and you've got, so if you're going to do business in Antarctica, you've got to think, what's the culture there? A few scientists maybe, a few explorers. So it's a different environment. But in a place like Uganda, you've got lots of people, it's a warmer climate, So obviously, culture ends up determining what type of business you would do, how you would do the business, how you'd sell, and how you'd grow, and how you'd make your projections, and so on. Yes.
Okay.
And that's why I wanted to bring that comparison, because that's one study of entrepreneurship, and then this is another study of culture, which means one study of business and one study of culture, but done by a business school of Harvard. And who turns out to be the most culturally diverse nation in the world? Uganda. Aha. Now you tell me where or which university or what course or which lecturer or professor is going to create a course that increases your appetite for risk to make you an entrepreneur. They can teach you economics and stuff and how you run a business, business management they can, but the appetite for risk. Now that tells you that if Uganda has such an advantage by 26% and the last person comes at 26 in the first country, that tells you we should be relevant globally because we have an appetite for risk in any market.
So if we are culturally most diverse country in the world and the most entrepreneurial people in the world, then how come we're still broke? Businesses that are set, that runs for 3 months, dies before they cross to the 4th month. Why?
The reason is simple. There's what we call an enabling environment for any organism
to function.
Yes, a seed is perfect, it's brilliant. It has the raw ingredient to bring you a harvest. But put it in a sandy pit and don't give it water and sunlight and then blame it for being broke, for not producing. Can you? So Uganda having these endowments of risk-taking, the idea that someone doesn't have enough money but they still feel they can go out and serve, because entrepreneurship and business is about serving. Yes, and somebody feels I need to go out and serve. I have something to contribute. That's not brokenness. That is abundancy, that I have something to offer the world. Now, if the world doesn't give me a monetary reward for that input, you can't blame that on me.
So who should take that blame?
I think it's not about blame. It's about understanding and recognizing what is the most conducive environment that we should be able to grow entrepreneurs in, and what systems and financing mechanisms and ideological mechanisms can we put in place to support already a seed that has potential in itself. And that could be by leadership and governance. It could be by the way development partners look at Africa in terms of aid and say, no, not aid, let's do development financing, meaning let's have more people investing more of that money, not through government, but directly by saying, Eddie has something beautiful, XXL. What can we do to create that product and actually share it with the rest of the world?
Yes.
Those are the enabling environments that don't necessarily come from governance, but from the world, the community of business people who are able to see these opportunities and tap into them.
Okay, Pete, you are in agriculture.
Yes.
And adding value to agriculture. What do you have to say about this in relation to what Richard has just said?
I mean, to add on what Richard has just said, ultimately, I guess what we're talking about is the importance of incubation.
Yes.
And acceleration.
Yes.
It's important, you know, as with any seed, once you plant it, to water it, make sure you plant it on the right soil. You know, check the soil before you plant it. So you got to figure out, okay, have I chosen the right idea? Is it based on a pressing need? Is it a solution to a need? Is it leading to the better, you know, betterment of the community and every stakeholder? Then you nurture it, you water it, and you look after it. You plan for it and make sure nothing attacks it, and then you grow it, harvest it, post-harvest handling, process it, add value to it, market it, but ideally keep some seeds for the next season. But in all that, you'd have planned ahead. You'd have known what the market needs, and you would have responded. So you would have found a way to make your plans based on what you have and what the world needs, and then come in with innovation, and then nurture and incubate, and then accelerate it, expand and replicate, and keep it sustainable.
Okay, but is that our case today, given this study?
I think it is our case. I think ultimately, when we look at ourselves, we should think and say, great, I mean, where are we? And how far could we go? At the moment, you know, without any irrigation, 2 seasons a year, anywhere in the country. With irrigation, we could probably do 3 or 4 seasons a year. Without value addition, we're making by. I mean, people are doing okay. With value addition everywhere, think about how much more we would earn with that value addition coming in. With a keener understanding of what the marketplace is like locally, regionally, and globally, and based on the soils we have, the temperatures we have, the weather, and kind of the industriousness of the people, everyone's grandmother has a coffee bush. I mean, think about it. Imagine if, you know, if you had a kilo of coffee, I think it's about $2,000. 1,000 cappuccinos is more than $2,000, but it doesn't take a kilo.
We're going on a break, and when the show comes back, we will be talking about have we created the right environment? Have we gotten it right? Where are we getting it wrong? What should we do? Who does what? The president, many powers. Who can we share the power? What? We'll come back. Welcome back. This is XXL Season 4, and this is the Glass House. Of course, with Richard Kawesa and Engineer Pete Nyeko. We are the most entrepreneurial country in the world.
Yes.
Okay? And the most culturally diverse. Are we taking the advantage of this? Let's stop beating around the bush. Just get to the point. Are we taking the advantage of this in the global stage?
I don't think we are.
Yes.
Because the people probably who sit in positions of leadership do not necessarily appreciate some of these studies. Not necessarily even appreciate. Probably some of them don't even know these studies were done. Yeah. And if those who know, I was sharing with the deputy governor, Mwami Kasekende, and I was telling him about this study. And I said, do you have strategists who interpret these thoughts and know their implication? It's one thing to have information. Yes. It's another thing to know what does it mean and what do we need to do. And then it's a third thing to say, this is then what we've decided to do. So in our new policy now, for example, Uganda should be able to say we have an intellectual property policy in place. Because then intellectual property will take care of shea butter, because then it has, there's what they call a geographical indication. Yes. Where if something is unique to your terrain, like coffee that comes from the islands in Ethiopia, they're able to get some basic revenue out of intellectual property based on that principle from Starbucks. Yeah. And it's an income. Why? Because you can't call it any other coffee other than Ethiopian. Why? Because the soils that bring out a certain aroma and taste to that coffee are only reserved in Ethiopia.
Yes.
The same would apply for Mountain Elgon coffee that comes from Rwenzori. The same would go for the shea butter, as you mentioned. Yes. The same would go for the type of music we produce in Uganda. It goes for, I don't know whether tilapia is also one of the unique aspects, but as a country we have too many unique things that the world needs out there that are so organic, that are so unique to us, but still we don't understand that that's intellectual property. And therefore, in the absence of that, how then can we grow our intellectual property on a global stage so we can start earning from that?
When I think of Uganda, I think of every Ugandan, not one or two or three. Yes. And I think of every Ugandan who thinks about the issues that are around them, the issues that are closest to them, and looks at these issues not as a problem, but as an opportunity to create a solution that actually makes Uganda and the world a much better place. And if I take an example of what has happened in the US, it's a great country, Silicon Valley. Think of how the private sector has actually led this. It is possible that with private sector intervention, benevolent private sector looking at conscious capitalism, looking at social entrepreneurship, looking at a sustainable future, looking at sustainable development, and giving a helping hand to the public sector and civil society and the community, and actually setting up incubation centers. There are a few already in Uganda. Building up on that and saying, great, what are we good at? What can we be good at? What could we be good at? What does the world need? How can we meet that need? Think of it, one crazy example. I mean, we've got lots of amazing young people with great, bright minds. Could we possibly be, an interesting place where everyone comes to get their algorithms and their mathematical equations solved for the next space launch? Uganda could be, a backup to NASA and ESA. It could be. Why not? Okay. And there's so many things which could happen. All it needs is that nurturing and so on. And I honestly believe, as someone in the private sector, that we in the private sector should actually take that baton and run with it.
But there is a political environment that I don't want us to look at very lightly. You could say, yes, the mother should support their child to create a lovely home. But when the father is drunk half of the time and comes back in a certain mood, I don't think it's achievable to say that you would have peace in that home, even in the presence of a mother who cares and the fun-loving kids who are there. And so I still go back to the environment that, yes, the private sector has played its part. We've seen the private sector. We've seen WBS is private sector. They came into a space where no one was. They were bold enough to whatever. But then what happened when they faltered on their what was the caning aspect? And when it was taken, who took it? Was it a Ugandan environment that took it on and said, okay, we understand you had a problem on that, but this investment was so critical for our information dissemination as a nation and for growing our own in the TV, whatever, that we need to actually put more money, make it work, then you will recover the taxes and the money you put in. Yes. So that mindset that does say, this is my own, that the child who's misbehaved is still my own, and I have to make a commitment to work with them through their gambling. If that happens in the financial sector with banks, if that happens with incubators and say we're going to create incentives to make sure that those who come in as private sector, we give them an incentive. We missed an opportunity with Kanye West. When he came in, there was an investment moment right there. There was an investment moment with this gentleman Forrest Whitaker, because he got his first global award as a result of a film he played and acted in Uganda. So he feels a sense of relevance, of sacredness that is attached to Uganda. How have we benefited from that by creating, for example, the 27 Guns as a movie? Have we gone to Whitaker and say, sir, if you created this as a platform? Could you design it in such a way that it makes us globally relevant? You understand what I'm saying? So the opportunities we keep missing is like rain keeps coming, as you mentioned. All the things you're mentioning are gifted by nature. They're different gifts. But what are we doing about enhancing these gifts? And the political environment, why I say the political environment, because when you read the Constitution, you keep seeing the president has a lot of power of appointment at every level. At every level. He is the authority on everything. There seems to be no one else. It's the authority. So have we harnessed that opportunity that comes with that and be able to say, have we created an environment that allows these private sector players to actually do what you say they should be doing?
We have come to the end of the Glass House with Richard Kawesa and Pete, the engineer himself. Mado ya Musa, twesala bukumba sivya Medusa, Tolina Kalimo Falo Liluza, Reconesami, Beba producer, got chains on my neck and I'm looking like Kunta, wanna close, boy I'm a shooter, I'm the boss with a dream like Luther, Namuongo boy that's the hood I'm coming from and I thought you knew that, thugs and drug dealers, body mukako, nah. Why do I rap? I rap because I want to talk about stuff that other people don't talk about. I want to inspire people. I want to be the voice to the voiceless. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs, no. Wafuka so mean. In fact, Osinga I mean. Chirabikori half man, half machine. Mununzira bakubuli street. Buri chimwe chicho cha gunpoint. My nigga, tell us the point. Power to the people. Tebicha kola kubanga nobulula baniga babubba. Ba good cop, baba kuba masasi. Our only hope, ne baba kwata. Ba MPs, baba kuba kalimo rufu na kalulu nebebaka. Katite muji kwata ko. This is Leo Rich, rated fresh on XXL.
Hi, my name is Edward Ochom, and I'm here to tell you 4 things that Uganda should fix. Number 1, time management. I reject this notion of African time. This business of starting meetings 2 hours late should stop. We have many things to do in our life. Number 2, dishonesty. You give a person 100,000 to do a small errand for you. He wants to save 20K out of that. It's just 100K. You can make money elsewhere. Leave my 100K and do what I told you to do. Number 3, greed. You read in the papers every other day, so-and-so has eaten this amount of money, so-and-so has done this, a district plan has stolen this. I mean, you cannot eat everything in this world. And lastly for me, really, is about whining. You know this advent of social media now. You go on Facebook, everybody has negative energy. Kanye West shouldn't have come, we should have gone to Rwanda, stuff like that. Man, stop whining. Facebook should help you market yourself, make money out of it, instead of quarreling every other day about politicians, about this, about that, about this. Stop it. And my name is Edward Ochom, and I just fixed you.
Coming up on the show this week, I catch up with my long-term friend, Sylvester Kabombo, a man of great value to the hip-hop industry, the man who is turning around lives of young people and young girls and giving them a positive life and a life to live. And this man has been all over the place, trained so many young people, but also he's transformed his life from being a rapper to almost a philanthropist. Who is Sylvester Kabombo?
Sylvester Kabombo is a rapper from the duo commonly known as Sylvester and Abrams. We've been kicking together for a very long time. As educator, entrepreneur, and so many other freelance, things that might come in. I am a performing artist. Amidst all other stuff I do, I still perform on stage. So wherever there is dime, I try to,
to dip your hand in.
Yeah. Because as you know, so you need more avenues of earning.
You have been in the music industry for a while now. And obviously you come out from the crop of artists who are trying to turn things in the industry around to try and give it meaning. What has the journey been like for you so far?
It hasn't been an easy one. Nothing is really easy. Music is like any other business. You have losses, you have gains, you persist. Of course there are successful stories. You wake up one day and you feel alive. Then the next day you're like, I wish I didn't start this, So, those moments when power goes off on stage when you're performing, you're like, oh my God. Then the next day you get a gig, you paid a lot of money. So there are success stories and non-success.
Basically there are lows and highs.
Yeah, they're there. It has been a bumpy ride from way back to now. A lot has changed to support the arts. So many platforms, so many gigs now, so many connections. Then social media, which took over the sector. So many TV stations. So there's so many of everything now. So many artists. Yeah.
Okay. Which you guys didn't have when you were coming up.
Yeah, I mean I might not even take you way back. Just the early 2000s. There were a few stations, a few radio stations. Facebook wasn't there then. MySpace, because I got to know Facebook and MySpace around the mid-2000s. So you can see just close there. If you compare now and just early 2000s, there's a huge difference. Now, so many things are done on phone. Your phone has everything, the email, the what.
Yes. It also has everyone.
Yeah, I rarely visit an internet cafe. So all that has changed. Like, the gadgets they have put, almost everything that, in our hands. At times you used to walk a distance, do something. Now you do it, within, your place of comfort. So there is so much that has changed. Of course, for the good and the bad. So yeah.
Okay. Music as a business. Can an artist run music as a business?
It is, because I mean there are many who are really getting paid. They have gigs every week, outside Uganda. Concerts sell. What you can say that is not selling right now, or just a few copies, are the physical CDs. Physical CDs, because people know they can get the music for free. Even if you lock it, people who create these websites are the same who create the apps. So, CDs, yes, you can sell a few copies. You can make copies. I mean, for record keeping, you cannot keep a flash, So you need something that you can put in a shelf at home that is a CD. So, some artists still make them, but there's not so much money you can really get, from physical copies. But downloads now, it's like anything now, someone can download just one song, two songs, 3 songs. Concerts are still really doing well, even outside Uganda. For someone who buys a physical copy now, in this day and age, just know he really likes to support, and he likes to buy original content from the artist.
I am one of those people who really buy music from the artist.
From the artist. Yes. So anyone who buys a physical copy now in this day and age, just know he loves your music, he loves to support, he likes to buy original stuff.
I come from a background where content is quite key. Do we have content in our music in Uganda?
If you're doing an album, there will be, definitely there will be songs that are life-changing. Apart from just telling people to party, but trying to inspire them to make the best out of their lives. Yeah, so they are there because sometimes we hit by these situations, the life experiences, as I first said, or people around us, communities. So that music will always be there. There will always be music that can make you laugh, can make you party, can make you drink more. Music that can make you spend more.
Yes.
And then that music that will make you spend more, but wisely. Yes. Put something at home. Buy something for your wife. Make her look good. you know, you can have fun, but sometimes mindful of, you know, the responsibilities ahead of you. So there'll always be everything, but it depends what you dig out. You as a listener, what do you want to listen to?
Long ago, echana mukaka wali olandiro digo bayitanga seka yali mukwata mpola nyonga mukubanjeze enjuta kukaka. Yes, nali mpankisa uwe waka ngomwezi gugwako nga tukyaseka eyo ewamuze iseka nga tewetugambula okuba kubanja nze nemnanca twajja canca kanyama nga ketulya ku kyenca lwali lumu omu kubapangisa yasiwuka empisa olw'engeri gye yeeyisa yaduka ne sente z'obupangisa emyezi 2 teyakwatibwa kisasibwa kisa lwe lwasemba landirodi waffe otukwatibwa ekisa wowe.
Sylvester, how did you cross from just being a rapper to becoming a serious, you know, clothing line and you know?
It started in 2012, actually. I didn't know the direction. I was just printing T-shirts to, you know, to push my music further.
Yes.
I had a day job and a few performances as an artist. So I wasn't looking for money, but I was like, you know, instead of complaining about airplay, I mean, I think I can do something. So I was like, okay, let me make a few T-shirts and get, you know, song titles, print on them, post online, and
promote my music.
Just that. Yes. I didn't start with a business idea, and I never knew that it would really get this far. So even the first T-shirts I did were online. You take a picture, you post online, you give it to people. Then some people were like, "Oh wow, this is nice. How much? You know, some people bought, a few bought, you know." So that really made me reconsider. I was like, okay, maybe if I produce more T-shirts, maybe it can be a business, because already people are interested, and I was just using Facebook, post pictures. So that really, ringed, a bell, In my mind, I was like, I need to sit down and see how far I should take this. So I started getting serious, printed more T-shirts, partnered with the first partnership I did was at Equatorial Mall, because I was moving all the time, doing workshops up country. And some people are like, you need to get a point where anytime, any day, people,
come and find it.
Yeah, find your stuff. Because I was on the road, always on the road. So I partnered with a friend of mine at Equatorial Mall, started putting T-shirts there, started advertising on Facebook, shop, this number, you have to go there. People goes to, they got used to it, started buying items there. Then from there I went to Kamu, then from Kamu Plaza to Mavidi's complex where I am now. Yeah.
Wow, well, thank you so much for being a part of the show. And thank you too for being a part of the show. This is Double XL, of course, with Sylvester Kabombo.
Usually when you see me around, you think it's about soul music. But today, I'm on the fix. I'm here to fix up this city. One, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of radio stations that have people turned into relationship counselors. Who told you you can counsel a relationship? Go sort out yourself first and then counsel some people. I mean, Jesus Christ, you're just killing my radio station. You're killing my hours in the late night when I should be doing something sensible. And you're talking about, oh, you know what? My girlfriend did XYZ to this guy. Guys, please cut me some slack, man. We need to focus You know, let radio get back to what it's supposed to do. Make me feel good at night. That's my first fix. My second fix is about our communities. Guys, we don't need the city council to come clean up our neighborhoods. That's our responsibility as people in the neighborhood. All right, I don't even need the LC to come and mobilize me to clean up my rubbish. Check this out. You throw rubbish in your neighborhood, you need to sort it out. All right? Whatever you're doing in your neighborhood, please sort out your rubbish. All right? That's what I'm fixing. And number 3, this is very sensitive, guys. What's happening to our music industry? All right? Usually I'm here because I'm the Reverend. Today, I've let my collar go. I need to sort out music videos, especially. I know somewhere it's written that if you don't have a music video, your music doesn't sell. But listen, it doesn't make sense to have a music video talking about something to the contrary that you're doing on screen. I'm talking about booty shaking. What's happening to our little girls? You're dropping out of school to shake that thing on TV? Come on, girl, man. Come on. You know, the video, the song is talking about a struggle, and you're out there shaking booty. Girls, producers, please, let's do some research. Let's make this feel good. And well, the next thing I want to fix is TV stations too. Guys, what's up? Why are we running out of ideas, man? Listen, we need to be as creative as anything in the world. Stop cut and paste game. All right, you see something on BET, you cut it and paste it on yours. The next thing is another guy does the same. And you know what? That tells a lot about our business too. We rarely, invest in intellectual property. What's happening? All right, we all went to school, we all educated, you know what I'm saying? But please, guys, let's think outside the box. Let's not just think within a ceiling or without a box. And while we're at it, this goes out to you PDs and all you research people that don't know how to research the right appropriate program for the right hour of the day. Listen, it's 11 p.m. in the night. Only God knows what happens when, my lights go off, You know what I'm saying? Don't be making noise for me on the TV. I didn't buy my screen to switch on and off, all right? Can you give me content that works? That works well, man, please, all right? And while we're at it, I'm still here to fix up something. My advertising world. Guys, what's going on? I thought we are educated. Why do we have to run ads that tell? Our ads are telling, they're not selling, all right? This goes out to you brand managers and all you corporate, whatever you are. Please, let us be the ones to direct the market, not the market to direct us. That's why it's called learning. You learn every day, all right? So please, I'm on the fix, and this is what I'm fixing today. But lastly, I also want to fix the parliament. Man, you're too many, one, then you're too noisy. I mean, listen. Too many, too noisy is just too much. And when you're speaking on the microphone, please, guys, cut us some slack, all right? Address the issue, research and address the issue, not emotion. That doesn't sell anymore, all right? You don't go with your waha, waha and all that. Listen, trying to cry like a baby. Face the fact, put it on the ground, analyze it and present it, okay? That's what I call my member of parliament. Don't go out there and start crying, man. It's not a cry festival here. This is real business. You're talking about human rights and human issues, all right? So you don't have to scream out in the parliament when driving a point home, guys, all right? When you're speaking the truth is when you should be at your calmest point. You only shout when you can't understand each other. But you know what? We don't have to fight all the time about that in parliament. So guys, please, and I'm begging you, please don't make me regret my vote. I put you in there, I might get you out. I'm Daniel Ngole, aka your Reverend, and I just fixed your city.
Shout out to all the trappers. The origins. Big ups to Anadan. What up, next? Now pre-saved, I was still raised right, so we were always culture boys, but boys would be boys, so sometimes we'd be them and soldier boys. Had quite a few friends were army dads, real soldier boys, red top status. They walking in, you better hold your voice and tongue about your mouth, cause they could be drunk or packing, no time to stomp you out. Just throw you in the back of the pickup or ghost your whereabouts. UG, KLA, home of the Impala, we're all different tribes, but everyone's bound to speak some Luganda like Mugamba G. That's from my old schoolers to Sidore G. That's from the new students with that slang edition. From from urban and local tradition, while handing down that history through those oral renditions, like the story of Kintu. Musajja nenteye, Kintu ya wasanambi, mwanyina wa warumbe is only one of the stories that explain things like our origins to death and everything in between. Oral historians before us young MCs at the scene. Mental recordings, those been in my makeup since time immemorial. Respected those before me, yo.
Lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba bajjajja bali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba nga bajjajja bali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa
anti tuteredde entende tugamba gyebala okuva ekyaddondo paka mu kyaggwe ne bugerere amasaza ndabye asatu ng'ate obusozi musanvu anti akabbiro mukuya ate mamba olw'omanya enzira nkuba jjejjerebu anti buganda nza kulembera okukuza ku nnono ng'ate oluganda lwenkulembeza sisimba lukono ku mmere esira namanja yuyanca olujjuliro gye lwadda tetumanyi naye ate tukkuta mpaako ku mazinyweko byali bya buganda abazungu be bajja kati ensiwa ate zituswaza biseera byali bya nnono tubuuza tufukamidde nga twalula abalongo saako n'okukyalira ensiko kusoma kwabwe n'ensi n'oluzungu ne luwamba tubuuza watagwani gyebale mbu lyabakadde ettofaali tukwebaza lisonze yebale magulu nnyondo awangaale nange embeewo
lwaki mu bisudde kali ebyali bituyamba bajjajja bali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kale ebyali bituyamba nga bajjajja bali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa
Yes, sir. This is how the culture was handed down. Around the fire till we gather round. Different rituals and different tribes. It's how the tradition was kept alive. Spiritual emphasis behind the drums. The old voices here to guide the young. So it's me and Nelly say trade them bars. We give respect to those that came before us.
Chadondo bugerere maokota busiro chagwe fenna batugunjula dda abemamba balangira nakinsige enjovu katimvuma abefumbe n'omutima fenna batugunjula dda ruyonga ku ngoma kugambye bamugunjula dda Isaiah kapiti kakabi kugambye bamugunjula dda
The video, stereo, radio. Turn up the stereo, volume of the radio. Headphones in the iPod, watch the video. Turn up the stereo, volume of the radio. Headphones in your iPod, watch the video. Sijukira muchere kurusani ya, sijukira kaunga musefulia. Ebiziwe bichize nembigumira, sijukira mikwano punta bukira. Sekatawa yali mulokole nebimutama anti ku mulimu bagasoma ebyobulokole tebiza magobano. Me and my house will walk with you, cause of your love so real and true. Topo wake mumwacho topo wa mwana weka tunula jolaga topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebirungi byonna jakubikuwa topo wange mumwacho topo wa mwana weka tunula jogendayi topo wa Yesu wakulemesa ebirungi byonna jakubikuwa. Ono sista teofisita yali alina pulasa mu kanisa mwatu bali bamazeyo kwanjula ekyali kisigaddeyo nga yembaga tetwamanya jefu gye yava ow'amamotoka gali munana okukutadde n'edduka mu kibuga nzanyisa nga dduniga bona mwache topo mwana wika tunule jolaga topo Yesu bakulemesa ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mumwache topo mwana wika tunula jogenda topo Yesu bakulemesa ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa. Send me look you kaya simple. Save me from the disco. Love you Lord more than every girl loves a dimple. And I won't serve you on the lay low, aka Mr. Enough of the intro. You're always on time, never been slow. I focus on you, Lord, let the world know. When alone and everything feels cold, you my umbrella jacket, everything feels warm. When I go and get stuff, I keep on keeping on. Truth is, trouble don't last long. When I'm weak, you're strong. And it's in your presence that I be loved. Presence that I be loved. Yeah. Topo wange mumwache topo mwana wika tunule jolaga topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mumwache topo mwana wika tunula jogenda topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mumwache topo mwana wika tunule jolaga topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa topo wange mumwache topo mwana wika tunula jogenda topo wa Yesu bakulemesa ebirungi byonna ajja kubikuwa.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip, urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Irene, being the very first person in Uganda, earlier on when we were talking to you, you became the first employee of Diwala in Uganda. I mean, what does that make you feel like being the first leader of a new innovation happening in Uganda? What experience has it given you so far?
It's a very humbling experience. And I always thank the team at Diwala for giving me the opportunity, because I can tell you when they met me, it was about 3 years ago, but you know, just chatting about, you know, what technology is in Uganda, how it can be applied to the education sector. It wasn't really, I could say, an interview. It was more me trying to give people some data and some information. And my CEO tells me that from that point, she felt like, you know, I could be part of that team. And I can tell you, I had zero knowledge about what blockchain technology is.
Yes.
And
yet here you are now talking
zero technology.
Yeah.
And you know, now getting into Diwala and understanding what they do and understanding why they do it, which is very important.
Yeah.
You know, it is important to know
Why?
the reason behind your why.
Yes.
Like, why are you doing something?
Yes.
And you know, understanding it and understanding its impact and understanding what blockchain technology can do, how it can improve our lives. It's really been a great journey learning from them. It's first of all a humbling experience that I'm part of that team.
Yeah.
It's a humbling experience that I'm given the opportunity to learn. Very rarely do people take a chance on you. Yes, I have skills, but I believe I'm continuously growing. I am still being kind of beaten here and there. And it's humbling, and I'm excited to be part of that team. I'm excited to introduce the technology to all the people I know, my networks. And all I can say is that a lot is coming.
It is a CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okila on this particular day of the week or the month or the year, depending on which part of the world you're actually watching this program from. My guest this morning on the CEO bench needs no introduction. It is said that if a person needs a long introduction, they don't deserve one. And if they deserve one, they don't need one. Ladies and gentlemen, all across the world, on the CEO bench today, we bring you the story of a young lady springing out of Uganda from the central region of Buganda. The name means something else, and both of our names are quite very, significant when you think about the words and the meaning behind the words. What the English people say is the etymology of the letter, or the words, or the origin of the words. Welcome to the CEO bench. And of course, as my name is Eddie Okila, live on House of Talent Television is Divine Nabawesi, who is the founder and the CEO of Bamboo, Divine Bamboo, or Bamboo Divine. That's how now people call her. Divine, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, Eddie.
First of all, how are you and how have you been?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you so much for having me here.
You are welcome. And the CEO bench often look at people like you who are doing something significant in our society, or people who are doing something for others, or people who look beyond self. But first, we want to know from you, who is Divine in a nutshell?
Who is Divine?
Yes.
First of all, I'm very honored to be here. I know that you've had some very great speakers before me, so I'm very honored for the invitation. And as you mentioned, my name is Divine Nabawesi. I'm Ugandan, born and raised. I grew up in Entebbe, and I later moved to Kampala, where I attended secondary school. I went to Uganda Matters, Namugongo. And then for my A-levels, I went to King's College, Budo, and then I pursued a Bachelor's of Social Work at Makerere University.
Okay. And when you say you you grew up from Entebbe. Does that mean that's where your ancestry starts from, your home, everything? For a person who's watching you from, you know, New York or from London or from, you know, Finland, and they want to know more about you, they don't know these things. In Africa, we have the origin of where we come from. Is that where your parents spring out from?
Okay. So the origin story is will sound a bit funny because my village is actually Nigeria, which used to be a village, but now it's not a village. So yeah, that's where my mother is from, and my father is from Masaka.
Okay.
Yes.
So authentically, you're a Muganda from Buganda.
Yes, I am.
All right. And then so they always ask, Wedirachi, what is your tribe? Does that mean in Buganda?
Yeah.
So let's tell us more about the culture of Buganda and where you come from, how you guys do things, the history of your name, behind what does Nabawesi mean for somebody who is watching the program from, you know, any part of the world and would like to know you. Particularly me, personally, I'm interested in knowing.
Well, okay, that is a tough question. that is a very tough question. But my clan is the Cow clan.
Okay.
So my name, Nabawesi, comes from Omuwesi, who used to be an iron worker.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Why did your parents give you the Omuwesi name that was a iron worker? And yet you were in wood and bamboo.
True. Maybe they knew I was going to be a creative.
Okay.
Maybe, I suspect.
And talking about creativity, all through growing up, you know, what has been your creative thinking process like as a person?
I think that I draw a lot of inspiration from reading. I started to read at a very young age. I'm always reading. And when you read, you're drawn into this world of different characters from different centuries, and I think that opens up your mind. And because you're able to dream and to know that there's a different world out there and that anything is possible, really. So I think for me that's been very important.
All right. Talking about that, your parents, your father and your mother, and your history from Nigeria, which is just a suburb of Kampala. For those of you guys who are watching the show from all across the world, Nigeria is just it's what we call a satellite city away from the city of Kampala. You know, a couple of kilometers away from the main city is where she comes from. So technically, Divine was born or comes from the city center. That's the village. And Masaka is what, about 100 kilometers away, or 122? Is it 200 kilometers? From Kampala. Yes. About 120 kilometers away from Kampala. Yeah. So she's a girl around about the city and the town. All right. And talking of that, when we want to look a little bit deeper on the background of Divine from the family point of view, growing up as a child, what was it like with your parents?
I think I had a normal childhood. It was happy, but I think mostly ordinary. I was able to explore and play as a child, so I think, yeah, it was a good childhood.
Okay, and what was your character like when growing up as a child, that when you look back at this point where you are right now, you can say, yeah, I was always leaning towards this? Were you beaten like a typical, African child who is always given a few slaps here and there for being stubborn? At some point, we would just see parents give you a look, and you'll know what the look means and what it does. Not very many people know this. How was yours like in your family? Are you the only child? Are you, how many are you?
Okay, so I have 3 siblings, but I think that growing up, I was a good student, what some call teacher's pet. Yes. So I was very good. Yes. I did my homework on time. Yes. I was excelling. So I think I always survived the caning because of that. I was a good student. I also loved nature. I joined the Girl Guides, and because we were in Entebbe, we would go camping in the botanical gardens. So I always loved nature from a young age. I was planting flowers and trees already at a young age. So I was drawn to nature very early on.
Wow. Yeah. Which basically brings us to this interview that we're having today. So Divine, let's talk about you and the leadership. The program you're on today is about leadership. Change management, leadership, change management, and transformation is what the CEO Bench is about. We bring people who are, moving forward, or climbing the ladder to the top of leadership, or coming down from the top as leaders, retiring, or people who are on the way, the verge of going. And right now, you are a lady on the rise. And the nomination that brought you to the CEO Bench suggests that.